Apply-Degger. Heidegger's thinking in Being and Time explained with Simon Critchley. Episode 1. Heidegger's project in Being and Time. Martin Heidegger, who lived from 1889 to 1976, was the most important, the most influential, and the most infamous philosopher in the continental tradition in the 20th century. Being in Time, which was first published in 1927, was his magnum opus. There's no way of understanding what took place in philosophy, particularly in what we call continental philosophy after Heidegger, without coming to terms with Being in Time. Whether Heidegger's influence is felt positively in thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre, Merleau-Ponty, Hannah Arendt, Gadamer, Foucault, and Derrida, or negatively in figures like Rudolf Carnap, Adorno, Habermas, Deleuze, and others. Whether positive or negative, Heidegger casts a very long shadow over philosophy, right down to the present day. Furthermore, unlike many Anglo-American philosophers, Heidegger has exerted a huge influence outside philosophy, in areas as diverse as architecture, contemporary art, social theory, political theory, psychotherapy, psychiatry, theology, and indeed in the world of business. So the purpose of these shows, of these episodes, is to try and explain Heidegger's project in Being in Time, paragraph by paragraph. So let's begin. Being in Time is a work of considerable length, 437 pages in the German original, and of legendary difficulty. The difficulty is caused by the fact that Heidegger sets himself the task of what he calls a destruction of the history of philosophy, a destruction of the philosophical tradition. We'll see some of the implications of this destruction in future episodes. But the initial consequence is that Heidegger refuses to avail himself of the standard terminology of philosophy, particularly modern philosophy, with its talk of epistemology, subjectivity, consciousness, mind, representation, objectivity, and the rest. Heidegger has the audacity to go back to the drawing board and invent a new philosophical vocabulary. For example, he thinks that all conceptions of the human being as a subject, as a person, as consciousness, or indeed as a mind-brain unity are hostages to a tradition of thinking whose presuppositions have not been thought through radically enough. So Heidegger is a thinker, a radical thinker, in the sense in which he's a thinker who tries to dig down to the roots of our lived experience of the world rather than accepting the authority of tradition. And that's what makes his work often difficult to understand, particularly in translation. Heidegger doesn't use the standard philosophical language, but rather tries to invent a language of his own. So Heidegger won't talk about the subject, consciousness, mind, or indeed body. Heidegger's name for the human being is what he calls Dasein. And that term, Dasein, can be variously translated, but it's usually rendered as being there. The basic and very simple idea is that the human being is first and foremost not an isolated being, not an isolated subject or self cut off from a realm of objects that it wishes to know about. Rather, we're beings who are always already in the world, outside and alongside a world from which, for the most part, we do not distinguish ourselves. We'll come back to this point repeatedly. It's hugely important that for Heidegger, we're always already outside in the world, and we do not, for the most part, distinguish ourselves from the world. Dasein, as Heidegger says, is being in the world. And what goes for Dasein, being there, also goes for many of Heidegger's other concepts. Sometimes this makes being in time a very tough read, which is not helped by the fact that Heidegger, more than any other modern philosopher, exploits the linguistic possibilities of his native language, in his case, German. Although John Macquarie and Edward Robinson, in their 1962 Blackwell English translation of Being in Time, produced one of the classics of modern philosophical translation, in my view, reading Being in Time can sometimes feel like wading through a conceptual mud of baroque and unfamiliar concepts. But that's fine, and that's what we're going to try and work through and work against. We're going to try and bring out Heidegger's basic thoughts in a way that is that we can make sense of and use in our day-to-day lives. That said, that Heidegger's text is superficially difficult, kind of unpleasant to read in translation. That said, the basic idea of being in time is extremely simple. The book is called Being in Time. The thesis of the book is being is time. Being is time. That is, what it means for a human being to be is to exist temporally in the stretch between birth and death. Being is time, and time is finite. Finite, it comes to an end with our death. Therefore, if we want to understand what it means to be a human being, and what Heidegger will call an authentic human being, then it's essential that we constantly project our lives onto the horizon of our death, what Heidegger calls being towards death. Crudely stated, for thinkers like St. Paul, St. Augustine, Luther, and Kierkegaard, thinkers who are very much on Heidegger's mind in this period and in Being in Time, for thinkers like that, it's through the relation to God that the self finds itself. It's through the relation to God that the self finds itself. And the way this often works in someone like, say, Augustine, Augustine will ask the question, who am I in relation? Who am I, O God? So the question of the self is a question that is opened in relationship to the experience of divine perfection, which usually means finding myself imperfect and sinful. Now, Heidegger raises the question of the self and what the self is, but without reference to God. So for Heidegger, the self can only become what it truly is through a confrontation with death, by making a meaning out of our finitude. If our being is finite, then what it means to be human consists in grasping this finitude, in, as Heidegger will say in Being in Time, quoting Nietzsche, in becoming who one is. Becoming who one is. And I want to show how this insight into our finitude is deepened in Heidegger's thought in relationship to, ultimately, to his concepts of conscience, which we'll get to in later episodes, and then towards the end, the idea of ecstatic temporality. Ecstatic temporality. But the thing to say at the beginning is that Heidegger's thought is a very simple thought, which is, in a sense, difficult to grasp because of its simplicity. His thought is that we are a thrown open clearing of finitude, a thrown open clearing of finite existence without ground, without metaphysics, without any basis. We're a purely finite stretch of time. And whatever it means to be us has to be understood in relationship to that. So let's press on a little bit and look at the project of being in time. As Heidegger makes clear from the opening page of Being in Time, which is an untitled page, which begins with a quotation from Plato, from Plato's late dialogue, The Sophist. As Plato makes clear from this, as Heidegger makes clear from the untitled opening page of Being in Time, what's at stake in the book is the question of the meaning of being. The question of the meaning of being. This is the question that Aristotle raised in an untitled manuscript written 2,500 years ago, which became known at a later date as the Metaphysics. Aristotle didn't use that term. That was just the way in which the book was catalogued in a library at a later date. The metaphysics, namely that which comes after physics. But what Aristotle says in these lectures, again, 2.5 millennia and counting ago, for Aristotle there is a science or a form of knowledge that investigates what he calls being as such without any regard to any specific realms of being, namely the being of living things, what we now call biology, or the being of the natural world, physics. Metaphysics is the area of inquiry that Aristotle himself calls, he uses this word, he calls it first philosophy, philosophia prote, which comes before anything else. It is the most abstract, universal, and undefinable area of philosophy. But it is also the most fundamental area of philosophy. Now, with admirable arrogance, Heidegger was still relatively young when he wrote this book, was writing this book, Being in Time. It's the question of the meaning of being that Heidegger sets himself the task of inquiring into in Being in Time. He begins with a series of rhetorical questions. He says, do we have an answer to the question of the meaning of being? Not at all, he answers. Do we even experience any perplexity about this question? Not at all, Heidegger repeats. Therefore, the first and most important task of Heidegger's book, Being in Time, is to recover our perplexity for this question of questions, this question of being, this question which we might know, for example, as Hamlet's question, to be or not to be. That is the question. So the task in Being in Time couldn't be bigger. The frame for Being in Time couldn't be bigger. The question of the meaning of being. A key word in Being in Time, in the early paragraphs of Being in Time, is the following word. It is access, the question of access. So given that the question that Heidegger's trying to raise is the question of the meaning of being, the question that raises is what is our access to the question of the meaning of being? Although Heidegger will try to access the question of being in different ways in his later work, he'll do that through more kind of historical meditations. Indeed, in his work, he continues to experiment with different forms of writing. In Being in Time, access to the question of the meaning of being is given through that being who can raise such a question, right? Access to the question of the meaning of being is given through that being who can raise such a question. That is, the question of the meaning of being is a question for the being whose being is in question. Whose being is in question? Well, that's where we come in. For Heidegger, what defines the human being is this capacity to be perplexed by the deepest and most enigmatic of questions. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why is there? Why is there being, and what does it mean? So the task of being in time is reawakening in us a taste for perplexity, a taste for questioning. Questioning as a movement into perplexity. And questioning, as Heidegger will say much later on in his writings, is the piety of thinking. Now, if we turn to the first line of being in time, and I'm going to be moving through the text now as closely as I can, but I know you're listening to this and not necessarily reading along, so I'm not going to assume that you have the book in your hands. But if you just kind of imagine the opening of the book, this is paragraph 9, where the existential analytic of Dasein, of us, really begins. The first line of the text is the following: we are ourselves the entities to be analyzed. Right? We are ourselves the entities to be analyzed. And this is the key to the first concept that is introduced in Being in Time, the concept of mindness. Mindness. In German, that's the word Jemeinigkeit. And this is how the book begins. If I am the being for whom being is a question, to be or not to be, then the question of being is mine to be. It's mine to be one way or another. So in what then does the being of being human consist, insofar as that is my being? Heidegger's answer is existence. Right? Existence. Therefore, the question of the meaning of being, this big question that he frames the book with, is to be accessed by way of what Heidegger calls an existential analytic. An existential analytic, an analysis of our existence. But what sort of thing is human existence? What can we say about it? Well, obviously, human existence is defined by time. We're creatures with a past who move through a present and who have available to them a series of possibility. Who have available to them, I'll take that sentence again. It is obviously defined by time. We are creatures with a past who move through a present and who have available to them a series of possibilities, or what Heidegger calls in the first paragraphs of Being in Time, ways to be, namely ways to be in the future. So to say that the being of being human is existence is to say that the being of being human is defined by time, by past, by present, and by ways to be, by future. Now, Heidegger's point here is wonderfully, wonderfully simple, although the language that he uses to describe it is rather rebarbative. But the point is simple. The human being is not definable by a what. The human being is not definable by a what, like a table or a chair, but rather by a who that is shaped by existence in time. What it means to be human is to exist with a certain past a personal, cultural history, and by an open series of possibilities that I can seize hold of or not. Right? So my existence is temporal. It's shaped by my personal cultural history, what Heidegger's going to call later on in Being and Time thrownness. I'm thrown into the world, and in my thrownness into that world, a series of possibilities opens up for me, which I can grab hold of or not. And this brings me to an important point. If the being of being human is defined by mineness, by the fact that it is mine, then my being is not a matter of indifference to me. A table or a chair cannot recite Hamlet's soliloquy or undergo the experience of self-questioning and self-doubt that such words express. You can try this for yourselves at home if you like. Ask whichever object is around you, a table, a chair, a bed, or whatever, whether it experiences Hamlet's question, to be or not to be. Ask them and you'll hear nothing in reply. But we can. We can ask this question. Dasein is always mine to be one way or another. We can choose ourselves and win ourselves, or not, and thus lose ourselves. So, if what it means to be human is to exist in time, shaped by past, present, and future, then that being is mine to be. We can choose ourselves and win ourselves. Alternatively, we can lose ourselves. And this idea of choosing ourselves or losing ourselves is the kernel of Heidegger's idea of authenticity, which is one of the most discussed elements that came out of Heidegger's Being and Time, the idea of authenticity, which more accurately expresses what is proper to the human being, what is its own. So we shouldn't think of authenticity so much as a good or as something which is like morally superior, but really what is proper to us, what is our own. And for Heidegger, there are two dominant modes of being human: authenticity and inauthenticity. Furthermore, he will say, we're still here on the first paragraphs of Being in Time, we have to make a choice. We have a choice to make between these two modes. The choice is whether to be oneself or not to be oneself, to be author of oneself and self-authorizing or not. Heidegger insists, as he will do throughout Being in Time, that inauthenticity does not signify a lower or lesser being. Alternatively, authenticity does not mean a higher state of being. Rather, Heidegger insists that this distinction between authenticity and inauthenticity is not a moral distinction, or what philosophers would call a normative distinction. And let's just say that some philosophers have had doubts about that move in Heidegger's thinking. Notably, a philosopher like Theodor Adorno, who detects that there is a jargon of authenticity in Heidegger's work. But let's just say that's a moot point and move on. Now, we begin with this idea of mineness. Existence is mine to be, to choose myself or lose myself. Authenticity and inauthenticity. Now, regardless of these twin modes of authenticity and inauthenticity, Heidegger insists early in Being in Time that the human being must first be presented in its undifferentiated character. We must first have access to the human being in an undifferentiated way, prior to any choice to be authentic or not. in words that soon become like a mantra in Being and Time. Heidegger seeks to describe the human being as it is presented, as he says, proximally and for the most part. The German there is zunächst und zumeist, proximally and for the most part, which can also be translated, and perhaps better translated, as most closely and mostly. So Heidegger seeks to describe the human being as it is presented most closely and mostly. Then the question is, well, how are we presented most closely and mostly? The next move that Heidegger makes is, devastating, although he makes it in a very kind of straightforward way. He claims that the way in which the human being is presented most closely and mostly is in terms of the obviousness of everydayness, in terms of everyday existence. And the character of this everydayness is averageness. Now, we should just take a moment to think about the radicality of this move. Heidegger in Being and Time is doing philosophy. He insists that philosophy begins and, in a sense, ends with average everydayness. There's a lovely phrase from paragraph 9, I think, of Being in Time, where he says that average everydayness is that out of which all existence arises and into which all existence goes. So we begin with average everydayness and we end up with average everydayness. Now, what's subtly devastating about that move is that philosophy might begin from average everydayness. This is what, say, Plato describes in the middle of the Republic as the cave where we're in this average everyday existence where we see shadows and illusions. But the task of philosophy is to leave the cave and have access to the truth of the forms, and then to return later on to the cave to be killed. But Heidegger wants to stay in the cave and to see the cave differently. We begin thinking and we end thinking within the framework of average everydayness. So philosophy is not some otherworldly speculation as to whether the external world exists or whether human beings are really human beings, other human beings, and not robots or whatever, the kind of pseudo-questions that philosophers, for the most part, amuse themselves. Rather, philosophy begins with the description of human beings in their average, everyday existence. And this description of average, everyday existence is what Heidegger calls phenomenology. Right? There's a very kind of technical way of understanding phenomenology, which I won't bore you with. A very simple way of understanding phenomenology is that phenomenology is the description of existence, the description of average, everyday existence as it shows itself, and as what shows itself can be transformed into language. Right? So phenomenology is the letting us see of that which shows itself, and language is what lets us see that which shows itself. Now, we begin from average, everyday existence. On that basis, Heidegger seeks to derive certain common structures from that everydayness. And these common structures are what Heidegger calls existentials. Existentials. So, Heidegger's program in Being and Time begins with the thesis which or the proposition that he will say over and over again: Dasein is being in the world. Dasein is being in the world. And the task that he sets himself is to deduce the common structures of our being in the world. And these common structures, these shared structures, what Heidegger would call the a priori structures of existence are what he calls the existentials. Now, but the key thing to hang on to here, before we move on further, is that Dasein is being in the world. Right? There is no distinction between us and world. Us and world are a unity, and that what defines the human being, what defines Dasein, is the transcendence that it has with regard to the world. Right? We are, for Heidegger, first and foremost transcendent beings. Our relationship to that which is ecstatic, has a dimension of ecstasy. And we'll come back to that in later episodes. But we should note here the difficulty of the task that Heidegger has set himself. What he's trying to describe, what he wants philosophy to describe, is the way in which human existence shows up most closely and mostly, in the way that is most obvious. But this is fiendishly difficult to describe. Nothing is closer to me than myself, right? Nothing is closer to me than myself in my average, everyday, indifferent existence. But how do I describe this? How do I describe this closeness of myself to myself? Heidegger was fond of quoting from St. Augustine, from Augustine's Confessions, when Augustine writes, "Assuredly I labour here, and I labour within myself. I have become to myself a land of trouble and inordinate sweat." A land of trouble and inordinate sweat. So what Heidegger is trying to do, and when you're moving through these pages of Being in Time, you can feel that you're often sweating through these pages, but is to bring out, the labour here is to bring out the character of the obviousness of average, everyday existence, and to stay with that. So when you're reading Being in Time, and really I'm talking here about paragraphs 9 to 13, the first two chapters of Being in Time proper. And it can be a pretty unpleasant and bruising experience. I've tried to give you a kind of overview of the shape of Heidegger's thought. But there's a couple of things I need to mention. Heidegger makes a distinction between categories and existentials. Now, categories in philosophy are kind of meta concepts. The idea begins with Aristotle. Meta concepts which are used to divide up our experience of things in the world. Now, for Heidegger, categories are ways in which we can understand things which are not us, or as Heidegger will say, entities which are not Dasein. And the distinction he's going to make in terms of categories is a distinction between the ready to hand and the present at hand. I just want to say a word about that distinction. I'll make it clearer in the next episode, but just to kind of flag it now. The ready to hand is really the handy. It's really the way, in terms of our average everyday existence, we use things, where things are available to us. And again, I'll say a lot more about this. The present at hand is the way in which those things show up when we look at them theoretically, when we look at them with philosophers' spectacles. And Heidegger's view is that the fundamental category by which we have an experience of the world is handiness, the ready to hand. And on that basis is built the present at hand, the theoretical way of viewing things. And he thinks that's the kind of error of philosophy that we'll come back to. So categories describe things which are not Dasein. Dasein, the structure of Dasein, is explained in terms of concepts that Heidegger calls existentials. And these existentials, which are appropriate, Heidegger thinks, for entities like us, who are described with a who and not a what, who have personal pronouns and are not like tables and chairs. These existential structures, Heidegger thinks, are prior to everything that we can find in anthropology, psychology, biology, or now in something like neuroscience. And therefore, this is now, we're moving on a tiny bit in Heidegger's argument. For Heidegger, to get a sense of our existential embeddedness in the world and to be able to describe that, we have to leave to one side all traditional ideas of the subject, of consciousness, spirit, person, man, life. All of these terms have to be put to one side. If we introduce any of those terms, we are giving ourselves a kind of metaphysical basis by which to understand what it means to be human. And Heidegger wants to understand our humanness not in metaphysical terms, but in terms of our existential experience. So again, coming back to a point I made earlier, Heidegger thinks that the vocabulary that we've inherited from philosophy gets in the way. And the task, the philosophical task, is one of destroying that terminology by finding a new language. And that new language is a language that he tries to kind of invent in Being and Time. And one more thing, just at the end of this episode, and we're going to move on to the next episode soon, which will be on the concept of world. If we go on to the next chapter of Being and Time, this is chapter 2, paragraph 12. It's called Being in the World in General as the Basic State of Dasein. Heidegger did not have a gift for titles, but the good thing about that title is that it's absolutely accurate. What he's trying to argue for in this chapter is that being in the world is a basic state or a fundamental constitution of Dasein. And the essential thing is that being in the world is understood as a whole, as a unitary phenomenon. That, he will say over and over again, Dasein is being in the world is a unitary phenomenon. But it can be broken up analytically. It can be broken up in terms of analytical distinctions. And that's what Heidegger's going to try and do in the next chapters of Being in Time. In chapter 3, he talks about the in the world part of being in the world. And he talks about the structure of world and a concept that he calls worldhood. Then he says in the next chapter, we need to talk about the who of Dasein. If Dasein is defined by having a who character rather than a what character, then really who is Dasein in the manner of average everydayness? And he does that in chapter 4 in relationship to being with others, and that's a very interesting chapter. And then he looks forward to the next chapter, which is chapter 5, which is really where things get going in Being in Time, where he asks the question, what does it mean to be in at all? What does it mean to be in the world at all? And that's going to take us into a discussion of the central concept of Being in Time, which is the idea of thrown projection. Dasein is thrown into the world and having the capacity to project out of that thrownness. Or the other way Heidegger expresses that is that Dasein exists factically. Having said that, let me make another little terminological distinction, a bit of housekeeping before we finish. Now, Heidegger makes a distinction in chapter 2 of Being in Time between a kind of factual understanding that human beings can have of themselves and the factuality of objective things in the world, the factuality of tables, chairs, the fact that the microphone I'm speaking into, the table I've got my papers on, these are facts. But also we are facts. There's a factual character that we have. And this factual character that we have is what Heidegger calls facticity. Right? That we exist factically. We didn't just come into existence this morning. We didn't just come into existence when we decided to. We are thrown into existence. We arrive here in the world with all sorts of baggage, linguistic baggage, cultural baggage, personal baggage, all that stuff. That's the kind of network of our facticity, of our lived existential lives that we need to be able to make sense of. And Heidegger insists in Being in Time, and indeed earlier, that what we need is a hermeneutics of facticity. Sounds very sexy. A hermeneutics of facticity, a way of interpreting our everyday being in the world. And our everyday being in the world for Heidegger is first and foremost experienced as dispersal, as being split up, as being dispersed, split up, spread out amongst things in the world. And we are, for Heidegger, a kind of temporal movement of dispersal. And the way we are in the world, Heidegger says, and he's going to make this point more clearly in the next chapter, is characterized by what he calls concern. Concern. But this concern is not concern as worry. It's concern as kind of being occupied with or being busy with. So the way in which I'm dispersed in the world is in the way in which I'm occupied by things in the world, that I am, looking at my phone, I'm looking at the street, I'm looking where to go, I'm looking for the signs that will take me to the subway or whatever it might be. So I am concerned, I'm preoccupied by the world, I'm concerned by it, and my existence is out there in a dispersed way. The key thing about that insight, which again sounds very kind of banal, is that first and foremost, or proximally and for the most part, most closely and mostly, the human being is not independently of its world. The human being is dispersed out there in the world. As Heidegger will say, always, already. And that's what has to be described. So that there's a phrase in Being in Time, which let me tell you a story by way of conclusion. It might be a more interesting way of doing this. I remember I knew a student when I was an undergraduate at the University of Essex in England in the early 1980s. And this student was a graduate student, and she seemed very, very clever to me, and I was very impressed. And she was working on Heidegger. And I asked her, so what is it about Heidegger that really, that really you think is so powerful, so important? And she said, it could be summarized in the following passage. I'm going to read it to you. Her name was Fiona. She said, this passage, this is actually page 89 of the translation of Being in Time. I'll read it to you. Heidegger writes, when Dasein directs itself towards something and grasps it, it does not somehow first get out of an inner sphere in which it has been proximally encapsulated, but its primary kind of being is such that it is always outside, alongside entities which it encounters and which belong to a world already discovered. So, why is that so important? It's important because our fundamental orientation, our fundamental direction of our being in the world is to be out there, always already, amongst and alongside things. We do not first discover ourselves by turning inward, by asking ourselves the question, how can I really know whether the table that I'm leaning on is really existent or not? How can I really know that the person I meet in the street is a human being or a robot or whatever? These are secondary questions. Our first relationship to the world is one of being out there alongside it. The word that Heidegger uses to describe that is the word fascination. Fascination. The word in German is Benommenheit, that we are benumbed by the world. Benumbed in the way in which we're taken by the world. We move with the world. We flow with the world's flow. That's where we first find ourselves. So this, again, seems kind of like an innocent move, but it's a really important move, because what Heidegger's saying is that if we think of ourselves as human beings as kind of locked up in a cabinet of consciousness, as Heidegger says, encapsulated in a cabinet of consciousness, looking out at a world that is foreign and alien, then we're fundamentally misdescribing our existential being in the world. And the thing for Heidegger is not to do what philosophers normally do. He says, this is also a little bit earlier in the same section of Being in Time, this is page 88. He says, proximally, this being already alongside is not just a fixed staring at something that is purely present at hand. Being in the world as concerned is fascinated by the world in which it is concerned. If knowing is to be possible as a way of determining the nature of the present hand by observing it, then there must first be a deficiency in our having to do with the world concernfully. I don't know what kind of sense that passage makes to you, but the key inference to draw from that is that the way in which philosophy normally proceeds is by a fixed staring at things. And that fixed staring at things, which is usually how philosophers use examples, usually medium-sized dry goods like tables and chairs and microphones and glasses and pens and such like, that we can, on the basis of that fixed staring at things, we can then apparently deduce the question of, what is the case, and indeed, who am I? Heidegger says this fundamentally misses the point. The way in which the world first and foremost shows up is not through a perception of it, but is through a concern for absorption in it, a fascination with it. So that means, it's the implication of this line of thought, that knowledge of the world, the way in which that's normally understood, that the area of philosophy that's called epistemology, that's concerned with how a subject can know a world of objects. Heidegger's not saying that that's false. He's saying it's secondary. It's secondary to our lived experience of being in the world, and that's what has to be described first. So that's what he's going to try and do in Being in Time. And the first step on that adventure is to try and get clear the question of world, and to ask the question, what is the world, and how does the world show up? And that's going to be the topic of our next episode. See you next time. Apply-Degger. Heidegger's thinking in Being in Time explained. with Simon Critchley. Episode 2, World. Dasein, Heidegger's name for us, human beings, is being in the world. Dasein is being in the world. And this phrase is a phrase that Heidegger obsessively repeats in Being and Time. Now, where we are in the book now is in chapter 3, which is where he's going to analyze the phrase "in the world." So what Heidegger's doing here, he's taking the idea of Dasein as being in the world and breaking it down into a series of parts. And the part that he's going to deal with here is, what does it mean to be in the world? Now, if Dasein is being in the world, then this entails that the world is part of the fundamental constitution of Dasein. And that sounds like an easy thing to say. It's a more difficult thing to do. We are world is the idea. And that's to say that I am not standing here or sitting here, as the case is, sitting here as a free-floating subject over against a world of objects that stands over against me. So as Heidegger says in paragraph 10 of Being and Time, any idea of the subject appeals to an idea of ground, a kind of metaphysical ground. So on that basis, Heidegger says we need to avoid all conceptions of the subject, subjectivity, mind, consciousness, person, that whole language. But the way that's normally argued for in philosophy is that we think of ourselves as subjects, and what opposes subjects are objects, and those objects stand over against me. Interestingly, the German word for object is Gegenstand. Namely, the object is that which stands against me, gegen me. And that idea of the world as broken down into a subject-object split is the view that Heidegger is trying to oppose in Being and Time. This is what he calls, or what he thinks of as, the epistemological control of the world that is criticized throughout Being and Time. Knowing the epistemic relationship to the world, Heidegger says, this is the argument of paragraph 13 of Being and Time, knowing is a founded mode of being in the world. That is, it is a deficient mode of relating to the world. And out of this deficient mode, the perception of the present at hand is born. This is an interesting thought. So once we begin to relate to the world as a world of knowledge or potential knowledge, then our apprehension of that world of potential knowledge, a world of objects, is a world which I perceive. And that perception, those perceptions I have, according to the traditional philosophical picture, can be caught in propositions. And those propositions are things we can assert the truth or falsity of. So that whole picture, objects, subjects, knowledge, perception, representation, propositions, all of that is what Heidegger is going to try and undermine in Being and Time. We have to forget about the problem of perception. There is no problem of perception, and forget about epistemology. Rather, for Heidegger, I am my world. I am my world. The world is part of my being. It's part of the structure of my existence. The main claim that Heidegger is going to make in chapter 3 is that the worldhood of the world is an existential. And we'll make that clear. The worldhood of the world is an existential. And what he means by that is that the worldhood of the world, and what he means by that is us, Dasein, is an a priori feature, a constitutive a priori feature of the being of Dasein. A priori, in the sense of both ontological priority, in terms of what is first, according to Heidegger, and also temporal priority. Heidegger makes a link between the a priori and the prior, the previous, or what Heidegger will call over and over again, the always already. So the claim he's going to make in this chapter, which I know might sound like an abstract claim, but I'm going to try and break it down in the simplest possible terms, is that we are always already involved in the situation of the world. And I am that situation. I'm not, therefore, a thinking thing over against a realm of extended things. Right? That picture of the world, the picture of the world that you can find in Descartes, where Descartes divides up the world into two types of things, thinking things like us, and extended things like cups and tables and objects in the world. That Cartesian view of the world is the picture that Heidegger's going to go on to destroy or deconstruct in the second half of chapter 3. And we'll come to that. But the point to retain is that the human being is not a thing. The human being is not a present at hand thing, some kind of substance. And the world's thingly quality is not disclosed theoretically in terms of what Heidegger will call an ontology of the present at hand. What he means by that is a way of conceiving things where we conceive things theoretically as they show up to a perceiving subject. Rather, the thingly quality of the world is disclosed practically in fascinated or benumbed being alongside it, being inside its outside. To put this a little bit gnomically, a little bit enigmatically, and I'll try and make good on this. The thought here is that we are inside the world's outside, or we're outside on the world's inside, thus breaking with any opposition between the inside and the outside. This is kind of what Eddie Izzard would call a strokey beard moment in Heidegger. We're inside the world's outside, or outside on the world's inside. It's less mysterious than it sounds. Does this mean that Heidegger makes the world subjective? Does this mean that Heidegger makes the world subjective? He raises this issue later in Being and Time. But to make that claim, that the world is subjective for Heidegger, is to make the mistake of understanding Dasein, the human being, as a subject, divorced from the reality of the world. That's the Cartesian picture that he's pushing against. For Heidegger, the subject-object distinction is an abstraction that arises at a secondary level. It is, as he puts it, a founded mode of being in the world. Dasein is a priori, always already, worldly. Something like a world has always already announced itself to Dasein. And that verb, to announce itself, the German is sich melden, is a verb that's used very often in these pages. So the question for Heidegger, as I said last time, is a question of access to world. But on the other side of that, how does the world announce itself? Is very much the way Heidegger puts this thought. And the key thought at the core of what Heidegger's doing in these pages is that Dasein is openedness. Dasein is openedness. Dasein is thrown openedness. Dasein is always already given over to the world in which it finds itself. Our inside, as it were, our self, whatever that means, is always already outside in the world. And this is also the strength of the first translation of Dasein in French was by a man called Jean Beaufret, who was very important for the reception of Heidegger in France. And Heidegger's letter on humanism was a letter written to Jean Beaufret. And Beaufret's first French translation of Dasein was l'ouverture, the opening. And that's a very good thing to keep in mind. The Dasein, we are the opening. The radicality of Heidegger's first step in chapter 3 in the analysis of world is that he claims that we cannot get at the phenomenon of the world. Right? And that's Heidegger's interest, the phenomenon of things. And phenomenon simply means that which shows itself. So what Heidegger's always trying to get to is that which shows itself. We cannot get at the phenomenon of the world, the way in which it shows itself, by adducing or adding together all the things that there are. Right? By adding together all the things that there are. We could add together human things, artifacts, natural things. By adding together all those things and then tracing them back to their ultimate foundation in nature, and then providing a scientific determination of nature itself. So, one temptation, in many ways, this is the dominant view of the world, certainly, in what's some people call the West. Not very happy with that term, but let's just use it. Is if we want to get a sense of what there is, then we add together the different things that there are. Human beings, natural things, animals, artifacts. We add all those together and we trace those things back to their ultimate foundation in nature, and science can provide an explanatory framework for nature. If you adopt that as a philosophical view, then you are a naturalist. Right? Naturalism, which is the most common view of the world amongst philosophers, is that that which is best explained by natural science or by the methods of natural science. And Heidegger's view is not that naturalism is wrong, but it doesn't give us a satisfactory definition of the phenomenon of the world. That we can't get at the phenomenon of the world by engaging in a naturalistic or scientific determination of a person-independent, causally interacting nexus of natural objects. Right? It's the way in which science sees things is these things are person-independent, causally interacting, a nexus of natural objects which can be explained by science. To conceive of the world in this manner would be to conceive of it as present at hand, as objectively present to a theoretical glance, a theoretical perception, and it would be to disregard the existential context of our life in the world, of our lived life in the world. And that's what Heidegger is really concerned with, how things show themselves first and foremost in our lived existential context. Now, the major claim in this analysis of world, and this is a claim made in paragraphs 14 to 18, is that the world announces itself or makes itself, we become aware of it proximally and for the most part, most closely and mostly, as a world that is handy and useful. The world announces itself as handy and useful. The world of common, average, everyday experience. So, my proximal encounter with this table that I happen to be leaning my arms on, I have my papers on, my proximal encounter with this table is not as an object made of a certain definable substance existing in a geometrically ordered space-time continuum. Rather, this is the table that's just over there, or in here, which is useful, handy for arranging my papers and books when I'm giving a lecture or recording an audio program like this. In trying to stay close to that which shows itself, we have to, Heidegger says, this is on page 96 of the translation, we have to thrust aside our interpretative tendencies which cover over our encounter with the world. Thrust aside our interpretive tendencies. And this is an interesting point, it seems to me, that the problem with getting clear on who we are, what a world is, what others are in that world, is that what keeps blocking that are our interpretative tendencies, our opinions, our received views, the views which are handed down by tradition and not sufficiently questioned or examined. They keep getting in the way. And what Heidegger is trying to do in Being in Time is to give us another vocabulary for approaching these issues. So, the world, how does the world show itself? So Heidegger's thought in Being in Time, chapter 3, is that the world shows itself as usefully handy, as full of handy things, what he calls the ready at hand. In German, that word is Zuhandenheit. And to say that the world is full of handy things is what is meant by a term which Heidegger introduces, and it seems like a weird term. The term is equipment. The German term there is das Zeug, and that can be thought of in a much more simple-minded way. The way I think of that is as stuff, right? Zeug, equipment, is stuff. Heidegger's thought is that the world is full of stuff, of pragmata, of things. That's the thought that he's trying to get, and those things show themselves up first and foremost as handy. If you like, if this makes things easier for the listener, then please go ahead. If you like, Heidegger is advancing a pragmatic ontology. Right? He's a kind of a pragmatist. And in many ways, the thinker who is closest to Heidegger in orientation, not in mode of expression, but in orientation, would be someone like William James, in my view. But let's say Heidegger is advancing a pragmatic ontology. Now, stuff, equipment, is the name for the things encountered in our everyday concern. And our everyday concern is another term which Heidegger introduces called Besorgen. But we just think of it as concern. We'll come back to that. So Heidegger's thought is that stuff, right? The world is a world of usefully handy stuff. And all of that stuff has a structure. And that structure is what he calls the in order to. The in order to. namely that I use things in order to do something. I use a hammer in order to bang nails into a piece of wood. I'm not very good at these examples. I use things in order to produce a certain outcome. Now, another important point here is that equipment, stuff, which is why stuff is a really good translation, stuff is never singular. It is always, as Heidegger says, a totality of equipment. And we can think of a totality of equipment in much more simple-minded terms as a whole of stuff, a mass of thingy. And stuff, equipment, has, Heidegger says, a referential structure. And what he means, this is an important point for him, but it's a very simple point, namely that stuff always refers to other stuff. It's never alone, it's never one piece of stuff, but stuff always comes together with other stuff. So, if I use the example now, the use of medium-sized dry goods that philosophers like to use as examples. I have my glasses, I have my glasses case, I have a pen, I have a book, I have a table, I have a chair, I have there's a studio I'm sitting in, there's a heating system, there are floors, there are windows, it's in a building, the building is in a street, the street is in a city, and so on and so forth. The stuff is always a whole of stuff, and that stuff refers to other stuff, and that whole of stuff makes up the context in which I find myself. So Heidegger's view is that my primary access to the phenomenon of the world is not through scientific inquiry or through a philosophy of nature, but rather through a phenomenological, a descriptive elucidation of that which shows itself. And what shows itself is the average everyday world that is the source of my concern, the source of my fascination. To translate this into another idiom, what Heidegger is performing in his analysis of the world is an inversion of the theory-practice distinction. I mean, Heidegger wouldn't be happy with this. He would probably have these terms in quotation marks, and that's all fine. But let's just use that distinction because it might be helpful. My primary access to the world is not theoretical. It is not the bare perception, sensation, or the spectatorial relation of the theatre goer in the theatre of the world. The word theory derives from the word theoros in Greek, and theoros in Greek was a spectator in a theatre, someone who was looking at a play. Heidegger's point is that our primary access to the world is not that of spectators in a theatre, looking at a world which is somehow value neutral and objectively present, which I can kind of discern theoretically. Rather, my primary encounter with the world is practical, is a relation to a world of things that are useful to me, and which are imbued with significance, imbued with meaning. The world makes sense. I'll come back to that idea. So for Heidegger, our theoretical view on things is founded upon a practical insight. And this practical insight is what he calls Umsicht, which is translated as circumspection. Right? We are practically involved in the world. Now, as I said last time, Dasein, the being of Dasein is existence, and the structures of Dasein are existentials. Now, Heidegger has two categories for things which are not Dasein. And those two categories are, very simply, the present at hand, objectively present things as potential objects of scientific inquiry or theory. The present at hand is one category under which we can apprehend things, and the other category is the handy, the ready to hand. Those same things, those very same things, cited as useful, as imbued with practical significance. The basic claim that he's making in these pages is that those things which are handy, those things which are ready to hand, are not only what is closest to us, proximally and for the most part, which are meaningful for us, they're also ontologically prior. They're also prior in terms of the order of that which is. Praxis, that lovely old Greek word, praxis, is prior to and has priority over theory. Right? Praxis has priority over theory. Although, as Heidegger was very well aware, this proposition or this thought of praxis being prior to theory is something which is made as a theoretical proposition in a philosophy book. And there's the rub, as Hamlet would say. But the thought is that who we are as human beings, as Dasein, is inextricably bound up and bound together with the complex network of social practices that make up my world, a world which is part of who I am. The world is the surrounding world, the world that I care about. This is what Heidegger means when he talks about world as Umwelt, as environment, as the world that surrounds us, that environs us. And there's no way I can cut myself off from my world. I am my world. Dasein is being in the world. And the fabric of openedness is of one piece. And what we're going to see now, I've given you the kind of shape of the discussion of the world in Being in Time, is that Heidegger's breaking down this idea of Dasein as being in the world into a series of analytically distinguishable elements. Analytically distinguishable, we can make those distinctions, but they are experienced as a whole, as a unity. So now we're going to look at the world, and I've said a little bit about that. In 2 episodes' time, we'll be looking at the relationship to others. Right? The world is not just a world of things, it's also a world where there are other Daseins. How do we account for that? Our being is social being. How do we describe that? We'll get to that. So that gives us a kind of overview of what Heidegger, the claim that Heidegger's making in this chapter on world. And now I want to give a kind of survey of the particular claims that he's making in specific paragraphs. Okay, so let's go through the 4 paragraphs where Heidegger really lays out his discussion of world. The first one is paragraph 15, and Heidegger has really ugly titles for these chapters, rebarbative and not beautiful at all, but actually accurate. So paragraph 15 is called the being of entities encountered in the environment with which we have dealings. That's pretty, isn't it? The being of entities encountered in the environment with which we have dealings. So what is the being of those things that we encounter in the environment? Well, their being is ready to hand, handy, useful, practically available. And the things that we encounter in the environment are what I've called stuff. Zoig. And this stuff always has the structure of an in order to. Zoig, stuff, is never singular. It always exists with reference to other stuff, and it makes up a whole of stuff, a totality of references or assignments, which we view with circumspection, Heidegger says. Now, we then begin to encounter a fascinating theoretical problem. Namely that the ready to hand, as ready to hand, the handy as handy, is not grasped theoretically. The peculiarity of the ready to hand is that it must withdraw in order to be grasped as such. It's only when the ready to hand withdraws, the handy breaks down, the useful becomes useless, that it grabs our attention. The question is then, how does the world as ready to hand announce itself? Again, Heidegger's obsessed with this verb, announcing itself. How does the ready to hand, handy world announce itself? It announces itself as present at hand. It announces itself in the breakdown of the ready to hand. When the hammer breaks, we begin to see it as such. We begin to see it as a hammer. But when we're seeing it as a hammer, namely as a hammer that no longer functions, that we can't forget about while we're using, when we see it in these terms, we're seeing it under the category of the present at hand. And that's going to be developed in the next paragraph. Now, two more thoughts on paragraph 15. Firstly, that every ready-to-hand thing for Heidegger has what he calls a towards which or a what for, right? I have a watch. Let's say I'm wearing a watch. Actually, I'm not wearing a watch. But if we have a watch, I'm using it in order to tell the time, and the time is for, has a what for structure, namely it's for me to tell the time. So Dasein is that towards which or what things are for. It's a thought that we'll come back to, that the world is a world for us, for Dasein. And the second thought on paragraph 15, before we leave it behind, is that there's little moments in this paragraph where he begins to anticipate a problematic that he'll find in his that we can find in his later work, which is the theme of the earth. That actually things, ready-to-hand things, are not just components of world. They're also made out of material stuff. They're composed of earth. And what is the relationship between world and earth is something that Heidegger will really begin to analyze in a text called The Origin of the Work of Art from the mid-1930s, where he'll say something like, an artwork is always world constituting. An artwork sets up a world, but it sets up a world out of the earth from which it is composed. And in setting up a world, the earth kind of pops through, shows up. But we'll come back to that later on in these podcasts. So paragraph 16, the thesis here, again, thinking of the really ugly titles Heidegger uses for these paragraphs. How the worldly character of the environment announces itself in entities within the world. How does the worldly character of the environment announce itself in things within the world? It announces itself in the breakdown of the totality of assignments or references in the register hand. Now, this occurs when the hammer breaks. So how does this happen? Heidegger introduces 3 terms in this paragraph. He says that the worldly character of things is revealed when the register hand becomes conspicuous, that is, when it becomes unusable, when it becomes obtrusive, and when it becomes obstinate. Right? Conspicuous, obtrusive, and obstinate. So, for example, when things are working perfectly well, say when I'm tapping away at my laptop in the local coffee bar, not that I ever do that, but you get the idea, and things are going swimmingly, and then suddenly the screen goes black and I've got no idea what's happening. My life has evaporated and so on and so forth. At that point, the computer becomes conspicuous, obtrusive, and obstinate. It shows up as something which no longer works in the way in which it did. And this, the question that Heidegger then raises, how does this clarify the phenomenon of the world? And the thought here is that with the breakdown of stuff, with the breakdown of equipment, the world of references into which, say, that hammer or computer fitted becomes conspicuous and the world announces itself. The point that Heidegger is making is that the world shows itself up, is disclosed as register hand in the breakdown of the register hand, when the register hand becomes present at hand. And then in paragraph 17, we're moving on briskly, you'll be pleased to hear. In paragraph 17, he raises the following question. Well, if when I'm just using my computer, I'm practically engaged with it, I'm engaged with it as handy, and then the damn thing breaks and it becomes conspicuous, obtrusive, and obstinate, and I begin to see that computer as something present at hand that needs to be fixed, and that's the way things show up. Now, is there a way in which the register hand can show up as register hand without becoming present at hand? Is there a way in which I can apprehend the register handness, the handiness of the world, without falling into the present at hand? And the answer to that question is going to be through this concept of signs. S-I-G-N-S. Signs. Signs, Heidegger says, are equipment that disclose the world of the register hand in a particular way, namely in a way that is not present at hand, but available for circumspective concern, the way in which I orientate myself in the register hand practical world. So, question now is, what is a sign? Well, a sign, Heidegger says, is something which indicates something. And in its indicating, it refers to something. So there's a relationship between the sign and that to which the sign refers. And this paragraph is full of wonderfully anachronistic examples. And in many ways, one of the most charming features of being in time is its bundle of anachronistic examples, particularly anachronistic technological examples. But for example, He says on page 108 of the translation, what is a sign? A sign would be, an example of a sign would be the south wind for a farmer. When the south wind is blowing, then rain is on the way, right? I've got no idea whether that's right or not. I'm not a farmer living in southern Germany, so let's just take it as it is, the south wind. Another example he gives, this is on page 112, this is charming too, is a knot in a handkerchief. That a knot in a handkerchief is a sign. Namely, if I neither have a handkerchief nor tie knots in handkerchiefs, but let's imagine that we all have handkerchiefs and we tie a knot in that handkerchief, and that knot is a sign that we must remember to, I don't know, call our mothers, or, I don't know, buy some cheese from the shop or whatever it might be. So that the knot in the handkerchief is a reminder, which is still, which shows up as something which I see. It's a kind of a sign, but it's still ready to hand. And then he gives another example. It's not meant to be funny, but I think it appears a little bit funny to us. He says, as an example of a sign, we have chosen one which we'll use again in a later analysis, though in another regard. Motor cars are sometimes fitted up with an adjustable red arrow. What is Heidegger talking about? An adjustable red arrow. I can just about remember this. When I was a kid, really old cars wouldn't have indicator lights. They'd have little arrows that would pop out the side of the car, like a kind of, it would zoom up and would indicate whether the car was going to turn left or right. So imagine that. Imagine that kind of slightly antique world. Motor cars are sometimes fitted up with an adjustable red arrow whose position indicates the direction of the vehicle will take. At an intersection, for instance, the position of the arrow is controlled by the driver, Heidegger says. This sign is an item of equipment which is ready to hand for the driver in his concern with driving, but not for him alone. Those who are travelling with him, and they in particular, also make use of it, either by giving way on the proper side or by stopping. You can see this is a rather kind of silly example. The sign, the indicator, indicates the driver is indicating whether they're going to turn left or right, and that sign is also something which those travelling with the driver or those travelling on the road and looking at the car, it also lights up for them. The point, Heidegger says, continuing the quote, the sign is ready to hand within the world in the whole equipment context of vehicles and traffic regulations. World of vehicles and traffic regulations. I bet you never thought you'd be listening to a philosophy discussion on these topics. So the point of signs is that the sign is something ready to hand, something practical, which indicates the whole of stuff, the referential totality of the ready to hand. And in this way, for Heidegger, the being of the ready to hand is revealed as constituted by a totality of references, a whole network of references. So let's go back to the car signal. The car signal refers to the car, obviously, the movement of the car. The car refers to the road refers to other vehicles on the road refers to the town refers to the landscape, the environment in which you find that town, and so on and so forth. So the world, as handy, is constituted by a network of references, one thing to another. Now, where does this take us? And this is paragraph 18, which is where Heidegger tries to pull things together. And it's called involvement and significance. And what is meant by those two concepts? Well, as I might have said in the first episode, I don't remember whether I did or not, the Macquarie and Robinson translation of Being in Time is one of the masterpieces of English translation, in my humble opinion. And when they make a certain decision to choose a certain word, there's a long footnote that explains why they made that decision and also other possible meanings that that term has in German. So there is this word, I'll just say it, you don't have to know it, Bewandtnis, and this is translated as involvement. There's a number of moments in Being in Time where the choice of the translation actually says nothing. I mean, what does involvement mean? In a sense, who knows? What it means in the context of the argument is that each thing, each bit of stuff, each thing as it is handy and ready to hand and available is always already related to other things in a totality of relations or a whole of stuff. A total context or situation is disclosed in our intentional relation to things. So involvement, think about involvement as context, situation, the situation that we find ourselves in as the world that we happen to be in, which is constituted by things, glasses, case, pen, book, table, chair, room, windows, the whole thing. Now, the world of the ready to hand, the handy, practical world, is a structure of involvements, Heidegger says, where every thing is defined by what Heidegger calls a wozu, a what for. But this structure of involvements has its end in us, in Dasein. Dasein is the being for the sake of which these things are destined. Dasein is the being for the sake of which these things, ready-to-hand things, are destined. The world is for the sake of Dasein. Otherwise said, Dasein, us, we are the a priori condition of possibility for the structure of involvements that we call the world. So what characterizes us is that we have understanding of the world. Das Verstehen von Welt, understanding of the world. And the world as a world for us is a world which relies on us, a world which we make, as it were. And this takes us to the second concept in this paragraph, involvement and significance. Dasein's familiarity with the totality of involvements, I know this is an ugly way of phrasing it, in the world, is one where the world is signifying. The world is significant for Dasein. The world makes sense. Significance makes up the structure of the world. As Merleau-Ponty used to put it in another connection, criticizing Sartre's thought, it's not that we're condemned to freedom, we're condemned to meaning. The world just hangs together, makes sense. That's just the fact of the world. The world hangs together, is organized in a certain way. There's no value attached to that. It's just that things make sense. Now, I want to conclude this episode by reading you a poem. And this poem, I think, in a different register, namely a poetic register, elucidates the thought that Heidegger's trying to advance in Being in Time. And the poem is by someone for me who's the greatest philosophical poet in the English language, Wallace Stevens. It's a poem called The Idea of Order at Key West that was written in, or certainly published, I think, in 1935. And I'm going to read it to you and then maybe make a couple of remarks about it. And this is a particularly kind of apropos thing to do in relation to Heidegger, because Being in Time is a work of philosophy in a phenomenological style, in an almost classical style. But as Heidegger proceeded with his thought, he became increasingly dissatisfied with standard philosophical approaches to things and was very interested in the way in which poetry could disclose and illuminate the world and the human being's life in the world. So let's read this poem. The Idea of Order at Key West. She sang beyond the genius of the sea. The water never formed to mind or voice, like a body, holy body, fluttering its empty sleeves, and yet its mimic motion made constant cry, caused constantly a cry that was not ours, although we understood, inhuman, of the veritable ocean. The sea was not a mask, no more was she. The song and water were not medleyed sound, even if what she sang was what she heard, since what she sang was uttered word by word. It may be that in all her phrases stirred the grinding water and the gasping wind, but it was she, and not the sea, we heard. For she was the maker of the song she sang. The ever-hooded, tragic-gestured sea was merely a place by which she walked to sing. Whose spirit is this? We said, because we knew it was the spirit that we sought, and knew that we should ask this often as she sang. If it was only the dark voice of the sea that rose, or even coloured by many waves, if it was only the outer voice of sky and cloud, of the sunken coral water-walled, however clear, it would have been deep air, the heaving speech of air, a summer sound repeated in a summer without end and sound alone. But it was more than that, more even than her voice and ours among the meaningless plungings of water and the wind, theatrical distances, bronze shadows heaped on high horizons, mountainous atmospheres of sky and sea. It was her voice that made the sky acutest at its vanishing. She measured to the hour its solitude. She was the single artificer of the world in which she sang, and when she sang, the sea, whatever self it had, became the self that was her song, for she was the maker. Then we, as we beheld her striding there alone, knew that there never was a world for her except the one she sang and singing made. Ramon Fernandez, tell me if you know why, when the singing ended and we turned toward the town, tell why the glassy lights, the lights in the fishing boats had anchored there as the night descended, tilting in the air, mastered the night and portioned out the sea, fixing emblazoned zones and fiery poles, arranging, deepening, enchanting night. Oh, blessed rage for order, pale Ramon, the maker's rage to order words of the sea, words of the fragrant portals dimly starred, and of ourselves and of our origins in ghostlier demarcations, keener sounds. It's a beautiful poem. I don't want to reduce the poem to a kind of philosophical example, but the thought here is that, the poem describes a situation where there is someone, she, who's singing. And she's singing, walking alongside the sea, she and the sea. Those are the two initial characters in the poem. And she sang beyond the genius of the sea. It's where we begin. And this person, this woman, this spirit, this angel, this siren. It's not clear what she is. It's not. We have no physical description of her. She's just described with the pronoun she. Is observed by two other characters. The let's say the poet, or at least the voice in the poem. We could identify that with Wallace Stevens, and another character called Ramon Fernandez. And the action of the poem is that Ramon Fernandez, and this is in Key West in Florida in the 1930s, and the poet are observing this figure, she, walking by the sea, singing. And the conclusion the poet comes to is that she was the single artificer of the world in which she sang, and when she sang, the sea, whatever self it had, became the self that was her song, because she was the maker, right? There never was a world for her except the one she sang and singing made. So the world is a world that is constituted through the song, in this case, the song of the woman, the spirit. And whatever meaning world has is dependent upon her and dependent upon her song. So the idea here is that the world is the world, the sea is the sea. It exists as a brute material reality. But it's what Stevens calls the meaningless plungings of water and the wind. But that stuff, that natural stuff, becomes composed into a world of meaning through the activity of song, through the activity of her. There never was a world for her except the one she sang and singing made. The world has meaning for us and is dependent upon us for meaning. That a meaningful world, a world of value, if you like, is a world that, as Heidegger would put it, is Dasein dependent. If we did not exist, if Dasein did not exist, then the world would not be there. The world as a meaningful world would just not show up. And what happens in the poem is that Ramon Fernandez and the poetic voice, they turn away from the woman singing and the sea by which she's singing. They turn back towards the town. And then a question is asked. Tell why the glassy lights, the lights in the fishing boats at anchor there as the night descended, tilting in the air, mastered the night and portioned out the sea. Why is there an order? Why, when we turn away from the woman singing by the sea and we turn back towards the town and we look, why does it appear that the town is ordered, is organized, hangs together in a certain way, is composed in a certain way? Well, the answer is that's just what we do. We are being in the world, and we are beings who bring meaning to the world. And the next step, the next episode, is going to kind of pick up and develop that thought in relationship to the theme of space. So, see you next time. Apply-Degger. Heidegger's thinking in Being and Time explained. With Simon Critchley. Episode 3. In this episode, I want to mainly talk about space and what Heidegger says about space, because the book is called Being and Time. But what is the relationship between being and space? The chapter which we're looking at here, which is chapter 3 of Being in Time, Division 1, is in 3 parts. And in episode 2, I went through the first part, part A, paragraphs 14 to 18. And I want to focus on the third part, which is on space. But the second part, just a few words about that, because it's interesting, though I don't want to go through it in great detail. It's a discussion of Descartes, René Descartes. And the point of the discussion of Descartes is to provide a negative confirmation of Heidegger's ontology of the world. Namely, to show a picture of the world that we can find in Descartes and in people that come after Descartes, notably Kant for Heidegger, how a picture of the world is formed, a picture of the world which Heidegger believes is impoverished, mistaken, and a picture of the world that needs to be deconstructed or destroyed in order for the Heideggerian picture of the world to get a grip. So, very crudely, we could ask ourselves, well, how does Descartes think about world? Well, he thinks about world in relationship to one concept, and that concept is extension. That the world is a thing, a set of things, a totality of things which are extended. And so, as you might know if you've had an even cursory sense of what Descartes is up to in his work, there are 2 kinds of things There are extended things, things in the world, natural things, things which are made, and then there are things like us, and we are thinking things. So extended things and thinking things. And the question that Heidegger is looking at is really how that idea of the world as extension, as extended things, really what happens with that. And the point that he's making in these paragraphs, this is paragraphs 19, 20, 21, is that Descartes' ontology of the world, kind of in quotation marks, as extension, does not seek the phenomenon of the world at all. It passes over, it leaps over the phenomenon and interprets world in terms of the ontology of the present at hand. So, the claim he makes in his discussion of Descartes is that the being of things in Descartes, the being of entities, is determined as constant presence at hand. Something constantly present. Something constantly present as something available to knowledge, and a knowledge based upon intuition or perception. So our relationship to the world is an intuitive, perceptive relationship to the world. And as you might know, Descartes is suspicious of the evidence of sensation and perception. He moves back from that towards a more abstract idea of extension, which can be determined geometrically or mathematically. That's a separate topic, but the thought here is that the being of the world for Descartes is apprehended as constantly present at hand. And if you begin from that idea of constant presence at hand, then you miss the phenomenon of the world. And it's that conception, that Cartesian picture of the world, that Heidegger thinks has to be destroyed, deconstructed. In seeing the world as constant presence at hand, Descartes does not see the world. The world is overlooked. It becomes invisible. And furthermore, this passing over of the phenomenon of the world in Descartes is not accidental. It's not a simple mistake that can be rectified. Rather, there is what we might call a tendency to falling into the tradition that happens in Descartes. One of the things that Heidegger would do in these paragraphs is he'll show how Descartes' idea of extension, of the world as being composed of extended things, draws from a medieval understanding of substance. And that goes all the way back to the Greek idea we find in Aristotle of substance as ousia, substance or essence, which defines the nature of things for Aristotle. The point that Heidegger's making is that Descartes just takes over a determination of being from the tradition without examining its meaning. And that taking over from the tradition is part of a tendency towards falling into tradition that for Heidegger defines the modern world picture, or what philosophers unlike me would call modernity. People love to talk about modernity. I don't like to talk about modernity so much. But the idea is that there's a modern world picture, a Cartesian world picture, the world as composed of objective stuff, which is best understood scientifically, and the paradigm for science in the modern worldview is mathematics. So what we have in the Cartesian picture of the world is the mathematization of nature. The mathematization of nature. And again, it's not that Heidegger thinks that conception is wrong. It's just working with a set of assumptions that need to be examined. We have to deconstruct the Cartesian picture of the world in order to see that which shows itself as world, a practical world, a handy world, a world that we live in and find meaningful, but that world that we live in that's become invisible. Now, this raises a really interesting question I'll just mention here, and we'll come back to in later episodes, I imagine. It's that what Heidegger is doing in Being and Time is phenomenology. Phenomenology understood simply as a description of existence, and then the attempt to deduce certain structures from the description of existence, what he calls the existentials. And he characterizes those existentials as a priori. So that's good. That's the constructive phenomenology. But that phenomenology has to be linked for Heidegger to destruction or a deconstruction of the tradition. And indeed, in the introduction to Being in Time, he says that the question of the meaning of being, as he understands it, will only become concrete, it's the word he uses, concrete, once we have proceeded through a complete destruction or deconstruction of the ontological tradition. And that ontological tradition is one that, in the modern period, finds its shape in the work of Descartes. So this has an interesting consequence, maybe two consequences that I could draw out here. Firstly, that what Heidegger is doing in Being and Time is a formal analysis of the world, a formal phenomenology of the world. In order for that to become concrete, to become actual in the world, we require a deconstruction of the world picture that dominates our thinking about the world, which we find in Descartes. And secondly, that what Heidegger is doing is close to a kind of ideology critique. Heidegger is trying to dismantle the ideology of the modern world picture that he thinks finds its real shape and force in the work of Descartes, and that Cartesian picture is then refined but inherited and reproduced in the work of Immanuel Kant. But let's leave that to one side for a second and move on to the question of space. We're still in chapter 3, part C. And Heidegger's going to analyze the question of space. And the first move that we should make is that the word for space and spatiality in German are the words Raum and Räumlichkeit, which are linked, as the terms is evident from the way they sound, to the ideas of room and roomliness. And in many ways, Heidegger's point in these very interesting paragraphs of Being and Time is to understand the idea of space in terms of room and spatiality in terms of roomliness. Namely, that space is experienced by me right now as the room that I'm in. And the roomliness of this room, the fact that it feels of a nice temperature, it feels temperate. I'm aware of space firstly as being inside a room. And the point to make in relationship to that is that Dasein's insideness, the insideness of Dasein, is not the insideness of consciousness or the mind, which is somehow in the head, but rather it is a sense of being in a room, spatially spread out in the meaningfulness of a room that we inhabit. Now, there's a vast and hugely important question about the relationship between time to space in Heidegger's work, and the relation of both these concepts to being. In the early work of Heidegger, it's fair to say that there is a subordination of space to time. And indeed, this is suggested by the title of the book that we're reading, Being and Time. The book is not called Being in Space. And being is time, and time is finite, as I said in the first episode. Now, the first thing to note is the terms that we use to describe Dasein. Terms like openedness, which I've said a few times, ecstasis, transcendence, disclosure. These are all spatial terms, spatial metaphors. If Dasein is a transcendent being, if its being is to be in the world, if it's always already out there in the world, and that's temporal being, then the way I'm understanding that is spatially, in terms of spatial metaphors. There's a bigger question here about whether time can be understood temporally, or whether time always has to be understood in terms of spatial metaphors. Beginning of Being in Time, Heidegger says time is the horizon for the understanding of the meaning of being. And again, horizon is a spatial term, something that I see on the horizon, as it were. So, time is more important than space in the early work. In Heidegger's later work, there is a move to what he calls time-space, Zeitraum, which has a kind of unitary structure in Heidegger's later work. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. But this is a really interesting few pages, few paragraphs. And the question of space is analysed in 3 moments. Let me just mention the key concepts and then I'll try and demonstrate them. Firstly, in paragraph 22, the question is, what is the spatiality of inner-worldly, ready-to-hand things? Again, this ugly, Baroque Heidegger talk. What is the space of ready-to-hand, handy stuff? And he says there are 3 terms there. The first term is nearness, or near. The second is place, and the third is region. And by region, again, it's one of these terms. The German term is Gegend, which can be translated as region, but it means something closer to an idea like neighborhood, a kind of neighborhood or a vicinity, something like that. Near, place, region, or neighborhood. In paragraph 23, he talks about the spatiality of being in the world, the spatiality of us, of Dasein. What do we do with space? And he has introduces 2 concepts here, which I'll explain. The first concept is that our relation to space is one of what he calls de-severance or de-distancing. Again, he's working with a German term which just means distance, Entfernung, and he's breaking that term up in a particular way. It is the prefix is a negation, ent, and Fernung means, if you like, faring, so that the idea of Entfernung is an idea of kind of de-faring. What does that even mean? It means that Dasein, us, our relationship to space is one where we bring things into the near. We bring things close. And we bring things close, the second concept in this paragraph, with direction. So it's the linking between bringing things close and direction. And I'll say some more about that. The third paragraph that discusses space is paragraph 24. And what he's concerned with there is the genesis of the 3-dimensional objective understanding of space, the understanding of space that we associate, say, with science after Newton, the Newtonian picture of the space, let's say. And how does that 3-dimensional objective understanding of space get formed? And his claim there is going to be that objective idea of space arises as a de-worlding, as an increasing impoverishment in our lived existential understanding of space, which is what gives rise to the modern worldview. And, there is, in Heidegger's later work, there is a preoccupation with space, which I'll just mention here. There's a late text by Heidegger, which I think is available on audio, for those of you who really are insomniacs out there in audio land, called Art and Space from 1969. And in this very short text, he talks about an idea of space as what he calls clearing away. He sets this up by criticizing the conception of space that we find in early modern science, in Galileo and then in Newton, space as a homogeneous expanse of possible places, objective cosmic space. And he says that we should try and think about space more as a kind of clearing away. So I'll read a few words from this late text. This is Heidegger much, much, much later, 42, 3, 4 years after being in time. He says, clearing away. The German there is räumen, is uttered therein. This means to clear out, to free from wilderness. Clearing away brings forth the free, the openness for man's settling and dwelling. When thought in its own special character, clearing away is the release of places towards which the fate of dwelling man turns in the preserve of the home, or in the brokenness of homelessness, or the complete indifference to the two. Clearing away is the release of the places at which a God appears, the places from which the gods have disappeared, the places at which the appearance of the godly tarries along. In each case, the clearing away brings forth locality preparing for dwelling. Secular spaces are always the privation of often very remote sacred places. Space here, existentially, is thought of as a kind of clearing away, clearing a space for a clearing. And this shouldn't be confused with Marie Kondo or anything like that. It's not clearing things up. It's an idea of clearing away as being linked to locality and dwelling, and linking of those terms to the idea of the sacred, which is always linked for Heidegger to the idea of the sacrum, sacred space, and as the sacred space, the area in and around a temple, a consecrated space. The sacred, and appeals to the sacred, are always appeals to a locality, to a space, a site, a privileged space. The temple. The temple is a very good example of somewhere where the temple, tempus, time, and space are unified. And that's later Heidegger, much later. Let's go back to being in time. So paragraph 22, and I think this stuff is brilliant. He's talking about the spatiality of the ready to hand. And the spatiality of the ready to hand is what he calls closeness, the near. And the near is linked to place, Platz, which is the where of equipment, of stuff. Equipment always has its place. It's always somewhere. The hammer is in the hammer drawer or next to whatever. You get the idea. The near is linked to place and equipment, ready-to-hand equipment. It always has a place. And this idea of closeness and place is linked to the idea of region, right? The idea of a neighborhood, that there is a whereabouts of stuff. And this idea of neighborhood is very interesting. How do we negotiate space in an everyday, average way? Well, we negotiate space, Heidegger was saying, in terms of the words like the above, the below, the behind, not in terms of an abstract, objective, three-dimensional idea of space, but in terms of how things show up. And he talks in this paragraph. So space is space round about us. That's a key thing. Space round about us. And he gives the example here of the sun. And he says the sun is characterized by certain places. The sun is not objectively present at hand insofar as it's experienced in terms of our environment, but the sun is experienced in terms of its places in relationship to our environment. Sunrise, midday, sunset, midnight. This is why, if you like, the geocentric view of the universe with the Earth at the center is intuitively right. It doesn't feel to us, proximally and for the most part, that the Earth is rotating around the sun in some obscure corner of a vast galaxy of many millions of other galaxies in this ever-expanding cosmos. It doesn't feel like that. It feels like we're at the center of things, and natural things show up in relationship to where we are. It feels like the sun rises and sets. And it's that everyday intuitive understanding of space that Heidegger wants to focus on here. He also talks about the way space is organized in, say, houses. He'll talk about the house has its sunny side and its shady side, the way it's divided up into rooms. right? Be certain rooms, which would be sunny rooms, and certain rooms where the sun doesn't shine at certain points. And we'll organize our lives. We'll organize our lives spatially around certain rooms. He talks in these pages about churches and graves. And churches and graves, certainly in Western Europe, point towards the east. Right? They point towards Jerusalem. They're organized in accordance with a spatial organization which is linked to an idea of Christianity largely. Now, the point he's making in paragraph 22 is that we do not perceive space abstractly. We do not apprehend space abstractly. We inhabit places. We inhabit whereabouts. And the things that we have around us also inhabit those whereabouts. And things only show up as present at hand once they're no longer in their place, right? So, for example, if I say to myself, where is my phone? Or where is my wallet? The wallet should be in my jean pocket, or the phone should be in my bag or whatever. It's not there. And at that point, there'll be a switch from the register hand to the present at hand. A kind of categorical shift will take place at that moment. But first and foremost, proximally and for the most part, most closely and mostly, I experience the world as a world that's around me. And this takes us on to paragraph 23. The condition of possibility, this language that Heidegger uses, this Kantian language of transcendental arguments which are scattered across these pages of Being and Time. The condition of possibility for the spatiality of the register hand is us, is Dasein. So in the same way that Dasein is the worldhood of the world, spatially, we are the condition of possibility for this understanding of roomliness, space. So, how is that idea of space? The spatiality of being in the world is, as I said a few minutes ago, de-faring, or de-severance, or de-distancing. And this de-distancing is a relation to space that makes farness disappear. Our relation to space is one where we bring it close. There's an extraordinary 3-word sentence in this paragraph which makes no sense in English. In German, it's Entfernung, entdeckt, Entfernheit, which is like de-faring, discovers distance. That's translated as deseverance discovers remoteness, which says absolutely nothing. But the point he's making is really simple, is that the way in which we discover space is by reducing distance. And Dasein is characterized, Heidegger says, by a tendency towards the near, a tendency towards the near. And this is how, interestingly, continuing on with the anachronistic metaphors in Being and Time, here we have some wonderfully anachronistic technological metaphors in Being and Time. We get a discussion of radio. He says on page 140 of the translation, all the ways in which we speed things up, we're more or less compelled to do today. All the ways, I repeat that quotation, all the ways in which we speed things up, as we are more or less compelled to do today, push us on towards the conquest of remoteness. With the radio, in quotation marks, for example, Dasein has so expanded its everyday environment that it has accomplished a deseverance of the world. So, let's take the example of radio. When I turn on the radio, I listen to the radio a lot. When I turn on the radio, that radio could have its source in New York or Washington, D.C. or London or Paris or, wherever. But when I turn on that radio, I pull it into closeness. I'm in a relationship of complete intimacy, proximity to the radio program. And this is kind of how it is with media for Heidegger. Heidegger didn't have the good fortune, or he had the bad fortune or good fortune, depending on which way you see it. He didn't live in a time, certainly in being in time, where there were televisions around. But television in German is a Fernseher, a far-seer. But this kind of makes Heidegger's point. The television allows us to see far, but in seeing far, the far is drawn in close. So media are a collapsing of distance for Heidegger. And obviously we could develop that thought in a way that would be pretty alarming to Heidegger in relationship to social media. If the intimacy of radio is one thing, the intimacy of television and the broadcast media is another thing, then think about the intimacy of our relationship to social media, to our Instagram feed and our Facebook activity. That's a different kind of intimacy. There's a great example on page 141 of Being in Time, where he talks about spectacles and telephone receivers and streets. And I want to read this, just a few words of this. When, for instance, a man wears a pair of spectacles which are so close to him distantially that they are sitting on his nose, they are environmentally more remote from him than the picture on the opposite wall, right? So the spectacles through which I'm looking at the notes and looking at the room that I'm in, and I'm seeing the microphone and all the rest, is further away from me than the microphone, further away from the book I'm holding in my hand. That there's this kind of malleability of space, this shifting between the close and the far. So, the telephone rings and I'm pulled into proximity with someone who is far away. And if I'm on the street, say the telephone rings when I'm on the street, it's the street that's actually under my feet, the street that I'm moving along, the street that slides by my body, as Heidegger says. But then when the phone rings, I'm pulled out of that into a telephone conversation. The point being that Dasein brings things close, reduces distance. And Dasein's fundamental relationship to space is one of estimation. We do not measure things objectively. We do not measure things scientifically. We measure things in terms of estimation. And here's a lovely little discussion of this. So if Dasein's relation to space is one of bringing things close, then that closeness is measured in terms of how we estimate that closeness. And this could bring us into a wider discussion of measurement, which I won't go into now. Well, maybe I will. Let me just say this. This isn't something I believe, but let me just say it. There's an argument for measurements in England, which is where I'm from, although I take no pride in the fact. There's an argument for measurement, which is that how long is an inch? An inch is an Englishman's thumb. A foot is an Englishman's foot. A yard is an Englishman's stride, right? So the measurement is estimation based upon the dimensions, in this case, of an Englishman. And this is then opposed to an objective understanding of measurement, which you can find, say, in Europe, which for some English people is kind of over there, a long way away. And there in Paris, in a bank or in the vaults of a government ministry, I forget where, they have the meter rule, the shining gold meter rule in a glass case sitting there as the objective, absolute measurement of space. the metrical system. Heidegger's point would be that actually we begin measuring by estimation, and the idea of an absolute measure or an objective measure is secondary to that. And that's the key thing that needs to be remembered. The second element of this paragraph linked to the idea of bringing close is the idea of direction. That it's not just that we bring things close, we bring things close by directing ourselves towards them. So if the phone rings, I then direct myself towards the phone and bring the phone in close and speak to the person on the phone. So there is a question of spatial orientation here. And one thing that Heidegger is thinking about in these pages is as often in Being and Time, is Kant and the problem of orientation in thinking. And how do we orientate between left and right, say? And Kant thought that left and right had to be understood in terms of the relationship to the body. Heidegger's point is that that problem of orientation has to be understood as presupposing the directedness of being in the world. We have to engage in a phenomenology of direction and bringing things close in order to understand the problem of orientation. And this brings us on to paragraph 24, which is where Heidegger argues for the priority of existential spatiality, roomeliness, the roundaboutness of space, and the derived or founded nature of scientific spatiality. And Heidegger is often, as the book Being and Time proceeds, comes up with really beautiful summaries of his argument, and they're really worth reading. So, for example, on page 145, he says, as being in the world, Dasein has already discovered a world at any time. This discovery, which is founded upon the worldhood of the world, is one that we have characterized as freeing entities for totality of involvements. Freeing something and letting it be involved is accomplished by way of referring or assigning oneself circumspectively, and this in turn is based upon one's previously understanding significance. What's new in that language is the language of freeing. So our relationship to world, our relationship to space is one where we clear away and we free up. And that's what has to be emphasized. So the question now becomes, well, how does this three-dimensionality of pure space, how does this Newtonian or Galilean view of space arise out of existential spatiality? And it arises, as will not be surprising by now, it arises by a relation of derivation. The cognitive understanding of space, the scientific understanding of space, the idea of space as what Kant calls the form of outer sense for the subject, are derived from this existential understanding of space, which is what comes first. And this is what we have to focus on. And interestingly, in these moments in Being and Time, these pages of Being and Time, there are references to building, surveying, and calculation. And this takes us back to what I was saying about the temple and the sacred. That let me put it this way, why do architects love Heidegger so much? Well, architects love Heidegger because he talks about building and dwelling and thinking, and he kind of dignifies their practice with a philosophical jargon, we might say, to be slightly cynical. But it's more that if we're to understand, what a building is, what it is to construct a place, that has to be understood in relationship to our being in the world, and not in relationship to some abstract idea of spatiality, because that abstract idea of spatiality will not produce dwelling. It will actually accentuate the homelessness of modern experience. So, we could imagine in this relationship to space the possibility of a Heideggerian architecture which would be based upon our lived experience of the environment, of the space as it is around us. And it's not that we have to reject the objective scientific understanding of space, but we have to understand that the genesis of that conception of space out of being in the world. And in relationship to that, to finish like I finished last time, I want to finish this time with another poem, which I think perhaps makes Heidegger's point. There are two poems actually which I've got in front of me, and they're both by the Portuguese poet Fernando Pessoa. Pessoa, who was the least known and in many ways perhaps the most important, the greatest of the modernists. His work was left in a trunk in Lisbon, and only 30 or 40% of it has been published to this day. And he wrote in different personas, what he called heteronyms, completely distinct personages with separate biographies and separate lives with different names. In fact, one of the characters in this universe of heteronyms was Fernando Pessoa himself, and there are others like Álvaro de Campos, Reis, and others. But the master heteronym was someone called Alberto Caeiro. And Alberto Caeiro was described by Pessoa as a shepherd, a poet shepherd living on a hill. And he writes poetry of enormous simplicity and some humor. And I think this maybe makes the point that Heidegger wants to make. So this is a poem by Pessoa in the voice of Alberto Caeiro. What we see of things are the things. Why would we see one thing when another thing is there? Why would seeing and hearing be to delude ourselves when seeing and hearing are seeing and hearing? What matters is to know how to see without thinking, to know how to see when seeing, and not think when seeing, nor see when thinking. But this requires deep study, lessons in unlearning, and a retreat into the freedom of that convent where the stars, say poets, are the eternal nuns, and the flowers the contrite believers of just one day, and where after all the stars are just stars and the flowers just flowers, which is why we call them stars and flowers. That's the poem. The thought here is that we have to learn to see things as things, and to see things as things in the space in which they appear, and not to delude ourselves by believing that seeing and hearing is something else. We have to learn to see without thinking, and not think when we should be seeing. And that sounds simple, deceptively simple, but Pessoa goes on, or Alberto Caeiro goes on, this requires deep study, lessons in unlearning. And in many ways what Heidegger's trying to do in Being in Time is to give us lessons in unlearning. Unlearning the way in which natural science has explained the world. The Cartesian world picture has got a grip on us, unlearning that and relearning how to see the world as it is, how we see things as things. So this is kind of the, if you like, the riddle of Heidegger. On the one hand, what he's saying is incredibly simple. He's trying to describe the absolutely obvious, but the absolutely obvious and incredibly simple has been blocked from our view by the world picture, the worldview that we've come to inhabit in the modern era. And that's what has to be destroyed in order to allow us to see things as things. And as I'm in the mood, and you're still there, I'm going to read you another poem by Cairo, which makes the same point in a different and maybe even better way. This is poem number 5 by Cairo. To not think of anything is metaphysics enough. What do I think of the world? Who knows what I think of it? If I weren't well, then I'd think about it. What's my idea about matter? What's my opinion about causes and effects? What are my thoughts on God and the soul and the creation of the world? I don't know. To think about such things would be to shut my eyes and not think. It would be to close the curtains of my window, which, however, has no curtains. The mystery of things? What mystery? The only mystery is that some people think about mystery. If you're in the sun and close your eyes, you begin not to know what the sun is, and you think about various warm things. But open your eyes and you see the sun, and you can no longer think about anything, because the light of the sun is truer than the thoughts of all philosophers and all poets. The light of the sun doesn't know what it does, and so it cannot err, and it's common and good. Metaphysics? What metaphysics do those trees have? Only that being green and lush and of having branches which bear fruit in their season, and we think nothing of it. We hardly even notice them. But what better metaphysics than theirs, which consists in not knowing why they live and in not knowing that they don't know? That's that poem. Fascinating, right? Mystery of things, what mystery? If we delude ourselves with mystery and we ask ourselves these huge questions, what do I think about matter? What is cause? What's effect? Who is God? Is there a God? What is the soul? Is there a soul? Was the world created, or has it always existed? Blah, 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 blah. To think about these things would be to shut one's eyes to the world. It would be to shut the curtains of existence and to live in this kind of abstract, fake world. As the poet says here, the important thing is not to think about mystery. If you're in the sun, you close your eyes, then you can begin to think about it. But the point is not to close your eyes and to be in the sun. And the light of that sun is truer than the thoughts of all philosophers and all poets. So, in many ways, what Alberto Cairo Pessoa is doing is similar to what Heidegger is arguing for in his discussion of space and the wider arguments of being and time. We have to go back to seeing things as things, seeing the absolutely obvious as obvious, and to stop asking certain questions. As the poet says here, what do I think of the world? Who knows what I think of it? If I weren't well, then I'd think about it. The condition that makes possible certain kinds of philosophical questions is sickness. It's a disease, as Wittgenstein says in the Investigations. And we have to learn to get well, to show the fly the way out of the fly bottle, to go back to everyday life insofar as we can. And that's what Heidegger, that simple lesson, is what Heidegger's trying to encourage us to do in his work. But, and this is going to take us to the next episode, that world and the spatiality of that world, the roominess of that world, is not just a world of things. a world of hammers and radios and so on and so forth. It's also a world of persons. So the next theme we're going to look at is the question of being with others. How do we understand that in relationship to the understanding of world? But we'll pick that up next time. Thank you very much. See you next time. Apply-Degger. Heidegger's thinking in Being and Time explained, with Simon Critchley. Welcome to episode 4, Being with Others. Who is Dasein? Who is the human being? First thing to say is that a couple of episodes back, when I introduced this character, Dasein, the human being, we saw that Dasein was a being defined by a who and not by a what. So we, Dasein, are the kind of beings defined by a who, namely we're not like tables and chairs, which can be defined in terms of an essence, a whatness. Rather, we're beings defined by a who can ask themselves the question, who am I? So who is Dasein? That's going to be the question that Heidegger addresses in this very, very important chapter, chapter 4 of Division 1, Being and Time. So Dasein is being in the world, as I've repeatedly said in these shows. In chapter 3, we saw what in the world meant for Dasein. The world is not most closely and mostly, proximally and for the most part, zunächst and zumeist, this expression that Heidegger uses, most closely and mostly. The world is not experienced as something objectively and constantly present at hand, forehand and objectively present at hand, over against a thinking subject, a world of extended things over against a thinking thing. That picture is mistaken. That Cartesian picture is mistaken, Heidegger thinks. The world is that referential totality, Heidegger calls it, that whole of stuff which is connected together. The different things in the world which are related to each other and which make up a whole and which hang together. Referential totality of the handy, of the ready to hand, with which Dasein is involved and which has significance for Dasein, which is meaningful. So Dasein is its world, and the world is for the sake of Dasein. Think back to that poem I cited a couple of episodes back from Wallace Stevens. There never was a world for her except the one she sang and singing made. She was the single artificer of the world in which she sang. So Dasein is with its world. It is fascinated, benumbed, this interesting word, benommen in German, which also can mean almost being slightly drunk or lost in the world, kind of intoxicated by the world. We're fascinated by it, the average, everyday world. Now, in this being in the world, others are also discovered. Heidegger says in, this is 160 of the translation, he says, Dasein is essentially for the sake of others. Dasein is essentially for the sake of others. Then he makes this other remark, which is kind of fascinating. Dasein is in the way of being with. So the world is for the sake of Dasein. There never was a world for her except the one she sang and singing made. And Dasein is for the sake of others. But most importantly, Dasein is with others. Dasein indeed is the with. The way Heidegger would put this in German is that Dasein is Mitsein. And that's a simple thought to say, a difficult thought to really kind of live, that we are with. We are fundamentally with others, with the world and with others. But try and keep that uppermost in your minds. We are the with. And this brings us to the question of this chapter. Who is Dasein? Or more specifically, because for Heidegger the question is the question of access. What is our access to Dasein? Well, our access to it is average, everyday life. So then the question is, who is Dasein in this mode of average, everyday life? He writes on page 165, towards the end of the chapter, there's this extraordinary passage where he says, everyone is the other and no one is himself. Everyone is the other and no one is himself. The they, and we'll come back to that term, the they, which supplies the answer to the question of the who of everyday Dasein, is the nobody, to whom every Dasein has already surrendered itself in being among one another. So the question of who Dasein is in average everydayness is going to be answered by saying that the who of everyday Dasein is they, is them. And we're going to lay that thought out a bit later in this episode. But Dasein is nobody in the sense of nobody in particular. Everyone is the other and no one is himself. And as I like poems, I thought I would read you another little poem. And this poem is by Emily Dickinson, and it's called Life. This is the first part of Life. I'm nobody, who are you? Are you nobody too? Then there's a pair of us, don't tell. They banish us, you know. How dreary to be somebody, how public, like a frog, to tell your name the livelong day to an admiring bog. Don't know where the frog came from there, but the idea of I'm nobody is the thought that Heidegger's beginning with. So in its everyday mode, the mode in which it encounters the world first and foremost, proximally and for the most part, as handy, Dasein is not itself, it is the other, it is they. Dasein is nobody in particular. And we're going to try and get to the bottom of this peculiar state of affairs in this episode. But Dasein is with others. That's the thought to hang on to. So in the same way that we are with the world, or we are with the stuff in the world, the cup that I have on the desk here, the microphone, the desk, I'm also with others. Others are lit up in that world. And another way of putting this, which would be a way a word that Heidegger doesn't use, but if it makes you feel better because it's familiar, then you can, maybe it'll make some sense, is to say that Dasein's being is social being. What Heidegger's doing in Being and Time is a kind of social ontology. Heidegger doesn't like the word social because it's a term taken over from the tradition without sufficient examination. Or to use another expression, we could say that the human being, Dasein, is a kind of networked being. We are a being who's in a network of relations to things, a relationship to persons, and we are the practices in networks. Namely, that our identity is had with others and not apart from them. This phrase, everyone is the other and no one is himself, also puts us in mind of another famous expression, a famous quotation from the French poet Arthur Rimbaud. Rimbaud, not the boxer from Philadelphia, but the French poet that ended up as a kind of commercial trader in Africa, who wrote the Illuminations. In a letter from 1871, Rimbaud says, "Je est un autre." I is another. And he continues that quote by saying, "I is another. I owe myself to society. It's false to say, I think. One should rather say, they think me. On me pense," he says in French, on me pense. We can think about this in relationship to another category taken from the sociologist Durkheim, where he talks about anomie, anonymity, as the condition of social life. And Heidegger's trying to think about that kind of way of being, that our who is Dasein in its average everydayness? Dasein is anonymous, is one of a crowd. Now, the radicality of this opening move in chapter 4 is that Heidegger does not begin his analysis of the who of Dasein by first positing an individual human being as given and then go on to construct that human being's relation to others and the surrounding world. No, for Heidegger, Dasein begins as being with. Therefore, the standard way in which philosophers will talk about the relationship to others as, I am a subject, and then the question becomes, how can my subjectivity be related to other subjectivities? The problem of intersubjectivity in philosophy is entirely avoided by Heidegger. I is with. And this first move does nothing less than problematize the Cartesian starting point for philosophy. The Cartesian starting point in Descartes' Meditations is that there is an I that thinks, and this I that thinks is indubitable, which cannot be doubted. And as Descartes says in the Meditations, I am, I exist. That's where we begin from. And then from that I am, I exist, we raise the question of what's the relationship between that self and the world of objects standing over against that subject. The point is that for Heidegger, the self of everydayness is not a Cartesian subject defined in terms of the constant present-at-handness of substance, of extended substance, but rather we're beings who are constitutively together with others, who share their space with others. If we think about that, it's kind of interesting that if I am with, then where do I end? Where does the other really begin? Is it so obvious? We're just used to thinking of ourselves as individual subjects, as distinct identities moving in a world of other individual atoms. Heidegger's thought is rather that we're always already with. Now, just to glimpse down the road a little bit, I want to open up the vista for a couple of minutes, and then we'll go into the text more closely and try and pull out the key concepts. Heidegger begins his analysis of the question of who is Dasein by putting into question the Cartesian starting point for philosophy, as I said. Then the question is, well, does the self go away in Heidegger's analysis? Is there no self? That's not the case, as we'll see when we move through these episodes. The self emerges in Being and Time, but it emerges later. And he'll say right at the end of chapter 4 that authentic selfhood, authentic being a self, is a modification of the inauthentic they self. What does that mean? It means that the who of Dasein, who Dasein is, average everydayness, is that we are they. We are held together with others. I can modify that inauthenticity and become an authentic self. But what is fundamental for Heidegger is being with. The question then of how the self takes shape in being in time is a story that we're going to tell in these episodes, because there is a self and it emerges in a series of moments, which I just want to mention them now, and then we can analyze them at our leisure. The first way in which the self emerges in being in time, this is a bit later on in paragraph 40, is through the experience of anxiety. In anxiety, I pull myself out of the average everyday world, and I'm revealed to myself as an individuated, singular, isolated being. And I think about this in with maritime metaphors, because I like maritime metaphors. To be a self in the world for Heidegger is to be with them. It's like being immersed in the sea. And then what happens in anxiety, it's as if the tide goes out on the seashore and then reveals a self that's there like a rock on the beach. The self is precipitated from out of the salty water of the they. So anxiety is the first moment. The second moment where the self begins to take shape is in being towards death. The relationship to death is a relationship to my death and to a death that is coming to me. And what Heidegger's got in mind there is that the experience of mortality, of being towards death, individuates Dasein. The death that appears is the death that's coming to me, is my death, and that death shapes me. The third moment, anxiety, death, it's very cheerful this, isn't it? Anxiety, death, the third moment is conscience, the call of conscience. It's conscience calling to me and rendering me powerless. It's a little like that moment in Kafka's Trial when Joseph K. is in a cathedral or something, and he hears the word guilty being called out in the church. That's what conscience is like. Conscience picks you out in the way Joseph K. is picked out as an individual guilty self. So the anxiety, being towards death, conscience, and then when I achieve those three moments, I become what Heidegger says, I become resolute. I become resolute Dasein. I kind of decided openness in the face of death, and I'm free to assume my fate as an individual. And then there's another moment, we're going to get to this in a decisive paragraph towards the end of Being in Time, where the connection can be made between Heidegger's existential analytic of individual Dasein and the community. And this is perhaps the most political moment in Being in Time, a very questionable political moment. But the fourth way in which I can shape myself is that I can become a self, an authentic self as an individual with others within what Heidegger calls the destiny of the community. And if I can achieve that, then I can achieve a kind of constancy. A theme which comes back in the later parts of Being in Time is an idea of the constancy of the self. A constancy of the self that is not a kind of Archimedean point in the way it was for Descartes, but a constancy which is achieved existentially through the experience of anxiety, being towards death, conscience, and being with others. So the self isn't going to disappear in Heidegger's analysis. He just doesn't begin with it. And the self forms a kind of inner limit within being and time, which is continually kind of crossed between the dissolution of the self, the critique of the standard philosophy of the subject, and the attempt to restore, to build a new conception of the self, what we might call a non-metaphysical idea of the self. But the self returns, but it returns as something radically finite, as defined by time, defined by history. The self is nothing substantial, but is a temporal, historical movement, a temporalized self that is thrown into a past and which can throw off that past in a movement of free projection. Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're going to get to that in later episodes. What I'd like to do now is just take you through a few moments in this chapter 4, being with others, and make a couple of points where I can sort of lay out some of the key concepts that Heidegger introduces here. So in chapter 25, he begins by problematizing the Cartesian starting point for philosophy. He claims that to conceive of the self as something present at hand, as something, something that we become theoretically aware of, is to see it as a substance or a subject. And this is the mistake of Descartes in the first place, but it's also the mistake of Kant, and it's also the mistake of Heidegger's teacher, Husserl, with his talk of the transcendental ego. So we cannot begin the question of who Dasein is by assuming that the I is self-evident, that the I is, as Heidegger will put it, ontically obvious. The self is not ontically obvious, neither is it ontologically obvious. We have to ask ourselves the question of who Dasein is in a more radical and thoroughgoing way. And we have to do this by putting aside the seeming self-evidence of the tradition and to begin to interpret Dasein existentially. Because there is no extended substance, there is no, I'm going to correct that phrase actually, must put aside the seeming self-evidence of tradition and begin to interpret Dasein existentially. For the substance of Dasein is existence, as Heidegger has said already a number of times in this book. So that's kind of setting the, clearing the ground. And then in paragraph 26, he writes a fascinating passage where he talks about the relationship between ready-to-hand things, handy things that we find in the world, and the relation of those things to other Daseins, to other persons. And he says the following. I'll read you a little bit. And notice how he puts this. He says, this is on page 153 of Being and Time, in our description of that environment which is closest to us, the work world of the craftsman, for example. Note the example there, he talks about the work world of the craftsman as kind of a self-evident example of an environment. The outcome was that along with the equipment to be found when one is at work, those others for whom the work is destined are encountered too. Right? So we're in the workshop of the world for Heidegger. And in the workshop, there aren't just tools, hammers and nails lying around. There are also other workers. And I encounter them too in encountering things. He goes on to say, in the relationship to things, people also show up. He says, when, for example, we walk along the edge of a field, we walk along the edge of a field. It's a very Heideggerian example. but outside it, the field shows itself as belonging to such and such a person, and decently kept up by him. The book we have used was bought at so-and-so's shop and given by such and such a person, and so forth. The boat anchored at the shore is assigned in its being in itself, blah, blah, blah. So in those examples, walking by the edge of a field, in walking by the edge of a field, even when there's no farmer in the field ploughing or whatever it's that farmers do, the others, the farmer as other in that sense, shows up. In the book that we've used, we bought that book at a certain bookstore, and that bookstore is also a bookstore which is run by others. The boat anchored at the shore is assigned, blah, blah, blah. In the boat, we see someone, a boatman, who has that boat. So others show up in our relationship to things. And in freeing up things in the world, we're also freeing up a relationship to others. So this is where Heidegger kind of begins with the analysis of being with Mitsein. So we are, as I said before, we are fundamentally being with and being with other Daseins, other human beings. And we're with other Daseins even when no Dasein is there, Heidegger says. There's this strange remark where he talks about being alone. He says being alone is a deficient mode of being with. So we can be alone, I can be in solitude, but the others which constitute that world are still there, kind of in the background. He goes on to say, I can be alone in the presence of others and with others in their absence. So being alone is only possible because Dasein, the human being, is essentially being with. Then a couple of little terminological moves I just want to mention because they're important, is Heidegger loved to build kind of linguistic architecture in his work. So for him, for Heidegger, the being of Dasein is care. We will get to that a little bit later on. We'll begin to get to that in the next episode, and the episode after that, it will become crystal clear. The being of Dasein is care, and that word in German is Sorge. And then the relationship to things in the world is called concern, Besorgen. You hear the homophony between Sorge and Besorgen. And our relationship to persons is described by Heidegger as Fürsorge, which is translated as solicitude, which can be thought of as kind of caring for. So this idea of solicitude is what describes our relationship to the others. We care for the other, and we care for the other's welfare because we are essentially the kind of beings who are with others. So the being of Dasein's experience with others is caring for, solicitude. This has had lots of influence in all sorts of ways of thinking about care. For example, in relationship to nursing philosophy and those areas of, healthcare which are critical of the kind of domination of a Cartesian worldview that is meant to be found in, say, doctors. Doctors or surgeons see the body as a kind of Cartesian machine. The point is to see the human being in terms of caring for the human being as another human being. And this is something which Heidegger can be said to inform. So, solicitude, caring for. There are two extreme modes of solicitude for Heidegger. There is what he calls leaping in and dominating the other. This is what he calls einspringen, leaping in, springing in. And the most extreme version of this would be maybe a kind of sadism where I control the other. I care for the other so much, I'm controlling them. But we also think about all kinds of dependency, where I put the other in a situation of dependency, a kind of enslavement of the other almost. And the other extreme mode of solicitude is what Heidegger calls to leap ahead of the other. In German he says vorausspringen, it's a rather nice term, to leap ahead of the other. I leap ahead of the other not in order to take care away from him, but in order to give it back to him authentically. And leaping ahead of the other enables the other to become transparent to himself and to become free. So these are the two modes of solicitude. On the one hand, I can have a relationship to the other which dominates the other, which takes their freedom away from them. On the other hand, I can have a relationship to the other which frees the other person up. And that freeing of the other person up is, in a sense, the recommended mode by Heidegger. And he says, everyday being with one another maintains itself between these two extremes of domination and liberation. And as always, in Heidegger's rather particular linguistic terminological architecture, so every mode of care, in this case solicitude, Fürsorge, has a mode of sight, is a way of looking at things. So we saw in episode 2 and 3 that the way in which we relate to the world is as concern, which has a kind of sight which Heidegger calls circumspection, Umsicht. The kind of sight that belongs to solicitude is what Heidegger calls considerateness and forbearance. The German there is Rücksicht und Nachsicht, considerateness and forbearance. And the thought here is that considerateness and forbearance can flip over into their deficient modes of inconsiderateness and intolerance, but quietly Heidegger is making a certain moral case for a form of solicitude, caring for the other, which would enable the other to become free and where I would have a considerate and tolerant relationship to the other. Now, another thing to point out here, this is kind of a question which we'll come back to in later episodes, but let me just state it here in a kind of thumbnail way. On page 161, Heidegger says, understanding of being already implies the understanding of others. Understanding of being already implies understanding of others. For Heidegger, it is assumed that our relationship to the other, insofar as we are with the other, our relationship is a relationship of understanding. So, what gets the whole mechanism of being in time up and running is that I have a vague and average understanding of being. And that vague and average understanding of being, which is, he talks about in the introduction to Being in Time, can be made explicit, can be made philosophical in the existential analytic of Dasein. But that understanding of being implies an understanding of others. So Heidegger's presumption when he's talking about the relationship to others is that the relationship to others is a relationship of understanding, which sounds fine maybe, sounds cool maybe. The question that raises is kind of, is one's relationship to others always a relationship of understanding, a relationship of comprehension? Or are there perhaps moments when we experience the other as separate, as someone we don't understand, as someone who is distant from us, someone who we we don't understand, we don't know, and perhaps who we have to respect for that reason. Now, I mentioned, or I put the thought in that way because I've got somebody in mind, a philosopher in mind who is heavily influenced by Heidegger but becomes heavily critical of his work, and that's the work of Emmanuel Levinas, French-Lithuanian philosopher, who I've done a lot of work on over the years. And he writes an essay in 1951, which is called "Is Ontology Fundamental?" And the answer to that question is it's not. He's got a critique of Heidegger, which we don't need to go into. It will come out a little bit as we move through these episodes. But the point that Levinas wants to make is that our relationship to the other is not simply a relationship of understanding, where I am the same as them. There is something surprising, there is something challenging about the other, which cannot be reduced to my framework of understanding. Well, let's put that to one side for a second, and now we're going to move on to the really kind of fascinating bit of chapter 4, which is the last paragraph, paragraph 27, which is called Everyday Being Oneself and the They. Let's try and get clear on this weird idea of the they. So, who is Dasein in average everydayness? Heidegger's answer is that in average everydayness, I am they. Now, the term that he uses in German is das Man. Das Man is the third person impersonal pronoun, which is harder to find in English, the way we might say one says or one does, not he or she, one does. And the they is the one, is a kind of neutrality. And this is going to be an important thought for Heidegger. What's he up to in doing this? What's on his mind? Well, he's giving an account of our relationship to others in average, everyday life. Now, one way of thinking about what Heidegger's doing, I'm not saying this is right, but it might be interesting. There's a philosopher called Peter Sloterdijk, a German philosopher with a Dutch name, who writes a book, I think it's one of his early books, called The Critique of Cynical Reason. And in this book, The Critique of Cynical Reason, there's a discussion of the they. It's very witty and perspicuous and sociologically interesting. And Sloterdijk claims that the they is an encoded social psychology of modernity. What he means by that is that what Heidegger is describing in this discussion of the they is the social experience of Germany between the First and Second World Wars, the experience of Weimar Germany, the experiment with democracy after the First World War that led to eventually the rise of National Socialism in the early 30s. So it's tempting when you're reading these pages to see it as a kind of mirror of what's happening socially and historically in the Germany of Heidegger's days. But that's not the way Heidegger thinks about it. For Heidegger, the they isn't existential, and it describes the condition for any possible social formation. So, now, the question that's raised by the analysis of the they is whether this is necessarily a negative evaluation of society, in quotation marks, a negative evaluation of our life with others. Heidegger insists that it isn't. Right? So regardless of what Sloterdijk would say or other philosophers might say about what Heidegger's up to here. Heidegger insists that talking about the they self is not negative. And perhaps one should take him at his word. We assume that Heidegger hates the they, them. But what if we divest ourselves of that prejudice and consider inauthentic, average, everyday life as a positive mode of human being in the world? And that's the way I would choose to think about it. That inauthenticity isn't necessarily bad. Heidegger says he's not making a moral valuation here. Inauthentic life is life with others, where we are related to others and dependent upon them. And that might not be altogether a bad thing. But let's go more closely to what Heidegger says in the text. He says, and I'm on the around page 164 to 166, 67, 68, this bundle of pages at the end of chapter 4. He says, in our relationship to others, there's a constant concern as to how one differs from others, which is troubling, he says. One is distant from others. Being with another, there is a kind of what he calls a distantiality, a taking of distance. So I am them would seem to be Heidegger's thought, but in a way I keep my distance from them. I think about this, say, in relationship to using the subway. So when I'm using the subway, like when I use the subway to come to the studio to record this episode, I am them. I'm using the R train to get from Brooklyn to Canal Street, but I keep my distance from them. I don't collapse myself into them. So that's the first thought. And it's this idea of distance that he begins with. And he then begins to give some examples of life with the they self, examples which have become kind of quite famous. He says, and I'm going to read a little bit from page 164. You can see why the subway is on my mind. He says, in utilizing public means of transport and in making use of information services such as the newspaper, every other is like the next. Right? In using a bus or a subway, I am like the next person. In reading the newspaper, we're reading the same newspaper. Our difference dissolves at that point. And he goes on to say, this being with one another dissolves one's own Dasein. This being with one another dissolves one's own Dasein completely into the kind of being of the others. In this inconspicuousness and unascertainability, the real dictatorship of the they is unfolded. Strong word, dictatorship. We take pleasure and enjoy ourselves as they take pleasure. We read, see, and judge about literature and art as they see and judge. Likewise, we shrink back from the great mass as they shrink back. We find shocking what they find shocking. This is the condition of averageness. Every Dasein is like the next, the dictatorship of the they. Now, in the 1920s, the question of dictatorship was very much in the air. But let's just, so it's hard to not interpret that reference to the dictatorship of the they negatively. But Heidegger says this isn't a negative evaluation. But in using public transport, in reading the newspaper, in finding shocking what they find shocking, in enjoying what they enjoy, we all become one mass. He goes on to say, and I find this a fascinating quotation. He goes on to say, overnight, everything that is primordial gets glossed over as something that has long been well known. Everything gained by a struggle becomes just something to be manipulated. Every secret loses its force. The care of averageness reveals in turn an essential tendency of Dasein, which we call the leveling down of all possibilities of being. So I find that phrase, every secret loses its force, particularly fascinating. Everything gained by struggle, everything gained with difficulty becomes leveled down in our life with them. So what characterizes the they self is distantiality, averageness, and leveling down. And this is what makes up what Heidegger calls publicness or public life, Öffentlichkeit. The they is always right and always already knows everything already. Everything is familiar and accessible. And if it's not familiar and accessible, it instantly becomes familiar and accessible. We can think about this, Heidegger's thinking about newspapers or public transport, but obviously we could think about this in relationship to, say, social media. There's a kind of way in which what social media does for us is that it makes everything familiar. Every secret loses its force. Everything which is important gets turned into an update, gets turned into something which we always already know about, and the whole thing kind of circulates around. So publicness on this view is a leveling down. So I think, for example, there's an interesting work of art, a movie which you think is an important movie which you've not seen. But before you've seen that movie, you maybe read the Wikipedia entry on that movie, you read the reviews on that movie, you look at the Rotten Tomatoes entries on that movie, and you know it already. We pull it in close. It's as if in our social lives we're terrified by the prospect of something that would surprise us, that would alarm us, that would challenge us, that would require struggle. We level down, we make things average, and that's our public life. So this is why Sloterdijk says that maybe what Heidegger's describing in our life with them, the they self, is democratic life. Democratic life where everything is decided by public opinion, and where nobody actually takes a decision. Nobody exercises a sovereign act. No, there is no answerability. There's no responsibility in our life with them, Heidegger says. So hopefully by now, and we're coming to the end, hopefully by now it's becoming clear why Heidegger says everyone is the other and no one is himself. The they self is, which is the answer to the question of who Dasein is the nobody. The nobody. That's because in our inauthentic life with others, we level down, we make things average, we make things familiar, we make things accessible. And this leads us into the dictatorship of the they. So then the question is, and again, it's hard not to think that what Heidegger's describing in our life with them is understood negatively, but he insists that it's not. Let's stay with that, and let's move to the final thought in this chapter. His philosophical claim, his fundamental ontological claim in chapter 4, is that the they Das Man, the they, is an existential. It is a primordial phenomenon that belongs to Dasein's positive constitution. And although, he says, the extent of the dominion of the they might change in the course of history, it's an interesting thought, so maybe this isn't once and for all time, maybe it can change in history, but the structure of being with as being with them, the they self, is a primordial phenomenon. How does one get from that to authenticity? How does one get from the dictatorship of the they to authenticity? Now, I want to go back to a term which we've already seen in an earlier episode, where Heidegger will talk about Dasein as being dispersed amongst the world, dispersed out there, scattered in its being in the world. That dispersal is also a social dispersal. My being is dispersed amongst those other Daseins which I share the subway with, read the newspaper with, follow updates on whichever social media site I'm using. Now, to get from that dispersal to authenticity requires a modification in our understanding, a modification. And that modification is going to happen through a series of operations, a series of steps, which we're going to analyze in future episodes, which I've already mentioned: anxiety, being towards death, conscience, and the rest. The point that's important here is that for Heidegger, inauthentic, average, everyday being with others, the they self, is what is existentially primordial. And authenticity, he says, does not rest upon an exceptional condition of the subject, a condition which has been detached from the they. He says it's an existential modification of the they. That's how the chapter finishes. So the way we become authentic for Heidegger is by modifying the way in which we understand our they self, modifying it and taking it into our own possession. Right? Authenticity for Heidegger means something like coming into one's own freely. And that's what Heidegger's imagining at the end of this chapter. Now, that's kind of all I want to say today. But let me just say a word about what we're going to do next. We now go into chapter 5 of Being in Time. We've already covered a lot of ground. But chapter 5, which is mysteriously called Being in as Such, in this chapter, Heidegger lays out the key concepts with which he's going to establish the rhythm of the existential analytic. What we've done so far in these episodes is lay out a series of concepts: the relationship to the world, concern, the relationship to others, solicitude, concepts which in a way appear rather static and fixed. Heidegger's thought is that being is time. Time is movement. We are movement. What is the rhythm of that movement? How do we learn the music of that movement? And that requires a series of concepts which we're going to introduce next time. And I'll see you then. So thank you very much. Apply-Degger. Heidegger's thinking in Being in Time explained, with Simon Critchley. Episode 5, Throne Projection. In this episode, I'm going to be looking at Chapter 5 of Division 1 of Being and Time. And so what we've seen so far in Chapter 3 was an analysis of being in the world. Chapter 4, an analysis of being with others. And those things are both important. But Chapter 5 gives us a kind of conceptual infrastructure or undergirding to everything that we've seen so far. It's a really long and not complicated. There's a lot of moving parts in this chapter. And so we're going to try and get the structure of it clear in this episode and continue with it into the next episode on inauthentic life, where we're also going to talk about language. But once we've got a grasp on the concepts laid out in Chapter 5, then we're already prepared, or always already, as Heideggerians would say, always already prepared for the definition of the being of Dasein as care, which is really the whole thrust of Division 1 of Being and Time. The being of Dasein is care. But what does that really mean? So what we have to do is to see a whole run of argument, which really begins in Chapter 5, paragraph 28, through to Chapter 6, paragraph 42, to see that run of argument as a single arc. And then after we've looked at that single arc, in episode, episode 7, we'll look at the meaning of the being of Dasein as care, really what that means. And then in episode 8, we will look at the paragraphs 43 and 44, which are really two kind of mini essays at the end of Division 1 on the question of reality and the question of truth. But we're moving on now into the kind of the core of what Heidegger's up to in this book. And I want to make that as clear as I possibly can. So let's make a start with the beginning of Chapter 5, which is paragraph 28. And the question here, again, and it sounds kind of stupidly obvious when it's put in the way Heidegger describes it himself. But Heidegger's question in Chapter 5 is, what is the being of the there for Dasein? Dasein is being there. What is the being of the there? What does it really mean to be there? That's the kind of obviousness of the question that Heidegger's asking. Now, we know a number of things already. We know that the there of Dasein's place, where Dasein is Dasein is being in the world. So Dasein is in the world, and that world is a world that absorbs Dasein, which benumbs Dasein, a world with which Dasein is fascinated. And we also know from paragraph 12 earlier that the in of Dasein's being in the world is not the in of water in a glass or a piece of cheese in a fridge or a hamster in its cage. It's not the inness of a present at hand thing inside another thing. So the way we are in the world is not like that. So we've got some of this argument has been prepared. But what you feel in this chapter at the beginning of it is the difficulty of what Heidegger wants to say, and also the obviousness of what Heidegger wants to say. So, for example, on page 170, he says, this is a little quotation, being in, topic of the chapter, being in is an essential kind of being of this entity itself, Dasein. But then he says it would be not correct to talk about this, the being of this entity as a subject in a world of objects. We know that that's the wrong approach. We've got rid of that. He then goes on to say it would be more accurate to describe Dasein, the human being, as the being of the between, he says in quotation marks, the being of the between. And he says, well, that's not right either, because to say that Dasein is, the there of Dasein is between selves or human things and world-like things is to assume that there's a between in the first place, that there's a difference between these two sets of entities. And Heidegger doesn't want to begin from that premise. He wants to begin from the idea of the unity of Dasein as being in the world. And then still on this page 170, he makes a very interesting remark. He says, what is decisive for ontology is to prevent the splitting of the phenomenon. To prevent the splitting of the phenomenon. So even to say that Dasein is the being of the between selves and things, presupposes the existence of two types of things and a between them. And Heidegger wants to avoid that splitting. He wants to think about Dasein as being in the world as a unity and to hang on to that unity. And then as he's kind of, clearing his throat, clearing the ground in this chapter, you can see him kind of wrestling with this thought. He says that Dasein is itself, it's there, right? Dasein is there being, its being is there, and this there has always been disclosed. He drops this term into the beginning of the chapter, disclosure, which is going to become a really important term in Heidegger's vocabulary because it's going to define the nature of truth, ultimately, for Heidegger. But here he just drops it in. He says that we are there and that there is disclosed to us, kind of always already. And I'm just going to quote a tiny bit more. This is from 171 of Macquarie and Robinson. Just a few lines. He says, when we talk of the natural light in man, the lumen naturale, he says, the natural light of reason is the way it's normally configured in, say, Descartes. And he's going to take that idea of natural light and shift it. But to go back to the text, when we talk in a figurative way of the natural light in man, we have in mind nothing other than the existential ontological structure of this entity, that it is in such a way as to be its there. It is in such a way as to be its there. To say that it is illuminated, erleuchtet, he says in German, means that as being in the world, it is cleared, gelichtet, in itself, not through any other entity, but in such a way that it is itself the clearing. It is itself the clearing. So Dasein is disclosed, is lit up, is cleared, and it is itself the clearing. That's the thought. Only for an entity, he says, which is existentially cleared in this way, does that which is present at hand become accessible along with it. If it lacks its there, it is not factically the entity which is essentially Dasein. Indeed, it is not this entity at all. Dasein is its disclosedness. Dasein is its disclosedness. And this disclosedness that we are is described in these light metaphors. Dasein is lighting, is clearing. And furthermore, Dasein, us, we, are not cleared or disclosed through any other entity. We're not cleared or revealed, or we don't come into the truth through a relationship to God or to nature or to reason or any conception of being, whether being is a unity, let's say as it was for Plato and the Neoplatonics, or being as a kind of multiplicity, as it is in figures, say, like Deleuze and Badiou. All of that is just metaphysical talk. We are the kind of beings who are cleared through ourselves. We are ourselves the clearing. We are disclosedness. That's the thought. And we have to begin from that thought. So the question in this chapter is, what is the in of Dasein's being in? What is the there of Dasein's being there? Well, that in and that there are our disclosedness in the clearing, a clearing which we ourselves are. It doesn't come through any external agency. And the structure of this chapter, like many of the chapters in Being and Time, is a twofold structure. There's part A and part B. In part A, he advances the three key existential concepts in chapter 5. Those concepts are state of mind, understanding, and language or discourse, and we'll come to those in a few minutes. These are the three existentials. And then in part B of the chapter, if Dasein is disclosure, then Dasein is also covered over. Dasein is covered up insofar as that it exists in average, everyday inauthenticity. And so the second part of the chapter, which we'll get to next week, is described under the concept of falling, das Verfallen. And there are three concepts which mirror the three concepts of state of mind, understanding, and language. The three existential concepts are mirrored in three, as it were, fallen concepts for inauthentic concepts: idle talk, curiosity, and ambiguity. And we'll come to those next time. The point that I'm trying to make here is that the chapter itself, chapter 5, is a movement between A and B, between existential concepts and factical concepts, between things being disclosed and closed over. So Dasein is disclosure, is itself the lighting, the clearing, but it's a clearing that can be covered up in average, everyday life. And what Heidegger's trying to describe in this chapter is the movement, the kinesis. The word he uses in German is Bewegung, the movement of disclosure and covering up, or unconcealment and concealment, that describes the being of Dasein, and this is the good bit, which we'll come back to when we get to the concept of truth. This is the concept of truth for Heidegger. Truth is also a movement, a rhythmical movement between disclosure or unconcealment and covering over and concealment. And why I'm emphasizing this is that learning to read Heidegger and think with Heidegger is about learning the rhythm of Heidegger's thinking, which is the rhythm of our becoming, the rhythm of our existence. The rhythm of our existence is a motion between disclosure and closure, existence and facticity. As we'll see in a moment, projection and thrownness, authenticity and inauthenticity. The point of reading Heidegger is to learn that rhythm of thinking our openedness. What I've emphasized in these episodes, our openness as a movement, as a rhythm of disclosure and things being closed off. And to think of it rhythmically is also to think of it musically. There is a kind of music to being in time, a rhythm of disclosure and closure. And in many ways, I think that what Heidegger's driving at in this book could also be thought of in terms of our experience of music. The problem that Heidegger faces is that that experience of music is an experience of rhythm and motion and cadence and counterpoint is frozen in the static language of philosophy. So how does that frozen language of philosophy get loosened up, become rhythmical? That's really what he's trying to do in this chapter. And it's a hard thing to do. Okay, so that's kind of the clearing the ground to the chapter. Let me now run through the key claim in this chapter, which is the idea of throne projection, and try and lay out the, if you like, the concept clusters that run through chapter 5. So let's back up and move in we're going to cover a lot of ground here, cover a lot of words in Heidegger, and try and get an overview of the terrain. Okay. Heidegger seeks to reawaken perplexity about the question of being, this huge issue, which has been the defining issue of metaphysics for 3,000 years. And in Being and Time, he pursues this question of being through an analysis of the human being, what he calls Dasein. And this by now is self-evident to us. And the being of Dasein is existence, understood as average, everyday existence of our life in the world. The question in chapter 5 really is, how might we give some more content, more of a kind of a feel to this rather formal idea of existence? Now, in chapter 5, the central claim of this chapter, which is only deepened in the remainder of Being in Time, the thought doesn't change, it's just deepened. So once you've got this structure clear in your mind, then all that Heidegger is going to do in the remainder of the book is kind of burrow down further into that structure. But this is the central claim of the book. That Dasein is throne projection. Dasein is throne projection. And in German it sounds even, sounds nicer. Dasein ist geworfener Entwurf. Dasein is a throne throwing off. Let me try and unravel this thought. Heidegger tends to advance his investigation in Being and Time in concept clusters. One cluster, the first cluster really presented in chapter 5, contains 3 concepts. And those 3 concepts are state of mind, mood, and throneness. State of mind, mood, and throneness. Now, state of mind, what does that mean in English? It doesn't really suggest anything. It's a rather questionable rendering of the German term Befindlichkeit. Right? You can say in German, or you say in German, wie befinden Sie sich? How are you? Which really means, how do you find yourself? How do you find yourself? So this idea of Befindlichkeit is really a question of how does one find oneself. The first English language writer to work on this question, to translate these terms, was the great Father William Richardson, who died just a few years ago. I knew him well. He was a lovely, lovely man, Jesuit priest and a psychoanalyst. And Richardson, in his huge book on Heidegger from 1961, translates Befindlichkeit as already having found oneself there-ness. Already having found oneself there-ness, which is absolutely accurate, but incredibly ugly. Not a very elegant way of putting it. But Heidegger's thought here is that the human being is always already found or disclosed somewhere. Is always disclosed in the there of its being in the world. This there is the there of Dasein, the Da of Dasein. So I'm always already found somewhere, right? How did you find yourself this morning? I just rolled back the sheets and there I was, quoting the words of the great Vivian Stanshall from the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band a long, long time ago. The idea here is that we're always already found somewhere. And how are we found? This introduces the second concept. We're always found in a mood. And the word here in German is Stimmung, which is mood, but kind of closer to an idea of attunement. And it's also linked to the idea of the tuning of a musical instrument, of a mood is a way in which we can be attuned to the world. Anyway, I'm always found in a mood. And this is a mood in the strong Aristotelian sense of pathos, of affection, of passion, the passions of the soul, the passions of the human being. So I'm always found in a mood, in a passion, something that befalls us and in which we find ourselves. Really importantly for Heidegger, the passions are not some psychological colouring for an essentially rational agent. So one way of thinking about passions is that we could think of ourselves as essentially rational beings, organised at our centre as a kind of a mind or an intellect, and then kind of gathered around that intellect are the passions that we fall into at different times. Heidegger's not going to take that view. For him, everything is a passion, everything is a mood, and indeed, reason itself is a kind of passion, a certain kind of mood. So these moods are the fundamental ways in which we are attuned to the world. We're always attuned to the world in terms of a mood. I'm excited, I'm bored, I'm distracted, I'm engaged, I'm sleepy, I'm awake, whatever it might be. There's always a mood which we have. And indeed, musicologically, Stimmung, mood, is linked to tuning and pitch. One is always attuned to the world first and foremost, or as Heidegger will say, proximally and for the most part, most closely and mostly, one is attuned to the world through moods. And one of the compelling aspects of Heidegger's work for someone like me is his attempt to provide a description of moods, a phenomenology of moods, of the affects that make up our everyday life in the world. So rather than denigrating moods or subordinating passions to reason, which is considered to be primary, Heidegger gives us this rich description of the life of moods. And I find that really interesting. Now, what do those moods disclose? For Heidegger, those moods disclose the human being as thrown into the there of my being in the world. So this is the third concept in this little cluster: state of mind, having always already having found oneself there-ness, mood, and thrownness. So moods disclose me as thrown into the there of my being in the world. As Jim Morrison intoned many decades ago, into this world we're thrown. Thrownness is the simple awareness that we always find ourselves somewhere, delivered over to the world with which we are fascinated, a world that we share with others, right? So this is a really obvious thought, but kind of interesting thought, isn't it? That we didn't decide to come into being. We didn't kind of click our fingers and suddenly wake up into consciousness. No, rather we were always already there, always already existing. And then we find ourselves already existing when we wake up in the morning. We wake up in the morning, which is kind of, a nice surprise to have. We're factically there in a certain mood, a mood of, let's say, sleepiness at that point. And so thrownness is also linked to the dimension of the past. We'll come back to that. Okay, so at the end of chapter 5, Heidegger writes, "For as long as Dasein is, it remains in the throw." For as long as Dasein is, it remains in the throw. Namely, we are always caught up in our everyday life in the world, in the throw or in the throes of various moods, whether that's fear, boredom, excitement, or, as we'll see in episode 7, or anxiety, which we'll see is the kind of shadowy queen amongst moods, which we'll talk about. But Heidegger insists we're not just thrown, so we're always in the throw. We can't throw ourselves off. We're stuck with ourselves. We're riveted to ourselves. We are facts to ourselves. But he insists we're not just thrown into the world. Dasein can also throw off that thrownness in a movement that he calls projection. And this introduces the next kind of concept cluster in chapter 5, projection. And I think about projection as an idea of throwing off or throwing forth, rather than kind of, I like to think of myself as a person who has projects, something like that. Projection is more of an activity of throwing off or throwing forth, which is always a throwing forth from thrownness. This concept of projection comes up in an important discussion of the concept of understanding. So projection is linked to understanding. This is what takes place in paragraph 31 of Being in Time. Now, what does understanding mean? By understanding, Heidegger means understanding how to do something or how to operate something. That's the way he understands understanding. Understanding is being able to do something. The German is etwas können, right? Being able to do something, being capable of something. And it's strongly linked to a term which Heidegger uses in his discussion of authentic Dasein in Division 2 of Being in Time, which is characterized by the ability or potentiality to be. So understanding how to do something should be linked to this larger idea of ability, which is going to be described in deeper ways later in the book as potentiality for being, what he calls Sein können. That Dasein, us, we are the kind of beings who can, who have capability, who have potentiality as their being. So the thought here is that the human being is not just a being defined by being thrown into the world. It can also throw off that thrownness in a movement of projection. And as we're going to see later on, this is going to be a free projection, a projection where it seizes hold of its possibilities, where it acts in a concrete situation. The movement of projection, of potentiality, of ability, is the very experience, the experience of what Heidegger will call freedom. And this is, I think, very important that freedom for Heidegger is not an abstract philosophical concept. It is an experience. It's the experience of the human being demonstrating its potential, enacting its potential through acting in the world. And to act in this way for Heidegger is to be authentic. So, human existence for Heidegger is defined by throne projection. And that's the key concept in chapter 5, the key concept which will deepen in Being and Time. Throneness is linked to our inauthentic, average, everyday life in the world, and projection is the ability to act freely and to become authentic. So, if all you take away from this episode is that idea that Dasein is throne projection, we are factically, we find ourselves in a world and we can throw forth from that being in the world. If you get that, the rhythm of that thought, that's all you need to take away from this episode. But, of course, there's always a but. There is a third concept which is introduced into chapter 5. So, and that third concept, the third existential, is what Heidegger calls discourse, or language, or I think better, talk. The word here in German is Rede, R-E-D-E, which was a perfectly good English word at least until the 17th century. For example, you can find Ophelia in Shakespeare's Hamlet. She speaks of hypocrites who reck not their own rede. Reck not their own rede, and rede there is discourse language. And indeed, Shakespeare in English is closer to, as it were, the Germanic roots of English than the stuff that we speak now. But that's another story, which I won't go into at this point. So, discourse, talk, language. For Heidegger, talk, or the capacity for expression, communication, is the way in which our life in the world becomes intelligible. It's the way in which the structure of our existence as throne projection becomes articulable. So Heidegger will say two things in these chapters, which are in a kind of contradictory relationship. He will describe these three existential concepts, state of mind, understanding, discourse, as, in his terms, equiprimordial. They are equal one to the other. And that's what he says. But if you think through the logic of what he's saying, then it is language, discourse, which is the condition of possibility for the articulation of us, of Dasein, as throne projection. If there were not language, there would not be us. We are linguistic beings. So Heidegger is part of, what is rather superficially called the linguistic turn in philosophy, Heidegger and the later Wittgenstein. But the idea here is rather more straightforward than that. Aristotle famously defined the human being as the word is translated as rational animal, anima rationale. The Greek there means an animal with the capacity for logos, for speech. So Heidegger disagrees with the idea of the human being as a rational animal and says, well, actually, what Aristotle is saying, that we're the kind of beings that have logos. And Heidegger decides to translate that idea of logos in the following way. He says, the human being shows itself as the being that talks. The human being shows itself as the being that talks. Now, buried in that seemingly kind of straightforward expression is Heidegger's definition of phenomenon. A phenomenon is that which shows itself, and his definition of logos as that which lets us see. So language lets us see that which shows itself. That's Heidegger's concept of phenomenology. So language, logos, is the human ability to disclose the world, the capacity to reveal a world that is shared and meaningful. So, to go back to the beginning of this chapter, if what defines us, Dasein, is disclosedness, that we are the clearing of our existence, then what makes that clearing possible is language. And we need to think carefully about what kind of language that is. Heidegger's going to have some words to say about this in the middle paragraphs of chapter 5, which we'll get to in a second. Because there can be, if you like, authentic language, full language, and there can be empty language, idle talk. So different ways of experiencing language. And Heidegger thinks that our fundamental activity as linguistic beings is not propositional. It is not something that takes place in philosophical propositions. It's something which is closer to the primal feeling or meaning of elemental words. So, chapter 5. Dasein is throne projection, right? And throne projection, which is articulated through discourse, through talk. So the three key concepts in chapter 5 are state of mind, throneness, understanding, meaning projection, and language, talk, discourse. But there is a fourth concept introduced in chapter 5, which I want to say a word about here. And that fourth concept is falling. And this concept is can be also thought of as falling as a kind of ensnarement. And this is described at the end of chapter 5. So having described the three existentials that constitute the disclosure of Dasein, state of mind, understanding, and discourse, he goes on to describe those characteristics of our everyday being in the world, given that we live with the they, with them, most closely and mostly. And we'll get into this in more detail next time, but these three modes are three modes of falling. Now, what does Heidegger mean by falling? He insists that this is not a negative evaluation, in the same way as he insists that inauthenticity is not a value judgment, it's not a negative value judgment, so too falling is not a negative evaluation. It does not mean that we've fallen from a state of grace into a state of sin. Right? And that's very much on Heidegger's mind, that theological, that Christian way of looking at falling is kind of the framework Heidegger's pushing against. Rather, falling describes our usual way of being. Falling is not so much falling into the world, like Satan's descent from heaven to hell after the war in heaven, his descent into the kind of the mud pits of hell in Milton's Paradise Lost. It's a different kind of falling. The way I think about this is in the following terms. The way we think about falling is we think about falling as vertical. We fall down from one state to another, from grace to sin. Heidegger's idea of falling is that we fall towards the world. We fall at the world. We fall to it. And we're constantly falling towards the world because we're absorbed by the world and we're fascinated by it. So now we're right at the end of the chapter. I'm going to back up in a second, but I want to give you a taste of where this goes to at the end of the chapter. He'll say on page 220, he says, this term falling does not express any negative evaluation, but is used to signify that Dasein, the human being, is proximally and for the most part alongside the world of its concern. It doesn't mean that it is not. Falling also represents a positive possibility. In falling, our potentiality for being is still an issue, even if that's in the mode of inauthenticity. Dasein can fall because it understands and projects. And authenticity, Heidegger insists, authenticity is not some state that floats above falling everydayness. Authenticity is simply a modified way in which everydayness is seized upon, he says. And the the chapter finishes really with that thought on page 224. Let me read you a couple of lines. He says, in falling, nothing other than our potentiality for being in the world is an issue, even if in the mode of inauthenticity. Dasein can fall only because being in the world understandingly with the state of mind is an issue for it. On the other hand, authentic existence is not something which floats above falling everydayness. Existentially, it is only a modified way in which such everydayness is seized upon. Right? So all the authenticity means for Heidegger is a modification of our inauthentic existence, a shift in perspective, a shift which, of course, does not last forever. We always fall back into everydayness, so I can be having the most authentic day of my life, and then at a certain point, I'll start binge watching Netflix and fall asleep, and I slide back into inauthenticity to awake the next morning, finding myself there, and then I think about what to do. Now, so that is the story in chapter 5. That is really what I want to communicate in this episode. There's a couple more words I'd like to say. I think on about fear and about interpretation. That sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? But in paragraph 30 of Being in Time, in chapter 5, there's this little discussion of fear, which is often ignored. It's very interesting. And he talks about fear in relationship to Aristotle's rhetoric. It's a very important text for Heidegger, because in the rhetoric, Aristotle discusses emotions. Why, we might ask, does Aristotle discuss emotions in the rhetoric? Because rhetoric is that activity of speech, of language, which is meant to be persuasive, which is meant to arouse emotions in the hearer. So, rhetoric and emotion are tightly linked. Heidegger describes the rhetoric of Aristotle, it's a lovely phrase, as the first systematic hermeneutic of the everydayness of being with one another. The first systematic hermeneutic of the everydayness of being with one another. And then he goes into discussion of fear, and in many ways what he's doing here, Heidegger, he's got his copy of Aristotle open and he's just copying down notes, really. Because for Aristotle, fear is fear of something happening. Fear is fear of something threatening, something possibly destructive. And it's opposed to confidence. And Heidegger just borrows this, echoes this. Fear discloses us, Dasein, in its there, as fearfully concerned with itself. So fear is a state of mind which is concerned with something threatening, with something threatening me in the world. And I think about, if you want an example of this, I'm bad at examples, therefore just choose absurd ones. Think about, if there was a giant bear in the studio now, huge giant bear appears at the window, 8 feet tall, clawing away, its mouth dripping with foam. I would feel threatened by that bear, right? He might come in and kill me. I'd be scared of that bear. That would be a good response. So fear is always fear of something threatening. In this case, a giant bear. Why is that important? Why is that a thing? Well, when we get a little bit further on in Being in Time, when we get to chapter 6, Heidegger will make a distinction between fear and anxiety. Fear is fear of something, of some particular thing, a giant bear. So fear is determinate. Anxiety is anxiety in the face of nothing in particular, which is why Heidegger will say mysteriously in a lecture from 1929 called What is Metaphysics? He says, anxiety reveals the nothing. So fear is always fear of something in particular. Anxiety is anxiety in the face of nothing. Now, there's a lot more that we could say about fear, and it has a very passing place in Heidegger's analysis, but it's also a way in which we could think about Heidegger's relationship to others. The usual way of thinking about Heidegger is he's a rather ultimately solipsistic thinker who turns his back on the average, everyday character of existence, and authenticity is a kind of solipsistic rising up of the self in the face of the world of them. And that's a horribly distorted picture. And this discussion of fear is also a place in which, fear can be fear of something threatening, but fear is also fear about others, and I can fear for others. I can be afraid myself, but I can be fearful that the other might do something reckless with regard to what threatens him or her. So there can be a kind of co-state of mind, he says. He calls it a Mitbefindlichkeit, a co-state of mind with the other, which takes place through fear. So this is one place in Being in Time where others kind of light up. There is a kind of relational dimension to what Heidegger's describing here. I think about this in relationship to, say, I don't know, I used to fear for my mother. I feared for her, right? I had a co-state of mind fearing for her. I feared that things would go badly for her. Of course, in fearing for my mother, I'm also fearing for myself. I didn't want to lose my mother. But also you are involved in fear in a relation to another person. And so that's a dimension of Heidegger that isn't usually brought to light. The last thing I want to say is about interpretation. And I'll pick this up next time. But let me just kind of say a couple of words here in closing. What I'm thinking about now is paragraph 32, which is called Understanding and Interpretation. What Heidegger's trying to bring out here is something terribly, terribly simple, but very difficult to get a grip on. We have an understanding of the world. The world is that bunch of stuff, what he calls technically that referential totality of involvements which are significant to us. The world is that thing which hangs together and which is meaningful. We use things, we have a concern for things. We take things as things. So when I'm in the world, moving around the world, I take the coffee cup as a coffee cup. I take the table that I'm resting my notes on as a table, the door as a door. The things that surround us and which make up the stuff of the world are things that we understand, and the understanding is articulated when we take something as something. And this taking of something as something is what Heidegger calls interpretation. Interpretation. And I think that becomes clearer if you think about interpretation in relation to the German term that Heidegger uses, which is Auslegung. Auslegung, as the word it sounds like when you say the word, is laying out, the laying out of understanding. So interpretation for Heidegger is the laying out of our understanding of being in the world. He says at the beginning of paragraph 32, in interpretation, understanding does not become something different, it becomes itself. In interpretation, the things that we take as things become things that we understand. Right? And this is a little bit like the discussion of signs a few episodes back. That signs, if there's an exit sign over the door, I'm aware of that sign as a ready-to-hand piece of equipment, a piece of stuff in my world, which I can see as a sign, but I'm not aware of that in a present-at-hand way. I'm aware of that as a sign which functions in a world, which allows me to orientate in my world, but I'm aware of that, as Heidegger was saying more technically, pre-propositionally. I take something as something, I lay that out, and that's interpretation. Now, what Heidegger's doing in these pages of paragraph 32, incidentally, is inventing a whole new field of philosophy that is called hermeneutics. This tradition of hermeneutics was developed decisively by Heidegger's student Hans-Georg Gadamer in his hugely important book, Truth and Method. But the core concepts are all in Heidegger, and that's fine. Interpretation, this is what Gadamer picks up. Interpretation, Heidegger says, is grounded in a threefold structure of forehaving, foresight, and foreconception. Forehaving, foresight, and foreconception. That is, we have the thing in advance of the interpretation that lays out that having. Right? We have the thing in advance of the interpretation. We always already are in the world, understanding it. Interpretation just lays that out. But we already have a grasp on things. And this leads, and I find this really suggestive. This is what I want to finish with today. This leads Heidegger to a discussion of meaning. Meaning. And he says in his terminology, meaning is that upon which something becomes intelligible as something. But that sounds a bit too fancy. The thought that he's trying to develop is that meaning is not some property that is independent of us. Meaning is not something we can perhaps find or lose. Rather, meaning is an existential of Dasein. Meaning is something that we do. We make meaning, or we are meaning. The world is significant to us. Meaning is that which gets articulated in an act of interpretive understanding. Dasein is meaningful. Only Dasein can be meaningful. If there were no Dasein, there would be no meaning. And where Dasein ceases to be, meaning ceases to be. Death. Death is the non-meaningful limit to life's meaning on a Heideggerian view. But let's think a little bit more about this idea of meaning. Because on 193, he makes a very interesting remark. He says, if we are inquiring about the meaning of being, listen to that, if we are inquiring about the meaning of being, our investigation does not then become a deep one, nor does it puzzle out what stands behind being. It asks about being itself insofar as being enters into the intelligibility of Dasein. The meaning of being can never be contrasted with entities or with being as the ground which gives entities support. What he's saying here is that meaning is not deep. Meaning is not deep. It sounds deep. It sounds, when we're talking about the meaning of being, this sounds deep. But to construe it as deep is to misconstrue it metaphysically. It sounds as if we're looking for something which lies behind our life in the world, some ground, some God or something. No, Heidegger says, being is superficial. It is phenomenal. It is something which happens on the surface of things. And I think this is hugely important, and it takes us back to that poem I quoted 2 episodes back from Fernando Pessoa, when Pessoa talks about seeing things, and what we see of things are things. What we see of things are things. Why would we see something and then think about something else? Or why would we think that that which we see is not real? That would require, Pessoa says, a sickness of the mind, a kind of illness. And philosophy is a kind of illness a lot of the time. Heidegger's point is that we have to be concerned with that which is, with being, insofar as it's intelligible to us, and it lies on the surface of things. Another way of putting this, maybe you'll like this, is that many readers of Heidegger see being as some kind of rabbit in a hat, right? They see it as some kind of rabbit in a hat that you can kind of pull out as a magic trick. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everybody else, there is no rabbit. The point is learning to see the hat without wanting the rabbit. If you can see the hat without wanting the rabbit, then you're learning to think in a Heideggerian way. And that's the purpose of these episodes. So we'll pick it up next time with a discussion of language. I'll go over a couple of things with this idea of language and stretch it out a little bit further. And then we will plunge headlong into inauthentic life and look at the concepts of curiosity, ambiguity, and idle talk. But that's for next time. Thank you very much. Apply-Degger. Heidegger's thinking in Being and Time explained. With Simon Critchley. Hello. Episode 6. And there's a slight change of plan here. I was going to do episode 6 was going to be on inauthentic life, and I was looking at the material and thinking it through, and realized that actually there's 2 short episodes here. So the first episode I want to pick up from where we left off last time. Episode 5, we went through the basic concepts of chapter 5, division 1 of Being and Time. Those 4 basic concepts are state of mind, understanding, discourse, and falling. State of mind, which is linked to thrownness, understanding, which is linked to projection, discourse, which is language or talk, and falling. And the key concept last time was the idea of Dasein, us, as thrown projection. And we left it with a little discussion of interpretation. I think I can now put that more crisply. And then I want to talk about Heidegger's understanding of language in Being and Time, because it's really important. And then episode 7, next one, will be on inauthentic life, looking at the idea of really what's going on in part B of chapter 5, when Heidegger talks about idle talk, ambiguity, and curiosity. And so let's make a start. So, as I said, I think I can put the points I was making last time more crisply. We have an understanding of the world. The world is that referential totality, as Heidegger calls it, that kind of whole network of stuff that hangs together and which forms the meaningful context in which we find ourselves. So the world, as Heidegger would put it, is a referential totality of involvements that are significant to us. And in this world, we use things. We have a concern for things. We see things. Every relationship to things is a mode of sight. Heidegger's point is that our fundamental mode of sight is not one of pure perceptive beholding in the mode of the present at hand. Rather, we see things in the mode of circumspection. So we take things as things. We take the table as a table, the door as a door, the hamster as a hamster, whatever it might be. That is, the things that surround us and which make up the stuff of the world are things we understand, and that understanding is articulated when we take something as something, when we use the table as a table. As the table I'm leaning on now, I'm taking it as a table. This taking as is interpretation. And the German term holds a clue to the meaning of this word. Interpretation is Auslegung, the laying out of understanding. Interpretation is the act by which the understanding becomes itself. So interpretation is the taking of something as something. And it is also the taking apart of something and seeing it for what it is. The crucial point that Heidegger is making in this part of Being and Time, paragraph 32, is that this taking of things, interpretation, is pre-predicative, it's pre-propositional. I see the hammer as a hammer that I use. I do not see it in the mode of the present at hand. I do not see it as a theoretical object. This can be compared, I think, to the discussion of signs that we had a few episodes back, where signs are those things which we take as things, say an exit sign, we see as an exit sign, but we see that exit sign as something ready to hand in relationship to the context of a particular world. And the point I ended with last time is that we are here, Heidegger will say, in a hermeneutic circle. The hermeneutic circle is that interpretation already understands, and what interpretation lays out is already understood and must be understood. This is different from what we might call normal scientific proof, where we may not presuppose what it is our task to provide grounds for. So in normal, standard, say, scientific procedure, we proceed by a logic of discovery. We cannot presuppose that which it's our task to provide grounds for. We discover it. With our being in the world, we're always stuck in a circle. And it's a question of entering this circle in the right way and not trying to get out of it. The hermeneutic circle, the fact that interpretation already understands, is a virtuous circle, not a vicious circle. Now, if we've understood that thought to some extent, then it has a devastating consequence. And here we move on to paragraph 33 of Being in Time, which is on the idea of assertions. It'll take a few minutes to get this clear in our minds, but I think it's important and we can certainly make it clear. The consequence of the argument Heidegger's developing is that truth is not something we can assert uniquely of propositions. As Heidegger puts it, the proposition or the assertion or judgment is not the primary and authentic locus of truth, where truth is understood as the truth of that which is, namely our being in the world. The truth of being in the world is laid out in interpretation, which is prior to assertion, prior to a proposition, in the same way as the ready to hand is prior to the present at hand. Now, Heidegger, being such a good scholar of the history of philosophy, recognizes the radicality of what he's doing here. And being Heidegger, this book, Being in Time, was ostensibly an introduction to Aristotle. It's hard to detect that as one leafs through its pages, but there we are. But in these pages of Being in Time, we can see the direct influence of one of Aristotle's rather tedious logical works, which is called Perihermeneia, or De Interpretatione, or On Interpretation. And in this little text, just a few pages, Aristotle's concerned with the definitions of word, sentence, and proposition. It's dry stuff in Aristotle, but it's worth a look if you get interested. But this is why Heidegger at this point in Being in Time has moved into a discussion of assertions. It's more or less cribbed from Aristotle. The question, the key issue which is being raised here, and which we're going to see deepened in the next paragraph of Being in Time, on discourse, on language, the issue here is the following. For ancient ontology, by which Heidegger in this period means Plato and Aristotle, as he understands them at this time, for ancient ontology, logos, language, is the means for obtaining access to that which is and to defining the being of that which is. So far, so good. The assumption of Aristotle's logic, which is still definitive for subsequent philosophy and certainly for someone like Heidegger, Aristotle's assumption is that propositions are the highest form of logos, the highest form of language. That propositions of the form of this is an X, or X is true, or this is a hammer, are the logical form by which we gain access to that which is. Now, to feel the radicality of this move that Heidegger's making, a move to something prior to propositions, it might be helpful to think about another philosophical example. And that example I want to mention here is Wittgenstein. And Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, which is an apparently complicated book, but actually is just 7 propositions. All that Wittgenstein presents in that book, if you ignore the kind of sub-propositions, are 7 thoughts. The first proposition is the following: the world is all that is the case. Seems fair enough, right? The world is all that is the case. Proposition 2, what is the case is facts, or the existence of states of affairs. Fair enough, right? The world is all that is the case, and what is the case are facts. The third proposition in the Tractatus is a logical picture of facts is a thought. A logical picture of facts is a thought, and that for, and this is the key one for our purposes, a thought is a proposition with a sense, right? So the world, which is all that is the case, can be captured in propositions. And a proposition is a thought with a sense. Propositions 5 and 6 of the Tractatus establish roughly and readily the truth function of what he calls elementary propositions, the general form of propositions, which are reducible either to being empirically verifiable. Certain propositions will be true by virtue of being empirically true. There is a glass of water on the table is a proposition I can test by virtue of there being or not being a glass of water on the table. And secondly, propositions can be true by virtue of their logical form, either reducible to a tautology, A is A, or a contradiction, A is not A. And then proposition 7 of the Tractatus, whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. So the point of Wittgenstein's argument in the Tractatus is that propositions give us a picture of the facts and access to the totality of the world. And the logical form of the proposition exhausts all that can be meaningfully thought. The rest is nonsense. But this is very important nonsense for Wittgenstein. This nonsense is the nonsense of the realms of what he calls the ethical, the aesthetic, and the religious. There's a letter that Wittgenstein wrote to a friend shortly after he finished the Tractatus, where he says that the key, as it were, discoveries of the Tractatus are what is not said in the book. The book exhausts all that can be said meaningfully. And all that can be said meaningfully is either reducible to logical form or empirically verifiable. But for Wittgenstein, what's important is elsewhere. And that's something about which we have to be silent. Now, Wittgenstein shifts his position in his later thinking away from what he called the crystalline purity of logic. And he moved towards a position on language that indeed some people have thought is quite close to Heidegger when Wittgenstein talks about language games and the rest. But just staying with the early Wittgenstein, the point I'm trying to make here is that for the early Wittgenstein, access to that which is through propositions, right? Through propositional form. And Heidegger is trying to uncover an area of language which is prior to propositions. And this is a really radical thought in relationship to the history of philosophy from the ancient Greeks through to a contemporary of Heidegger's like Wittgenstein. So let's turn more closely to Heidegger's text here, see what he's doing. And again, we're on around page 200 in paragraph 33. And he says the following. I'll just find a couple of snippets from this page. He says, in concernful circumspection, namely the kind of looking at things that we have in our relationship to the world, he says that in concernful circumspection, there are no such assertions at first. Right? At first, there are no assertions. He goes on, but such circumspection has, of course, its specific ways of interpreting, and these, as compared with the theoretical judgment just mentioned, may take on such form as the hammer is too heavy, or rather just too heavy. Hand me the other hammer. Interpretation, Heidegger says, is carried out primordially not in a theoretical statement, but in an action of circumspective concern. That's the key thing in that phrase. The interpretation is not carried out in a theoretical statement, a proposition, but in an action of being circumspectively concerned with something. Going back to Heidegger's text, he says, laying aside the unsuitable tool or exchanging it without wasting words. He says, without wasting words. And we get the idea that we've seen a number of times in Heidegger, that the world that we are in is a kind of workshop world, a world where hammers are passed from one person to another, and they might be accompanied by the word hammer, or pass me the other hammer. It's a bit like when a surgeon says scalpel, give me a scalpel, or bigger scalpel, or something like that. These aren't propositions, these are words which are actions. And that's what Heidegger's really getting at in these pages. He has a distinction on this basis, this argument. He makes a distinction between two ways of taking things as. He says there is an existential and hermeneutic as, right, which is what he wants to argue for, and what he calls an apophantical as. An apophantical as, which is what takes place in an assertion or a proposition. He says on page 201, thus assertion cannot disown its ontological origin from an interpretation which understands. The primordial as of an interpretation which understands circumspectively we call the existential hermeneutical as, in distinction from the apophantical as of the assertion. Maybe a slightly bewildering quotation, but the thought here is very simple. It is that we take things as things in terms of our understanding of our being in the world, existentially, hermeneutically. That's what is our founding relationship to things. And then propositions, theoretical statements, assertions are founded upon those. And this is where, and the paragraphs where the paragraph finishes, paragraph 33, he makes an interesting remark, which is that Aristotle is, great, wonderful, but he has to conclude that the basis for the understanding of language, of logos, in Aristotle and ancient ontology is not primordial enough, because it understands language as something present at hand, something theoretical, something which is articulated in the form of a proposition. And Heidegger thinks that our actual understanding, our actual use of discourse, of language, is deeper than that. And this is what he's going to try and lay out in the next paragraph, paragraph 34, which is called Dasein und Rede, being there and discourse, full stop, period, die Sprache. Dasein and discourse, full stop, language. You'll notice here, that's why I emphasized it with the German terms. He's making a distinction between discourse, Rede, and language, Sprache, speech. And one question we have to ask ourselves in this paragraph is really what that distinction consists in. So, paragraph 34, very, very important paragraph in Being and Time. The existential, ontological fundament of language is discourse. Heidegger admits that the previous analyses have been making constant use of discourse, but he has kept it suppressed, he says, in the thematic analysis. Discourse is constitutive for the disclosure of the there, of being in the world. Discourse is the way in which the there of our essential disclosedness becomes intelligible or meaningful. So you can feel its importance that we are being there. The way in which our there is disclosed, is articulated, is through discourse. Now, discourse, Rede, renders the Greek term logos. And logos for Heidegger, if we go back to the introduction to Being and Time, paragraph 7, logos is what lets us see. So discourse is the letting be seen, the intelligibility of that which shows itself. What shows itself is a phenomenon, and how we're allowed to see a phenomenon is through discourse. So discourse is the ology in phenomenology, we might say. This is where we put the ology in phenomenology. And this raises an interesting question. I mentioned this last time, I think. I'm here directly on page 203, 204 of Being and Time. Discourse is the articulation of intelligibility, of meaning as such. As such, it underlies both interpretation and assertion. In order for interpretation to interpret, to lay things out, there has to be discourse. Being in the world is discursively articulated. It's always discursively articulated. The intelligibility of the world becomes words. Now, the way in which discourse gets expressed is in language. Language, for Heidegger, is the totality of words. And here we have that suggestion of a distinction between discourse and language, which is quite tricky to work out. If language is words, what I'm speaking right now, then what is discourse, we might ask? What is Rede? Is this kind of the capacity for language that precedes words? A kind of grammar? A kind of basic grammar? Transcendental grammar? It's not clear. Interesting issue. It has some interesting consequences, one of which I'll get to in a couple of minutes. But however we understand these terms, discourse and language, Heidegger's thought here is that discourse is existential language. Discourse is, die Rede ist Existentialsprache. Discourse is existential language. It's language prior to the apprehension of present at hand word things. Discourse is the structuring or ordering of the intelligibility of being in the world, to which our being with others belongs, and our concern for being with one another. In other terms, discourse, in language that Heidegger won't use, because he thinks it's too obvious, discourse is intersubjectivity. It's intersubjective. Discourse is the articulation of our being with others. Now, moving on a tiny bit, there's a connection between discourse, between being with others, and with communication. And Heidegger makes play of the relationship between Mitsein, being with others, and Mitteilung, communication, where communication is grasped as understanding and being with one another, sharing a state of mind with others, sharing a state of mind in a commonly shared world. And this also raises a very interesting consequence, which I want to emphasize here, which is that language, discourse, is not inside the head. Language is not inside the head. It's not what's running through your minds. It's not dependent, or explained by its relationship to the brain or anything like that. That's not the way Heidegger wants to present this argument. He says, this is on page 205, he says, in talking, Dasein expresses itself not because it has in the first instance been encapsulated as something internal over against something outside, but because as being in the world, it's already outside when it understands. Language is not inside the head. Language is ecstatic. Language is always already outside with others in the shared expression of discourse. Insofar as one understands, and we always have understanding of the world for Heidegger, insofar as one understands, one is already outside, and so is the other. And he says, in what's like a side note here, says this is also the way we could think about speaking in relationship to poetical discourse, he says. Poetical discourse is a way of laying out our understanding of the other, our understanding of the world, our understanding of being with others. So poetry is the disclosure of the world and the co-disclosure of the world as a world that we share with others, and it's a disclosure of the world with others which is pre-propositional. And this is why I emphasize those links to poets like Wallace Stevens and Fernando Pessoa, because they really give us a sense of this world structuring activity of language. Now, after Heidegger's made this point, which is kind of his main point in this paragraph about discourse, we get a beautiful little phenomenology of hearing, of hearkening, of silence, and reticence. Hearing is essential. Dasein has to have ears and, if you like, clean ears that listen to the other. And the problem with us, because we are not oppressed by, we constantly fall into tradition, into customary ways of thinking and speaking, is that our ears are blocked. And we have to unblock those ears and clean them out. So in many ways, being in time is a kind of way of getting that wax out of our ears and cleaning those channels so we hear more crisply and cleanly. But listening to is the existential way of being open, as being with others. He says on page 206, says, listening to is Dasein's existential way of being open, as being with for others. Indeed, hearing constitutes the primary and authentic way in which Dasein is open for its own most potentiality for being. As in hearing the voice of the friend, whom every Dasein carries with it. Very strange phrase that, as in hearing the voice of the friend, whom every Dasein carries with it. Dasein hears because it understands. So we might ask, who is this friend? I'll come back to that later in these episodes. It might well turn out that Dasein is its own best friend, which may be a slightly sad state of affairs. But the point that Heidegger is making here is that in listening to, in hearing, we are open, and we're open and we're with others. And that's really the point that he wants to make. We have to clean our ears. The second aspect of this little phenomenology in relation to discourse is in relation to what he calls hearkening. Hearkening. And he says that hearkening is more primordial than what is called hearing in psychology. And there's an absolutely fascinating paragraph where he talks about this. He says, this is on page 207, it is on the basis of this potentiality for hearing, which is existentially primary, that anything like hearkening becomes possible. Hearkening is phenomenally still more primordial than what is defined in the perception of sounds. What we first hear is never noises or complexes of sounds, but the creaking wagon, the motorcycle. Again, listen to these examples. We don't hear a noise, we don't hear a sound complex, we hear a creaking wagon, we hear a motorcycle. Going back to the text, we hear the column on the march, the north wind, the woodpecker tapping, the fire crackling. These are strange examples. Where is the column on the march to? Where's it come from? Why a woodpecker? The fire is crackling. What's being burned? These are slightly suspicious metaphors given Heidegger's later political commitments, but let's just pass over that for the second. The point that he's making is that when we think about these examples, the column on the march, the fire crackling, the woodpecker tapping, Dasein hearkens to these insofar as it dwells alongside what it understands. It dwells alongside things in the world. So hearkening is similar to spatiality, that discussion of space, where space is what brings things close. In space, Dasein has a tendency towards the near, Heidegger says. Dasein brings things close. De-distancing is the rather ugly term he uses. But in hearing another, in hearkening to another, we are already with him or her. Then he talks about silence, and this is kind of revealing. He says, this is on page 208, speaking at length about something does not offer the slightest guarantee that thereby understanding is advanced. On the contrary, talking extensively about something covers it up and brings what is understood to a sham clarity, the unintelligibility of the trivial. The unintelligibility of the trivial. He goes on. I won't read the whole page. It's fascinating, but for Heidegger, authentic discourse is keeping silence, using words in a limited way. He says, to be able to keep silent, Dasein must have something to say. It must have at its disposal an authentic and rich disclosedness of itself. In that case, one's reticence makes something manifest and does away with idle talk. We'll come back to idle talk in a second, or we'll introduce idle talk in the next episode. But notice the reference to reticence. Hearing, hearkening, silence, reticence. Heidegger prefers few words rather than many words, and for those few words to come out of a deep understanding. If we wish to become authentic, for Heidegger, we need to cultivate reticence. Now, my personal fantasy, one of my personal fantasies, has been a wish to start a reticence bar. Imagine a reticence bar where no one speaks except when they have something to say, where people keep silent, and then when they have something to say because they genuinely understand it, they'll say a few words. Otherwise, they'll keep quiet. I think this would be fantastic. I remember I spent many happy evenings in Finland over the years, particularly in Helsinki. I remember being with some friends of mine in Helsinki after a long night drinking beer and such like. And these were people I was with were people that had known each other their whole lives. And at a certain point in the evening, 1, 2 in the evening, things became quieter and quieter, to the point where at a certain point in the evening, these friends who were really, really good friends, really close friends, fell into absolute silence. Nothing was said one to the other. And you thought, well, this is good. This wouldn't happen in New York. Everybody chattering away. Anyway, so I want to open a reticence bar. Now, at the bottom of page 208, towards the end of this paragraph 34, Heidegger cites Aristotle again. And it's a very famous quotation. All the words in Greek are zoon, logon, ekon. Zoon, logon, ekon. And those words are usually translated into Latin as animal rationale, rational animal. Now, what Heidegger is suggesting here in relation to language is the following. The tradition thinks about the human being as an animal with the use of reason. Logos is reason. Heidegger is going to suggest that we understand logos, discourse, as this way in which the human being shows itself in an everyday, average manner. So Heidegger translates these words of Aristotle, zoon, logon, ekon, with the German phrase der Mensch, the human being, zeigt sich, shows itself als Seiendes, as a being das redet, that speaks or discourses. The human being is phenomenological. The human being shows itself, discloses itself as the talker. Talk, discourse, language is the manner in which we are allowed to let see the constitution of our being in the world. The kind of wrinkle in that fabric or complication in that fabric that I want to introduce in finishing this episode is the following. One way of thinking about what Heidegger is saying here is that we are linguistic animals. We have language. It's language that picks us out. And language is what allows us to see that which shows itself, namely our being in the world. And furthermore, this language is pre-propositional. Yet here I want to go back one more time to this odd distinction between discourse and language. We can have language as word things, word units, but discourse is something deeper than that. Discourse is the way in which the world is articulated as such. It's the deep grammar of experience, the deep grammar of existence. The final thought I want to introduce in relationship to all of this is that if language for Heidegger does not mean the human capacity for vocal utterance alone, if language rather means the ability to discover a world, and for a world to have significance, intelligibility for a being that discovers it, then by virtue of what can we reduce that idea of discourse to human discourse? Might it not be true that non-human creatures, I'm thinking here of higher primates, I'm thinking here of dolphins and whales, by virtue of Heidegger's argument that discourse is the kind of grammar which allows for an understanding of world, could we say that's not true of chimpanzees? Is that not true of dolphins? I don't see how we could get to that conclusion. It seems to me fairly obvious that in the higher primates and more developed creatures, they certainly have a social existence. They have a world which is intelligible to them, which makes sense, and furthermore that there are forms of communication amongst those animals. What I'm saying here is the usual way of reading Heidegger is as a humanist. He's arguing for that Dasein is us, the human being. And we, human beings, have this distinctive relationship to the world. But you could push it a little bit further and say, actually, any species, any group of creatures which has a world which hangs together in a certain way has discourse and is Dasein too. There's a moment in a 1929 lecture course called The Fundamental Concepts of Metaphysics, where Heidegger makes a threefold distinction between human beings, Dasein, and we have world, animals, which are poor in world, and rocks and stones, which have no world at all. But I think it's more complicated than that. I think that animals have worlds in all sorts of intriguing and compelling ways. And a final thought here is that some of you might remember 2017, 2018 maybe, as the years of the octopus boom or the cephalopod boom. And I read all sorts of books about octopuses, cuttlefish, nautiluses, and other members, the four members of that cephalopod group. Fascinating creatures. And if we consider the octopus or the squid and think about the world structure of the squid, then just on the basis of empirical research, I would venture to say it becomes very hard to say that an octopus is poor in world. I think we'd have to say that an octopus has a world, the world for an octopus, and that world makes sense. Furthermore, if you think about octopuses, they live for 2 or 3 years, they've got huge brains, their sensory apparatus is not restricted to, eyes stuck in their heads and nasal cavities and ears, but their sensory apparatus is totally dispersed through their body, and their body is not restricted by an interior skeleton like human beings, but they are creatures that can move through the tiniest holes and gaps. And they have worlds, I think, and it's crazy to deny them the existence of a world. And what's interesting about octopuses, I'm kind of going off on one here, is that octopuses are not particularly social creatures. We like the idea of animals having a world. Maybe if we think about animals in terms of their social organization, we could think about the troop of chimpanzees, and we could watch documentaries on the hierarchical relationship that those chimpanzees have amongst themselves, the alpha male, competition from other males, the dramas that play out. And chimpanzees are pretty smart. But octopuses are probably a lot smarter. They have worlds too, I think, but they have those worlds largely alone. They're not particularly social creatures. And maybe that would be a whole different podcast series on Dasein, octopus, and so on and so forth. And with that, I'm gonna end things and move on to episode 7. Thank you very much for listening. Apply-Degger. Heidegger's thinking in Being and Time explained. With Simon Critchley. Episode 7, Inauthentic Life. So things got a bit heavy in that last episode, maybe the last two. And, not just the hammer is heavy, but Heidegger's heavy, and it is heavy. It's also remarkably simple and obvious if you put your mind to it. But let's try and have a little bit more fun in this episode. I want to talk about inauthentic life, which I think many of us are experts at in our day-to-day existence. He begins part B of chapter 5, so we're still in this big chapter on being in as such. We've gone through the key existential concepts, state of mind, understanding, discourse, and now we're going to find a set of kind of mirror concepts for those that take place in relationship to what Heidegger calls Dasein's falling. And he begins by confessing in part B that in all this fascinating discussion, discussion of assertion, language, so on and so forth, maybe he's lost sight of Dasein's everydayness. He's lost sight of this average, everyday place, which is where he started his analysis. So let's go back to that. Let's go back to publicness. Let's go back to the they. How does all this stuff that Heidegger has said, how does it relate to our average, everyday life in the world? So we have the three existential concepts: state of mind, understanding, discourse. And then they are mirrored in three counter concepts, which are idle talk, ambiguity, and curiosity. Idle talk, ambiguity, and curiosity. And Heidegger insists, once again, that in what follows, he's not involved in any moralizing critique of Dasein, of human life. And he says these paragraphs do not aspire to a philosophy of culture. He insists on this so much, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. He protests against this so much that we can think about that. Perhaps this is a philosophy of culture. And maybe it's also a critique of the culture of Heidegger's day and maybe of our own. That word culture in the German philosophy of this period, Kultur, was a very strong word that was, at the time that Heidegger was writing Being and Time, was associated with maybe the most prominent German philosopher of this period, who was Ernst Cassirer, his work on symbolic forms and other really interesting stuff. But let's stay tight to what Heidegger's saying. Idle talk, paragraph 35. I think this is fairly straightforward. If discourse is the disclosure of Dasein's intelligibility, of our being in the world, then idle talk is the closing off of this disclosure. Right? If discourse, Rede, is disclosure, then idle talk, Gerede, is the closing off of this disclosure. And Heidegger says, this is a great quote, I think. He says on 212, and because this discoursing, idle talk, has lost its primary relationship of being towards the entity talked about, or else has never achieved such a relationship, it does not communicate in such a way as to let this entity be appropriated in a primordial manner, but communicates rather by following the route of gossiping and passing the word along. Gossiping, passing the word along. Idle talk is constituted by just such gossiping and passing the word along. A process by which its initial lack of grounds to stand on becomes aggravated to complete groundlessness. And indeed, this idle talk is not confined to vocal gossip, but even spreads to what we write, where it takes the form of scribbling. In this latter case, the gossip is not based so much upon hearsay, it feeds upon superficial reading, and it goes on. This is good. The average understanding will not want to make any distinction because it does not need it, because it understands everything. Idle talk is gossiping. It's passing the word along. It's language employed in completely groundless ways. We can think of countless examples of this from reality TV shows to whatever examples we care to insert. In writing, it becomes scribbling. It becomes journalism. It becomes what we used to call 10 years ago blogging, or it becomes social media updates. It becomes, you and your social media profile and your endless scribbling, updating of that. That's what Heidegger means by idle talk. And that idle talk is dominated by average understanding, and average understanding understands everything already. Everything is always already understood in the domain of idle talk. There's nothing new. Everything is known already. Think about this in relationship to our news flash or update culture, that our phones are flooded with endless updates, about the latest results of whatever event has happened in the world or an election or whatever. So we're always already, everything is always already known. And that's a condition of public discourse, of publicness. And Heidegger will say, in publicness, we float unattached. Which brings us to the next concept, curiosity. This is a fascinating little paragraph, just a few pages in the text, easy to ignore. But it begins, this is paragraph 36, with a discussion of the natural light, the lumen naturale, which Heidegger's already discussed at the beginning of chapter 5, when he's talking about disclosure and the clearing, and the fact that we are not lit up. The natural light is not the natural light of reason, as it was for Descartes. The natural light is the natural light of our clearing, our disclosure. And at the beginning of this paragraph on curiosity, he cites the opening words of Aristotle's Metaphysics, when Aristotle says, "All men by nature desire to know. An indication of this is the delight we take in the senses, and above all, the sense of sight. We prefer seeing to anything else." Interesting phrase. We take delight in the senses, we take delight in sight. And this is a kind of curiosity, a kind of, if you like, philosophical curiosity that human beings have. But things get turned up a little bit, the volume control goes up a tiny bit in the next paragraph, because Heidegger begins to quote St. Augustine. Augustine, the nightclubber who becomes a bishop. And Augustine talks about, in the Confessions, about what he calls concupiscence. Concupiscence, not a word that's used very much these days, concupiscentia, which means concupiscence of the eyes. And this is the meaning of curiosity. And in Augustine, that concupiscence, that curiosity, is linked to lust, and in particular, sexual desire, scopic desire, voyeurism, things like that. And if we open our copy of Confessions, and I've got my copy in my hands as I speak to you, and I'm going to into book 10 of the Confessions. And in book 10 of the Confessions, there's a chapter called Empty Curiosity and Frivolous Interests. Gives you an idea of the tone here. And he says, this is Augustine, seeing belongs properly to the eyes. Seeing belongs properly to the eyes. Harkens back to that quote from Aristotle. But the problem of seeing for Augustine is the problem of sense experience in relationship to the concupiscence of the eyes, the way in which curiosity takes us in, sweeps us away. We become tempted with our eyes. We experience what Augustine calls lust of the eyes. Augenlust is the way Heidegger translates it. Eye lust. And we kind of know, what this means, I think, in our day-to-day lives. But let me quote another little bit from paragraph 35, when Heidegger says, "When curiosity has become free, it concerns itself with seeing, but just in order to see. It seeks novelty only in order to leap from it anew to another novelty." Right? So what he's saying here is that curiosity, as this concupiscence of this, where we're tempted with the eyes, seeks novelty. It wants newness, and it wants new things all the time. It wants to go from novelty to novelty, to be constantly kind of outside of itself, distracted. So curiosity, Heidegger says, is a specific way of not tarrying alongside what is closest. In not tarrying, curiosity is concerned with the constant possibility of distraction. Heidegger says distraction. Curiosity has nothing to do with observing entities and marveling at them. And he quotes the Greek here, thaumazein, wonder. This is not what is meant by curiosity. Curiosity is rather a constant distraction by things. It has nothing to do with wonder, amazement at the existence of the world. Rather, curiosity is the experience of never dwelling anywhere. It's a loss of dwelling, of being everywhere and nowhere. So curiosity is the experience of constantly uprooting ourselves because we're distracted by some new thing that comes along. And Heidegger ends this paragraph by saying, curiosity, for which nothing is closed off, and idle talk, for which there is nothing that's not understood, provide themselves with the guarantee of a life which is genuinely lively. A life which is supposedly genuinely lively. I think about this in a number of ways, or maybe at least two ways. I think about Hedda Gabler, Ibsen. Hedda, bless her, love Hedda, wants liveliness. She craves liveliness. Unfortunately, she finds herself with a husband who's not lively and who bores her to death and who's not going to deliver the kind of life that she wants. And so she engages herself with other desires, other curiosities, other men who cross her path. And she craves liveliness until she slips away into a side room, begins banging away on the piano, takes out her father's gun and shoots herself through the head. Now, I'm not saying don't be curious on that basis, but she wants liveliness, and maybe liveliness is something we should be a little bit suspicious of. The other thing I think about in relationship to curiosity is about flirtation. That curiosity is very much the life of flirting, the play of looking, being looked at, the kind of seduction of looking. So if we wanted to find a phenomenology of the sexy or a phenomenology of flirtation in Heidegger, we could look at this paragraph. Heidegger's going to do no such thing, but doesn't mean somebody else might not do it. Anyway, ambiguity, the third concept in this little trilogy. When everything is always already understood and everyone talks about it all the time, it becomes impossible to decide what is disclosed in a genuine understanding and what is not. Everything becomes ambiguous. Everything becomes ambiguous. Things look as if they're understood, but they're not. Everyone is acquainted with everything, but they understand nothing. Heidegger says on page 218, but when Dasein goes in for something in the reticence of carrying it through, or even a genuinely breaking down on it, time is a different time. and as seen by the public, an essentially slower time than that of idle talk, which lives at a faster rate. So reticence, which we saw in the last episode, which Heidegger likes, reticence is slow. It's a slowing down of time. Idle talk is fast. If we go back to the reticence bar in Helsinki, or imagine its construction in Brooklyn or something, then this would be a slow bar, whereas idle talk is quick, it's fast. Now, I find these discussions in Heidegger pretty interesting. He goes on the same paragraph to say, Dasein's understanding in the they is constantly going wrong in its projects. That is to say, in its public disclosedness of being with one another, where the loudest idle talk and the most ingenious curiosity keep things moving, where in an everyday manner everything is happening. This ambiguity is always tossing to curiosity that which it seeks, and it gives to idle talk the semblance of having everything decided in it. So these three elements, idle talk, chatter, curiosity, constantly being engaged by whatever it is that passes in front of one's eyes, and ambiguity, the fact that everything seems to mean this and seems to mean something else, these three things feed off each other, run together. We can think about this in relationship to, kind of where we are socially and politically, Everything seems to mean something else. This is ambiguity. Or, people say it's this, but actually it's this. People say it's climate change is real. Other people say it's a conspiracy created by China, whatever it might mean. We see in the, allegedly developed countries of the West a politics of ambiguity, which is being used for an arguably malicious intent. So ambiguity is a constant watching of one another, listening to gossip and overhearing, where being with one another is really being against one another, Heidegger says. So there's a kind of superficial sociality of ambiguity, where secrets are exchanged, people listen in, and people seem to be for one another, like at a party or something where people are for one another. But then just beneath the surface, there is a hostility to each other. Someone like Heidegger will say, everything is understood, everything means something else, and everything and everyone flips around into something else. There is no constancy in this average, everyday world. So those are the three concepts. And then we're now on the final pages of chapter 5, you'll be pleased to hear. And he's going to pull all of this together in a fascinating couple of pages called Falling and Thrownness. So these three everyday ways of inauthentic being there, idle talk, curiosity, ambiguity, make up the falling of Dasein. And this falling is the being of everydayness. And Heidegger insists that this is not negative. This term falling does not express any negative evaluation. Falling is being lost in the publicness of the they self. It is absorption in the world. It is falling to the world. Again, falling not as a vertical descent from a state of grace to a state of sin, like Satan falling from heaven to hell, but falling to the world, falling at the world. Heidegger insists, and rightly, that this inauthentic way of being does not mean not being in the world. Rather, inauthentic being is a distinctive way of being in the world, which is completely fascinated with the world. Heidegger insists that this is a positive possibility, that falling is a positive possibility. So falling, Heidegger insists, maybe insists too much, is not bad. He then picks out let's see, how many are there? I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ways of characterizing this movement of falling. And these characteristics are that falling is tempting, tranquilizing, alienating, entangling, and turbulent. Tempting, tranquilizing, alienating, entangling, and turbulent. And let's take them in turn, because they're pretty interesting. Idle talk discloses to Dasein a being towards its world, Heidegger says. And Dasein is pulled by that world. Dasein is tempted by falling. Being in the world, he says, this is on page 221, being in the world is in itself tempting. Being in the world is tempting. We float groundlessly in average everydayness, and we're tempted towards falling. But, he goes on, this tempting, insofar as life with the they allows for a full and genuine life, and we live in the certainty and the decidedness of the they, we find what Heidegger calls tranquility. This is interesting, tranquility. So we're tempted by being in the world. We're pulled into falling, and that pulling into falling, it has a tranquilizing effect. On page 222, he talks about a full and genuine life brings Dasein a tranquility. Falling, being in the world, which tempts itself, is at the same time a tranquilizing. I think of this in, pharmacological terms, in terms of the rise of tranquilizers and Xanax and things like that, which kind of numb you to the world as a way of getting through it. The third element in this picture of falling is alienation. Heidegger talks about the way in which Dasein in average everydayness, he says, the opinion may now arise that understanding the most alien cultures and synthesizing them with one's own may lead to Dasein's becoming for the first time thoroughly and genuinely enlightened about itself. This is interesting. What he's suggesting here is that an interest in foreign cultures, in foreign cultures, is a way of inauthentically becoming enlightened about ourselves. The way in which, say, in developed Western cultures, there's a kind of fetishization of the non-Western. A fetishization of the non-Western which leads to a kind of exoticism. This is what Nietzsche used to call European Buddhism. The fact that we can, our Judeo-Christian heritage has messed us up, and the answer lies elsewhere in alien cultures, foreign cultures, and we can synthesize those cultures with our own. For Heidegger, this leads to mere exoticism, and it's to be, I think, understood as inauthentic life. What would be on the fourth element, I think it is now, alienating, is that, he says, when Dasein, tranquilized and understanding everything, thus compares itself with everything, it drifts along towards an alienation in which its own potentiality for being is hidden from it. Fallen being in the world is not only tempting and tranquilizing, is at the same time alienating. So tranquilized falling into or out the world is alienating. It alienates us from our almost potentiality for being ourselves, Heidegger says. Yet, and this is the fifth element of falling, yet this alienation leads to entanglement. Heidegger says a very interesting thing here. He says, yet this alienation cannot mean that Dasein gets factically torn away from itself. On the contrary, this alienation drives it into a kind of being which borders on the most exaggerated self-dissection. The most exaggerated self-dissection. This alienation closes off from Dasein its authenticity and possibility. The alienation of falling, Heidegger says, at once tempting and tranquilizing, leads by its own movement to Dasein's getting entangled in itself. So, the alienation which Heidegger's talking about does not mean that we, Dasein, get factically torn away from ourselves, just that. It means that we become entirely preoccupied with ourselves in the form of an exaggerated self-dissection. Now, although Heidegger doesn't say this, I think this could be understood in relationship to a concept you can find in that lovely old curmudgeon Philip Reef, where he talks about the triumph of the therapeutic. That whatever the truth or falsity of psychoanalysis, and we could debate that for weeks at end, on weeks at a time, that psychoanalytic theory has led to a culture of therapy, and a culture of therapy which leads us to become completely entangled with ourselves, preoccupied with ourselves, committed to some idea that there is some story about us, a story of trauma, of abuse, of victimization, whatever. However that's understood. So for Heidegger, this tempting, tranquilizing, alienating structure of average everydayness leads to an entanglement in ourselves. And then this all has the characteristic of groundless floating for Heidegger, kind of a groundless floating. That we are floating in average everydayness, but we're floating in such a way that we're kind of caught up in the turbulence of being in the world. So Heidegger says, this is on page 223. He says, falling is not only existentially determinative of being in the world, at the same time, turbulence makes manifest that the thrownness which can obtrude upon Dasein in its state of mind has the character of throwing and of movement. So we're like corks in a stream, leaves on a lake, I don't know, we're kind of caught up, engulfed by the turbulence of the world that surrounds us, that pulls us this way and that. And we can think about our lives as, living concretely, living our best lives ever, ascending, being happy, living in the present, whatever that means. But for Heidegger, this is the groundless floating of falling being in the world, inauthentic falling. And this is the structure of what Heidegger calls thrownness. These elements that we've identified, temptation, tranquilization, alienation, entanglement, and turbulence, make up the structure of thrownness. And the key takeaway from this, the end of this chapter, which links to what I was saying 2 episodes back, Dasein is thrown projection, is the phrase that Heidegger introduces here on page 223. Dasein exists factically. So we are always thrown. We are always in the movement of falling. We exist factically, and for as long as Dasein is, it remains in the throw, in the turbulent movement of thrownness. But if that's true, then how do we change direction? What about authenticity in relationship to that? And this picks up on something that we've talked about a couple of times before. The last paragraphs of chapter 5. Heidegger talks about authentic existence is not something which floats above falling everydayness. Existentially, it's only a modified way in which such everydayness is seized upon. So we are thrown being in the world, always already, average, everyday existence defined by idle talk, curiosity, ambiguity. Yet, because we are the kind of beings for whom being is an issue, we can seize hold of that everydayness in a different way. Even in the mode of inauthentic life, we can modify that. We can seize hold of that in a different way. And that seizing hold of it is the possibility of authenticity. Heidegger says, tiny bit further on, he says, falling is not a night view of Dasein. Interesting expression. It's not a night view of Dasein. Rather, it reveals an essential ontological structure of Dasein. It is the human being's movement, its kinesis, it's the structure of every day. It is daytime, like daytime TV. It's daytime, it's not a night view. So we are always already falling at the world, always already captivated, fascinated by average everydayness, caught in its movement of ambiguity, curiosity, and chatter. And all the authenticity would be a change of movement, a modification of movement. The question is, how are we to conceive of that? How are we to conceive of that? How is that going to be felt? How is that going to take shape, take form, take a concrete form in Dasein's existence? And that's going to turn on the next concept, big concept we're going to introduce in these episodes, which is the concept of anxiety, angst, which will be at the center of what we do next time. But just to, summarize for a second, we've now gone through the first 5 chapters of Being in Time. It's been a lot of fun, I'm sure you agree. With all of the concepts that we've analytically delineated so far, we now have everything in place in order to get to a definition of care. And care is going to define the being of Dasein. And that's what we're going to do next time. Chapter 6 of Being in Time is called Care as the Being of Dasein, and we'll get into that next time. So thank you very much. Apply-Degger. Heidegger's thinking in Being in Time explained. With Simon Critchley. Hello there. Episode 8 of Apply-Degger. And today's topic is anxiety and care. And we're going to pull things together in this episode, elements that we've laid out in previous episodes, and they're all going to come together in a beautiful harmony in this episode. You will love it. It will all make sense. So let's get stuck in. Dasein is being in the world, as I've said repeatedly in these talks, Dasein is being in the world, and being in the world is primordially and constantly a whole. We must not split the phenomenon. This phrase that Heidegger uses in chapter 5 keeps coming back. We must not split the phenomenon, we must keep things together. Dasein is being in the world as a whole. Now, the question in chapter 6, this key chapter on care, the question is twofold. The first part of the question is, how is the whole of being in the world to be disclosed? How is the whole of being in the world to be disclosed? And secondly, how is it to be defined? So how is the whole of being in the world to be disclosed? And secondly, how is it to be defined? The first question is going to be answered through anxiety, angst, which we'll discuss a bit later on. And anxiety is what Heidegger calls paradoxically, and he knows it's a paradox or a contradiction, an understanding state of mind. An understanding state of mind. He uses this double kind of portmanteau formulation. On 226, he says, is there an understanding state of mind in which Dasein has been disclosed to itself in some distinctive way? And that understanding state of mind is going to be anxiety. And then the question in paragraph 41, anxiety is discussed in paragraph 40. In 41, that is then defined as care. And then in paragraph 42, which I think I'll say a word or two about, we get a weird, what he calls a pre-ontological confirmation of care in a myth. Heidegger tells us a story and brings things to a kind of happy ending. And also in chapter 6, this is the last chapter in division 1 of being in time. So we're approaching a kind of climax. The question of being, this question which frames being in time, slips back into view. And he begins to say, well, you know, what I've done in this analytic of Dasein, of the human being, of us, is what he calls an existentially a priori anthropology. Right? Anthropology, a way of talking about us, human beings, a priori, picking out the formal features of the human being, and the formal features insofar as the human being is defined by existence. The question then is, what does that have to do with the question of being as such? The second part of chapter 6, which we'll look at next week, there are two sections which are both kind of mini essays, short independent essays, which conclude division 1. One is on reality and the other is on truth. In a way they can be read independently of being in time, but we will connect them to the whole body of the argument. So that's the structure of chapter 6. So what I want to do now is to lay out the care structure. So the being of Dasein is care. What is the structure of care? Now, I want to lay this out in 12 steps, a bit like Alcoholics Anonymous. And let's just make a start. Step 1, the analysis of state of mind. This term Befindlichkeit, always having found oneself there-ness. The analysis of state of mind yielded a determination of thrownness. Thrownness is the fact or facticity of being there, being found somewhere, and disclosed in a certain way in the there of our existence. Thrownness describes our way of being delivered over to our place, of being found always already somewhere and disclosed in a specific way. And the way we're disclosed, as we saw, I think 2 episodes ago, is we're disclosed through mood, through affect. So state of mind, thrownness, mood. That's point 1. Point 2, the analysis of understanding. In paragraph 31 of Being in Time, an understanding was understood by Heidegger as being able to do something, therefore linked to possibility, potentiality. Understanding is linked by Heidegger to projection, throwing forth. So Dasein is not just thrown, but by having projects, it can throw forth from that thrownness. And Dasein always remains in the throw. And we saw this last time, the way in which Dasein remains in the throw and in the throes of idle talk, curiosity, and ambiguity. Step 3. However, these two existentials, state of mind, understanding, are combined, or better, interwoven into the structure of Dasein's thrown projection. Dasein is, as I've said a number of times before, thrown projection. And the structure of throwing off is described as enigmatic. It's an enigmatic structure. And the point is to let us see the enigma as an enigma and not just to try and solve it. The third existential is discourse or talk. And this was defined as the articulation of Dasein's enigmatic structure. Discourse, talk, is the way in which the whole structure of the human being, the ontological structure of our being in the world, is made intelligible. The way in which we are in the world is made intelligible, is interpretable through discourse. Point 4. So Dasein is articulated like a hinge. Like a hinge. Think of Dasein as a kind of an articulated lorry, as we say in England, or a hinge of a door. We're articulated around this dual structure of thrownness and projection, which is rendered intelligible through discourse. Which is to say what exactly? The following is to say that Dasein is articulated thrown projection. Articulated thrown projection. And this proposition makes sense and combines these three existentials of state of mind, understanding, and discourse. And as Heidegger makes clear at the end of paragraph 41, this basic structure of Dasein as articulated thrown projection is not simple. It is articulated and therefore a mobile structure, a complex structure. He says, this is on 241, in the end it will be shown that the idea of being in general is just as far from being simple as is the being of Dasein. So, the basic existential structure of us is not simple, the basic structure of being is not simple. It is articulated. It is hinged around this mobile structure of articulated thrown projection. That's step 4. Step 5, to take it a little bit further. So, care is the being of Dasein. But what is the meaning of care? What does it mean? Let's lay this out step by step. Firstly, care means that Dasein projects, that its being is defined by possibility, by potentiality. Dasein is a being who has potentiality for being. And insofar as it has this potentiality, Dasein always runs ahead of itself. Our being is being ahead of ourselves. And the term that Heidegger uses here is literally the term to run ahead, vorlaufen, to run ahead. Now, to say this, that we're fundamentally beings who run ahead, is also to say, or to imply, that we are futural. We are orientated towards the future insofar as we understand. Also, and this is a claim that will become clearer as we move through these episodes, this is also the meaning of freedom. Freedom is futural. Freedom is the freedom of being able to disclose our existential structure. So Dasein is the being that's capable of the disclosure of its existential structure. This is also to say, by the by, that Dasein, us, we're the beings who are capable of what Heidegger calls phenomenology, namely bringing to sight, letting us see that which shows itself. Remember, the definition of logos is letting see. The definition of phenomenon is that which shows itself. So insofar as we have this potentiality, we can disclose, we can let ourselves see what shows itself. Step 6. Dasein only projects on the basis of its thrownness. Dasein can only be ahead of itself insofar as it is already being in a world. And this is the meaning of the phrase that Heidegger uses in these pages, that Dasein is being ahead of itself already in a world. Namely, Dasein is thrown, as we've said. Dasein is concealed. Dasein is therefore unfree in some measure. So Dasein is a being that's capable of phenomenology and of understanding itself, but that understanding is also capable of being caught up in facticity, caught up in concealment. I am open to the future, but I can conceal that from myself. Step 7. What are we saying here? The being of Dasein is care. The care structure is the double movement of articulated thrown projection, which is to say that Dasein is multifaceted. Multifaceted. It faces the future, projection. It faces the past, thrownness. And in relationship to the future and past, it turns to the present. Dasein is not a point. It does not occupy a point, a temporal punctum, a moment. Rather, Dasein is stretched temporally. Dasein is a temporal stretch. And the link between care and time, care and temporality, is one of the main concerns of Division 2 of Being and Time that we'll get to. So, Dasein is this stretch of our being in the world. This is care, and this is a unitary phenomenon. A unitary phenomenon which imposes unity on Dasein's multifaceted temporal structure. The fact that it's not a simple structure, it's an articulated, complex structure. And this, Heidegger says in an interesting passage towards the end of the pages I'm going to be looking at today, this is the sense of what he calls man's perfectio. Man's perfectio in the sense of completion or fulfillment. That the fulfillment of the human being is accomplished by care. And he says, this is page 243, in the double meaning of care, what we have in view is a single basic state in its essentially twofold structure of thrown projection. So we're thrown, past, projection, future. Care is the single concept which is meant to capture that twofold articulated structure, which is us. Step 8. Dasein is thrown projection. This is also to say that Dasein exists factically. Its projective capacity is caught up in thrownness. Dasein is always in the throes of its throw. But we've left something important out, and this is the point of point 8. Chapter 5 discusses the three existentials, state of mind, understanding, discourse. But in part B of that chapter, he goes on to describe how those characteristics are revealed, show up in everyday being in the world, in inauthentic life. And the three concepts which mirror the three existential structures are idle talk, curiosity, and ambiguity, which I discussed last time. And those three make up the structure of falling. Falling. And falling is the being of everydayness. Falling is groundless floating. The fact that we are beings who always fall to the world, fall from ourselves, as it were, into inauthenticity, fall at the world. And that fall is not a fall from a state of grace to a state of sin. It's not a vertical fall. It's a horizontal fall, a falling at. And that falling at describes our absorption in the world, our fascination with the world. And I take that all very seriously. The claim that inauthentic life is what constitutes us. And now we can turn to point 9. Point 9 is that we can reach a full, fulfilled, unified determination of Dasein's structure in terms of the three elements that we've identified: existentiality, facticity, and falling. Existential structure, projection, potentiality for being, freedom, as I said a little while ago, facticity, meaning thrownness, unfreedom, and falling, our everyday way of being together with things of concern and with others for whom we feel solicitude, Heidegger says. So those are the three elements of care: existentiality, facticity, and falling. And it's this unity of those three elements that Heidegger wants to unify in the concept of care. And if you have the time or the will or the interest, you can see on pages 236 to 237 how this is all laid out in the text. I'm really just summarizing what Heidegger's saying here. On 236, he says, Dasein is an entity which is ahead of itself. We are ahead of ourselves. We're fundamentally defined by being able, being potent, having potential, being free, headed towards the future. Secondly, we project forth from our thrownness. We're always already in a world. Existing is always factical. Heidegger goes further on these pages on 236 and says, existentiality is essentially determined by facticity. And then we're not just thrown projection, we're thrown projection insofar as we are always already absorbed in the world of our concern, absorbed and alongside, out there, alongside, within that world, that inauthentic world that we inhabit. And these three elements constitute the structure of care. Point 10 is that care names the unity of Dasein's complex existential structure. It is an a priori claim. It's a formal claim. It's what precedes and structures experience, a term that Heidegger won't use. But is that the last word? Is care the last word in the determination of the being of Dasein? And the answer is no. There is something more fundamental still, which we must reveal, something still more primordial, which provides an ontological support for the unity of care. This brings us to point 11. So there is a more primordial phenomenon which provides a support for the unity of the structure of care, the unity of this multifacetedness, the fact that Dasein faces these three ways at once. And we can call this still more primordial phenomenon the meaning of care, where meaning is understood as that upon which care is based. And this upon which we've already seen, this is the claim that Heidegger makes about meaning. Meaning is that upon which our being in the world rests. That upon which is temporality. It's temporality that makes possible the being of Dasein as care. And this is laid out in Division 2, Being in Time, in a paragraph which is called Care and Selfhood. And to look a little bit down the road, I think it's also useful. We don't want spoiler alert in the sense that I'd like to let you know where we're going in this discussion. But if you go a couple of hundred pages further into Being in Time, you go to page 380, and I'm just flicking through my copy of the book as I speak to you. On page 380, he makes the following remark. He says, time is primordial as the temporalizing of temporality. We haven't discussed any of that. Temporality, he says, is essentially ecstatical. We're going to get to that later on. You'll love that bit. Ecstatic temporality. It's really good. Temporality temporalizes itself primordially out of the future. This is the important bit. He then says, primordial time is finite. So, the meaning of care is temporality, time. The meaning of time is finitude. The meaning of our being is finitude. And the meaning of being as such is going to be finite as well. And if we say that, looking way down the road, if we say the meaning of our being as such is finite, then we're saying that the being which structures different worlds and different historical periods is also finite and therefore is also different. Being is not eternal. It can structure different historical epochs, different discursive schemas. This is where someone like Michel Foucault, who was influenced by Heidegger, he develops this point into the idea of the epistemes, the fact there are different historical epochs which shape history. That's looking way down the track, way ahead of ourselves, but it's good to keep the big picture in view. And this brings us to point 12. Now, what I've said so far in this episode is true. Believe me. I can show it on the basis of the text, but and it might be nice, I don't know. It's for you to judge, but it's formal. It's a formal definition. It doesn't really have enough content. And this is where, point 12, we're going to turn towards the concept of anxiety. Anxiety is going to provide some existential filling or fulfillment to this formal ontological set of claims. So let's talk about anxiety. Okay, on a painfully embarrassing personal note, it was anxiety that first really spoke to me in Heidegger through a text called What is Metaphysics, a lecture that Heidegger gave in 1929. And then I looked at Being in Time. I was around 22 at the time. I went to university late, and it was a stressful experience. And I had, I guess, what people call a breakdown in my first year. It was horrible. And I was gripped with terrible anxiety, which was linked in particular to a terror, I guess, of failure, a terror more specifically of exams and failing in exams. The exam system in England at the time was pretty rigorous and punitive, and it induced terror in me. And I kind of collapsed in my first year at university. And when I was trying to kind of make sense of that, trying to kind of understand what was happening, I discovered Heidegger and Heidegger on anxiety, and it spoke to me in a very powerful way. And I want to try and keep that in mind, the kind of 22-year-old version of myself sitting in a 14th floor room of a really ugly, anonymous tower block at the University of Essex in 1982, listening to Echo and the Bunnymen, listening more specifically to The Cutter by Echo and the Bunnymen, a track like that, conquering myself until I see another hurdle approaching, say we can, say we will, not just another drop in the ocean, and so on and so forth. There you are, you're young, you're anxious, you find the world a weird place and you're feeling strange. And Heidegger can speak to that condition. It's important to remember that, I think. Anxiety. And in many ways I came into philosophy because I felt anxious and I thought I could maybe help other people with anxiety through teaching philosophy. Was I stupid and naive in that thought? Well, I don't know. Sometimes I think so, sometimes I don't. But let's turn to anxiety. It's anxiety that lets us see being in the world as a whole. It is the basic mood or the fundamental mood. The term there in German is quite nice, Grundstimmung, the basic mood, that permits us to get a grip on the unitary structure of Dasein's articulated whole, which is care, as we've seen. So, at one level, which is an important level in the argument of being in time, anxiety fulfills a methodological requirement. A methodological requirement is that Heidegger needs a way, method just means way, a way of revealing being in the world as a whole. And that's done through the concept of anxiety. He'll say something similar about death. Death is also a methodological requirement in being in time. The argument there is going to be, well, in order to have a sense of Dasein as a whole, then we have to have a sense of Dasein's end. We have to have Dasein's end in view, in our grasp, conceptually. Dasein's end is death, therefore we have to have a concept of death. So, anxiety and death fulfill methodological functions in the argument. But, and it's a big but, the resonance of anxiety is more than methodological. It is the analysis of this mood, this basic mood of anxiety, this rare and subtle mood, as Heidegger will say. It is in this mood of anxiety that the self is first precipitated. Precipitated, I use the word deliberately, precipitated like a raindrop from a cloud. Right? This is the aquatic kind of maritime model of Heidegger that I prefer. So we're lost in the sea of them, lost in the sea of our absorption in the world, and the self precipitates in the experience of anxiety. Anxiety is the first formation of the self, the free, authentic self. And this idea of anxiety as what first shapes the self was the mood that launched 1,000 novels from Sartre's Nausea, famously, where the protagonist in that book feels this nausea at existence, through to a book like Camus' The Outsider, The Stranger, L'étranger, which ends with this beautiful line, I opened myself to the tender indifference of the world. I opened myself to the tender indifference of the world. That's kind of the experience of anxiety. Or indeed the anxiety that you can find in more recent novels. I think of my friend Tom McCarthy's novel, Remainder, which begins with the line, of the accident, I remember very little, almost nothing. And then the mood of the character in Tom McCarthy's Remainder is very much a kind of mood of anxiety, someone who holds existence at a distance. And you could say, maybe you could say, that anxiety is the mood of the novel itself. It's a very general kind of claim to make, and it might sound abstract and absurd, but if we think about the novel when does the novel begin and where does the novel begin? It really begins in Britain in the early 18th century with figures like Daniel Defoe, late 17th, early 18th century, books like Journal of the Plague Year, and most famously Robinson Crusoe. Robinson Crusoe, if you read that book, Crusoe experiences profound anxiety. He goes kind of crazy on the island in the strangest possible way. So the rise of the novel, as Ian Watt used to say in that classic study of the novel, in many ways perhaps goes together with the idea of anxiety. That's just a thought. But it's in anxiety that freedom is first felt. The anxiety that defines a free individual. This is where it's felt. And the key thing here is that freedom, anxiety are things which are not first and foremost conceptual or cognitive. They are affective. They are emotional. Anxiety arrests the movement of falling to the world, right? So, as I've said a few minutes ago, we fall to the world, we fall at the world, and that is our fundamental movement. Anxiety arrests that movement of falling and lets us grasp being in the world as a whole. And in anxiety, we are individuated as beings capable of grasping our being. The existential cost of this understanding, of this grasping of ourselves, is that we fall out of the world. We fall out of the world. We fall out of the cozy, homely, familiar world where we're concerned with things and have relations of solicitude with others. And we move into a world of uncanniness, a world in which we're no longer at home, a world which is unheimlich, uncanny, unhomely. So inauthentic selfhood is had with others to the point where we are at sea with others in an experience of groundless floating, ambiguous, curious, chatty. And this is nice, right? This is lovely. It's like being at a party. When you're at a party and you've got over the initial anxiety of the party, and nobody likes me. I don't know anybody. Everybody hates me. I want to leave. I want to die. Whatever it might be. That kind of Morrissey Smith's mood of going to a place and standing alone and leaving at home, and then going home and crying and wanting to die. All of that. You get past that, and there you are in a party. Maybe you've had a couple of drinks, and you're kind of in the party being a little bit drunk, a little bit maybe high, and you are caught in ambiguity, curiosity, chat. This means that. You're looking at things, you're looking at people, you're talking idly, and it's nice, groundless floating. Life with the day is kind of enjoyable. We're immersed in the sea of others. We're drowned in the world's suffocating banality, its tender indifference. Anxiety is the experience of that tide that immerses us, that way in which we're immersed in the sea of the world, that tide going out. That tide goes out. And what I'm thinking of here in particular is the way in which the words for time and tide are linked in, say, the Nordic languages, in Dutch, and say the Frisian dialect, and also in English at its roots. The experience of time is an experience of tide, where time is linked to the movement of the tide. And if you've spent time in rather old-fashioned maritime communities, you'll meet people. I've met people like this in the past in places like Jersey and the Channel Islands between England and France, whose whole day will be shaped by the experience of the tide, and they can smell when the tide changes, when the tide's coming in, when the tide's going out, and that's the fundamental marker of time. And we're immersed in it, we're immersed in that sea. Okay, so anxiety is the experience of the tide going out, where the water drains away and leaves one stranded on the strand, stranded on the great beach of being. And I like that image that we are kind of, the first way in which the self shows up is that the tide goes out, the water of being in the world drains away, and we're revealed as anxious individuals alone. And also linked to this, a point that Heidegger makes is that it's important to understand anxiety in particular ways. We can think about anxiety as worry or jitteriness or fear or that kind of thing. This is not what Heidegger is trying to get us to think about. For him, anxiety is a kind of calm, a kind of peace. It's a term he uses in what is metaphysics, a kind of Ruhe, a kind of calm or peace. It's important to try and think of anxiety not so much as worry, but as a kind of detachment, tranquility, a tranquility that's not tranquilized by the world, perhaps the philosophical mood par excellence, anxiety. Anyway, let me put this a slightly different way. If we look at the first paragraphs of the discussion of anxiety, and I'm here on pages 228, 229, 230, Heidegger compares anxiety with the movement of falling and fleeing. And it's the idea of anxiety as a kind of movement that I want to focus on here. So in State of Mind, as I said a couple of episodes back, in State of Mind, Dasein, us, Dasein discloses the there of its being in the world in its movement of turning away from itself. And I compared this, I think, to the way in which we can wake up in the middle of the night and shift the position of our body. There's a kind of awareness there and a turning away, and we turn, we alter the position of our body, and we return to sleep. So in State of Mind, there is this movement of evasion where we turn our backs on ourselves because our being is a kind of burden that we don't want to take up. Dasein finds itself fleeing. It finds itself in flight from itself. So that's falling. We know that already. Now, in anxiety, Dasein turns away from the turning away of evasion and turns back towards that in the face of which it flees. What's it fleeing from? It's fleeing from itself. It's fleeing from itself. It is this movement of flight from flight, this movement of flight from flight, this movement from falling away to something which pulls away from that falling away. It is here that the self is first revealed. He describes it even as a solus ipse, a self alone, a kind of solipsism. Namely, anxiety individualizes Dasein. Anxiety individualizes us, and it individualizes us in a movement of flight from flight. Have you got that? Flight from flight. We flee to the world. In anxiety, we take flight from that flight. Anxiety is therefore a kind of change of movement, a modification of Dasein's kinesis, its movement. So falling is nothing more than the privation of a disclosedness that becomes deprived and open in the experience of anxiety. That might sound a little bit gnomic. So if falling is nothing more than the privation of a disclosedness, we cover ourselves up in falling, then that disclosedness becomes disclosed, it becomes open in the experience of anxiety. If we are disclosure, as Heidegger insists, if we are ourselves the clearing, then anxiety is the way in which disclosedness is disclosed. Anxiety is the opening of Dasein. Anxiety is the way in which we open to ourselves in a kind of aloneness. What kind of aloneness is that? Well, we can be alone when we're with others, as we know. Think of David Reisman's classic study, The Lonely Crowd, the way in which in a city, for example, I just came down here on the subway from Greenwich Village down to Tribeca, and everyone is there on the subway. It's they-self, right? I'm there with others, and then you can be very alone in those crowds. That's kind of Heidegger's point. So aloneness here does not mean I'm actually physically alone. I can be most alone in my being with others. And my being with others can therefore induce what Sartre used to call a nausea. I sit there on the subway and I'm no longer falling to absorption in the subway. I'm feeling a most profound nausea which is gripping me. I think you all know what that's like. A couple more remarks here on anxiety. It's a fascinating concept. How do we distinguish it from fear? We discussed fear a couple of episodes back. So let me look at the distinction between fear and anxiety. Fear is that which threatens Dasein. And that fear can be based in anything. A big rabbit with big teeth, or a big badger that appears at the door threatening me with its badgeriness. But my fear is related to some entity in the world, is Heidegger's point. Now, the experience of anxiety reveals that in the face of which one has fear is Dasein itself. Right? That in the face of which one has fear is Dasein itself. I am the rabbit. I am the badger, kind of. So if in fear Dasein shrinks back from an entity in the world, then in anxiety Dasein shrinks back from this shrinking back. You got that? In anxiety, Dasein, us, shrinks back from this shrinking back and becomes, we might say, courageous. Heidegger doesn't use that word, but I think it makes sense in relationship to what Heidegger's thinking about here. And I want to give an example here because it might help. There is a filmmaker who you might know called Terence Malick. And Terence Malick was a philosopher, did philosophy at Harvard and then at Oxford, and wanted a career in philosophy as an academic, and was told by the most powerful person in philosophy in Oxford at that time, called Gilbert Ryle, that the topic he wants to work on, which was on Heidegger and Wittgenstein, or Heidegger, Wittgenstein and Kierkegaard, their understandings of the world, something like that, was not real philosophy. And he became so discouraged that he came back to the United States, and he taught adjunct for a year at MIT, replacing the teaching of Hubert Dreyfus, the great Heidegger interpreter, who at that time was in Paris in a reading group on Heidegger, actually with my teacher, Dominique Janicot, and a couple of other people, one of which was Jacques Derrida, another of which was Alfonso Lingis. Must have been quite a reading group. Anyway, Malick is a fully formed young philosopher, graduate student without a sense of direction, who, hasn't got permission to write his PhD and is kind of maybe drifting a bit. Anyway, some years later, he finds himself at film school at the American Film Institute in 1968. I think it was the first year the AFI was receiving fellows. And funnily enough, in that year, a fellow student in the intake that year was David Lynch, who would have been a good deal younger. He came from Philadelphia, from the art school there to the American Film Institute, then spent many years doing his first movie, Eraserhead. Another story. Good story to tell, but for another time. But Malick, a more mature and fully formed intellect, goes to film school, makes his first film, Badlands, second film, Days of Heaven, 73, 78, and then 20 years pass without him making another film. And then he makes a film called The Thin Red Line in 1998. And in this film, he tells the story of the Battle of Guadalcanal in the South Pacific during the Second World War. It's a fascinating story. I won't go into the whole detail of it now, but the central character in the movie, not in the book, but in the movie, is somebody called Wit. And Wit, who seems to be a kind of, abbreviation of Wittgenstein in some strange way. Wit in Malick's Thin Red Line is played by Jim Caviezel, is the hero. And this is what happens. He dies, or rather he's killed towards the end of the film, but in a very particular way. He is with his members of his squad of American soldiers who are being chased through the jungle by Japanese soldiers. And at a certain point, Wit breaks away from the group and diverts the Japanese soldiers down another path. So he saves his buddies, as it were, and sacrifices himself. The Japanese soldiers catch up with him and surround him and begin to scream at him in Japanese. He doesn't understand, but kind of understands that they want him to defend himself because they won't kill him if he doesn't defend himself, because that would be dishonorable. So he gets the message, he kind of half-heartedly raises his gun to shoot, and he's shot dead. Now, in the context of the film, this brings us back to an earlier moment. And when you see Wit being killed in this film, he's not in terror, he's not scared. There's a kind of extraordinary calm at the moment of his demise, a calm. And in the film, earlier on in the film, he thinks of his mother's death. And he thinks of his mother's death, and he has a memory of his mother's death. He's on a beach at the time in a kind of paradise-like situation. And he thinks about his mother dying and thinks about the calm with which she faced death. And he wonders whether he will be able to face death with that same calm. The point of this story is that here's an example of heroism. And the hero is someone who shrinks back from shrinking back into the world and has the courage to face themselves and face their imminent disappearance and achieve a kind of calm resoluteness. This is what Heidegger means by anxiety. Anxiety is not fear. It's not fear of something in the world. It is the sense of ourselves. And if we can face that sense of ourselves with a certain peace, a certain calm, then that might be a condition for courage. Anyway, that's kind of what I think. And anxiety is anxiety before being in the world as such. So anxiety is anxious, not in the face of some thing in the world, but in the face of the world as a whole. The world as something indefinite as a kind of, and Heidegger begins to kind of dramatize the language here in these pages. The world as something which is nothing and nowhere. Nothing and nowhere. The world becomes meaningless. The world becomes meaningless. So what we've seen so far in Being and Time is this insistence on Dasein as being in the world, and being in the world has the structure of significance. So far, so good. That's all groovy. In anxiety, when I pull back from that world, I suddenly see the world as lacking involvement, lacking significance. The world becomes meaningless, and as such, the worldhood of the world, and remember the world of the world is us, we become obtrusive. So anxiety, and I still feel this as I'm saying these words to you. It's one of the very, very personal moments in Being and Time. Anxiety is nowhere, yet it's so close that it stifles one's breath and becomes oppressive. As the world slips away, we obtrude. The world pulls away and we kind of show up. So anxiety is a kind of nothing and nowhere. And later on in Heidegger's work in What is Metaphysics from 1929, he'll say, anxiety reveals the nothing. Anxiety reveals the nothing. And my 22-year-old self, my first year undergraduate self after my misspent youth, those words, anxiety reveals the nothing, spoke to me profoundly and very personally. And I still think that's the way in which Heidegger needs to be understood. This is not some cognitive, conceptual enterprise. This is the drama of being us, good and bad. Okay, pushing on a tiny bit and pulling this episode to a close. Anxiety is not definite, it's not linked to some particular threat, as in fear with the threat of a big rabbit or a big badger. In anxiety, Dasein is thrown back on itself, thrown back onto its potentiality for being. And this is how anxiety individualizes Dasein, and individualizes Dasein as a being who is defined by possibility, by freedom, by a sense in which things can be seized hold of. But this comes at a cost. Individualized Dasein, anxious Dasein, is not at home. It feels uncanny, unheimlich, no longer at home in the world. We flee in the face of uncanniness when we fall, when we're, back in the party, as it were. But in angst, in anxiety, we flee towards that uncanniness. We seek it out. And Heidegger says that anxiety is not something that requires darkness and insomnia. It doesn't require these more dramatic moods. It's something which can arise in the most innocuous of situations. He says on page 234, anxiety can arise in the most innocuous situation, nor does it have any need for darkness, in which it is commonly easier for one to feel uncanny. So we can feel nausea, we can feel anxiety, we can feel this angst on the subway, wherever we like. Darkness might help. And we think about that in relationship to maybe a childhood experience, when you're in bed at night and it's dark and you can't sleep, and there's a kind of hubbub of noise downstairs, your parents or family talking, maybe the television's on or something like that, and you kind of want to be there and you can't be there because you've got to sleep. And the daytime world, the world of familiarity, kind of flips around, and Your room is immersed in darkness, and the toys and objects and things in your room become kind of animated, become kind of scary, and the whole context can induce a kind of anxiety in you. So darkness can help. Anyway, I digress. So the point that Heidegger is making here is a point about anxiety, and it's powerful and personal. He also insists that anxiety is rare. It doesn't happen all the time. It's rare, it's seldom. It's not physiologically conditioned. Obviously, physiology can play a part. But it is ontological. It is the structure of our being. And it has to be faced and affirmed courageously, and not kind of diagnosed and medicated out of existence. Anxiety isn't a disorder, right? Anxiety isn't a disorder. Anxiety is what human beings do. It becomes a question of how we interpret anxiety and use anxiety, use its energy, and transform that into a kind of courage. I think this is desperately important. Now, at the end of the discussion of anxiety, as Heidegger sometimes does in Being and Time, he kind of steps back and says, well, where has anxiety been talked about in the tradition? And there's a long footnote, not a long footnote, there's a footnote on page 492. Footnote 4, page 492, where it talks about the Christian legacy of thinking about anxiety. He mentions a few authors. He mentions St. Augustine, where anxiety plays a key role in Book 8 of the Confessions. He mentions Luther, and he was reading a lot of Luther in the years prior to Being in Time. And he mentions a thinker from whom he kind of borrowed the concept of anxiety, and who he relegates to a couple of innocuous footnotes, Søren Kierkegaard. And Kierkegaard in many ways is a key player in this book, but Heidegger plays down his influence in a way that I think is desperately unfair. I mean, Kierkegaard, what would Kierkegaard have thought about Being in Time? Well, he was already dead, so we couldn't ask him, but he would have found it kind of preposterous, as preposterous as, the usual German philosopher attempts to synthesize the absolute in abstract conceptual terms. Kierkegaard chose different tactics. He chose to write indirectly. He chose to write in the form of pseudonyms in a whole number of different voices, because he didn't believe that a direct philosophical discourse on that which was possible. Anyway, so the analysis of anxiety really has its home not so much in philosophy, more in religious traditions, and the religious tradition to which Heidegger was closest was Christianity. Just to add one tiny thing to that, another thinker that we could link to this discussion of anxiety would be St. Paul, the real founder of Christianity. The evangelists, the four Gospels are after Paul's letters. Paul's letters are the first documents of Christianity. And Paul doesn't describe himself as Christian. The term didn't exist in his time. But he describes people who are in Christ. And he says I think in Romans, he talks about what should the person who has experienced the call of Christ, has experienced the demand of the risen Christ, and who has converted, what should they do? What should their stance be? And he says, remain in the condition in which you were called. Remain in the condition in which you were called. And the point is if you are in Christ, for Paul, you should await in the condition of anxiety. Right? There's an anxious waiting. The anxious waiting for Paul was very real. Christ had been born, had been nailed to a tree in Palestine, and then resurrected. But he was coming back, and coming back soon. What should one do in the meantime? One should wait anxiously. Sadly, he's not turned up yet, but some people are still waiting. That's kind of it for this episode. There's a lot more weird stuff in these pages, which I won't go into, but people like a happy ending, so let me give you a happy ending. There's a happy ending in paragraph 42. So having laid out this argument about care, the structure of care, and anxiety as what discloses care, in paragraph 42, he does something which has always mystified me. He calls it a confirmation of the existential interpretation of Dasein. A confirmation which is done by way of what he calls a pre-ontological way of Dasein's interpreting itself. What on earth does that mean? Well, what it means in this couple of pages in paragraph 42 is that Heidegger is going to tell us a story. And he tells us a story about care. So, the definition of the being of Dasein as care, just to remind you, that means ahead of itself, being already in the world alongside inner worldly things. Dasein is ahead of itself, existential, already in the world, factical, alongside inner worldly things, falling, is an attempt to redefine the human being. And Heidegger thinks this has been demonstrated in a myth of care, the fable of Cura, as he calls it. And he tells the following story. I'm going to read this from page 242. He says, there's kind of once upon a time moment in being in time. There aren't many of them, so enjoy it. This is Heidegger quoting somebody called Burdach and the myth of care. Once when Care was crossing a river, she saw some clay. She thoughtfully took up a piece and began to shape it. While she was meditating on what she had made, Jupiter came by. Care asked him to give it spirit, and this he gladly granted. But when she wanted her name to be bestowed upon it, he forbade this and demanded that it be given his name instead. While Care and Jupiter were disputing, Earth arose and desired that her own name be conferred on the creature, since she had furnished it with part of her body. They asked Saturn to be their arbiter, and he made the following decision, which seemed a just one. Quoting Saturn, "Since you, Jupiter, are given its spirit, you shall receive that spirit at its death. And since you, Earth, have given it body, you shall receive its body. But since Care first shaped this creature, she shall possess it as long as it lives. And because there is now a dispute among you as to its name, let it be called Homo, for it is made out of humus, earth, or hummus that you can buy in the delicatessen." It's a weird moment, this. The myth here is that the human being has the stamp of care. The human being is shaped by care out of clay or mud. And this is why we're called homo, because esse factus ex humo. We are made out of humus, the earth. Our breath was given to us by Jupiter, or Jove, which means top God. God gives the human being spirit, breath, pneuma. So we're made of earth and spirit, but we belong to care. And this was decided by Saturn. And Saturn, in mythological terms, means time. Right? Saturn means time. Temporality is the meaning of care. Our careful sojourn in the world is dominated by time. And that's kind of what Heidegger means by this little story. So here's your happy ending. So the being of Dasein is care. It's revealed, disclosed by anxiety, and then confirmed with this weird little mythic story. And a final thing I want to say just in closing is there is another footnote. There's always another footnote. This is footnote 7 from chapter 6. And this footnote, I won't read it to you. I'll just describe it. He talks in this footnote about trying to link together, he says, Augustinian Christian anthropology and the ontology of Aristotle. He says care can be thought of in these terms. And this reveals something which I think is important for understanding being in time. That being in time is trying to do at least two things, and two things which are contradictory. On the one hand, the book was written as a book on Aristotle. That's how it was described. This was Heidegger's book for tenure as a professor in Marburg. And it was a book on Aristotle. And that's where we get all the being in the world stuff, the way in which the world hangs together, significance, all of that good stuff. But to try and marry that, bring that together with a Christian anthropology. And the Christian anthropology here is really the tradition of people like Paul, Augustine, Luther, and Kierkegaard. And this is why anxiety becomes important. So on the one hand, we have this kind of account of being in the world, which seems cool, a kind of, if it makes you feel better, you can call it a pragmatic realism. And this is what has shaped much of the American interpretation of Heidegger over the years. It's not wrong. But there's also this Christian dimension, which is mobilized around the concept of anxiety. And why that's important is that the world, as it shows up in, say, Christian anthropology, the world is nothing. The world is sinful. The world is that which we have to move away from in the experience of faith in order to turn ourselves towards God. So in a way, within the Christian worldview, the world has to become nothing or nothing that has ultimate significance. What has ultimate significance lies outside the world. Heidegger's being in time, in many ways, is bringing those two streams of thought together, ontology of Aristotle, Christian anthropology, bringing those two things together and letting them kind of resound against each other in a kind of awkward counterpoint while being neither of them, right? That Heidegger, in a way, fuses together the Greeks and the Christians in a way that is neither Greek nor Christian, but resolutely atheist. And that's where I want to finish it. And next time we're going to pick up on these two big philosophical questions, the questions of reality and truth. But that's for next time. Thank you very much for listening. Apply-Degger. Heidegger's thinking in Being and Time explained. With Simon Critchley. Hello there. Episode 9. What I want to do in this episode and the following one is talk about paragraph 43 and 44 of Being and Time. These are paragraphs on reality and truth. So let's begin with reality. Now, paragraph 43 on reality is a brief but exceptionally rich paragraph that has significant implications for how we read Heidegger and how we understand his relationship to traditional philosophy, and in particular the theses of realism and idealism. So, to make a start, let me take four theses on the relation of thought to things or mind to world. Those four theses are transcendental realism, empirical idealism, empirical realism, and transcendental idealism. I'm going to repeat those. Transcendental realism, empirical idealism, empirical realism, and transcendental idealism. The first thesis, empirical idealism, is the claim that empirical objects are simply ideas in the mind. This is the thesis associated with the estimable Bishop Berkeley. Esse est percipi, to be is to be perceived. And this is what Kant refers to in his refutation of idealism as psychological idealism. This is in the Critique of Pure Reason. And empirical idealism is the claim that knowledge is knowledge of a subject-dependent but unreal world. So empirical idealism, or reality, is just ideas, and those ideas depend on their being perceived by us, by the subject. That's the first thesis. The second thesis is transcendental realism. Now, this is the dominant position in the history of philosophy prior to Kant, prior to Kant's Copernican turn. One finds it in Plato, Descartes, but it persists all over the place with anybody that's claiming some thesis of what we might call external realism, whether they're eliminative materialists or whatever they might be. Now, the idea of transcendental realism is the idea that the objects of our cognition are transcendentally real, that they have the constitution which we represent them as having independently of our mode of cognition. Right? So things have the constitution which we represent them as having independently of our mode of cognition, and that things can be known as they are in themselves. So transcendental realism is the claim that knowledge is knowledge of a subject-independent real world. And there are various, revivals of this claim of transcendental realism. One fairly recent revival is that of Quentin Meillassoux. Quentin Meillassoux in his book After Finitude. So that's the second thesis, transcendental realism. The third thesis, empirical realism. Now, empirical realism is the claim that the world feels real. It feels really real. It feels like a world of solid, palpable objects. And it does not feel as if these things are simply ideas in the mind. This goes back to the great Samuel Johnson's refutation of Berkeley, which he did by kicking a stone. By kicking a stone, we show that the stone is real. It feels real. But to explain this third thesis of empirical realism, we need to explain the fourth thesis and turn to Immanuel Kant. The fourth thesis is transcendental idealism. Now, transcendental idealism begins from the distinction between objects as things in themselves and objects as appearances. Transcendental idealism is the thesis that the objects of our cognition are mere appearances. That is, they're empirically real, but they are transcendentally ideal. Empirically real, but transcendentally ideal. To say that they're transcendentally ideal is to say that things, objects, are not known independently of our subjectivity and its mode of cognition, the constitution that we represent them as having. Rather, our mode of cognition determines this constitution. Now, this is the meaning of the Copernican turn in Kant. The Copernican turn can be explained very simply with the following thought. Knowledge does not consist in the correspondence of subjects to objects as things in themselves, but rather knowledge is the correspondence of objects as appearances to a subject that takes them to be. Things cannot be known as they are in themselves, Kant argues, because that would require an intellectual intuition. It would require our intellect to see into the nature of things in themselves. And for Kant, that's simply beyond our ken, it's beyond our ability. So those are the four theses. And we're going to get back to Heidegger in a second, but I'm setting this up around Kant for reasons that will become obvious. The basic advance of Kant's epistemology in the critique of pure reason, what's called the critical turn in philosophy. The basic advance of Kant's position is that it does not suppose, as is supposed by both Plato and Descartes in quite different ways, that in order for knowledge to be possible, there must be a correspondence between thoughts or mental representations and things in themselves, whether the realm of forms, the metaphysical realities of the soul, God, a material substance, or simply a belief in the radical independence of reality from the mind. This is what the American philosopher Wilfrid Sellars calls the myth of the given. Right? The myth of the given. There's nothing given that our knowledge corresponds to, nothing given in itself. What we see, what appears to us, is what appears to us. It's subject dependent. After Kant, that which is true is that which is taken to be true, namely that which appears to a subject or self. Now, that which so appears might indeed refer to a thing in itself. The thing in itself, Kant suggests, is thinkable. It's not knowable, it's thinkable. But we can never be in a position to know this fact independently of how that fact appears to us. So in Kant's picture, the realm of sensibility, the realm of our empirical intuitions, is our access to a world that is indeed real for us, but that world is always already shot through with conceptual content. It is articulated through the categories of the understanding, what Kant calls the categories of the understanding, and is dependent upon the spontaneity of the subject, which later on in Kant he'll link to the activity of what he calls the transcendental imagination. But this is why Kant says in the Critique of Pure Reason, the transcendental idealist is therefore an empirical realist. So if we accept Kant's proposition, going back to those four theses, that empirical idealism is false, reality isn't just ideas in the mind, it's really real. Transcendental realism is false because we can't have knowledge of things as they are in themselves. Empirical realism is right, the world feels really real, but the way in which the world feels really real is dependent upon the activity of the subject. It's a subject-dependent reality. So the framing issue that I would like us to think about is that what is the relation of Heidegger's thought to these theses, in particular the thesis of transcendental idealism. To cut to the chase, Heidegger criticizes both realism and idealism for having an inadequate account of being in the world, where the question of the reality of the external world gets raised without any previous clarification of the phenomenon of world. The phenomenon of world as that meaningful existential context that is most familiar and closest to us. For Heidegger, something like reality has to be understood in terms of its genesis in our ready-to-hand dealings with things in the world, in the way in which they are experienced. Heidegger won't use that word, but let's use it to be a little bit clumsy. So reality has to be understood in terms of its genesis in our ready-to-hand dealings with things in the world, in the way things are proximally and for the most part, most closely and mostly. The ready-to-hand, as we've seen in these episodes, gets hardened up into the present at hand, and this present at hand is then considered to be the first access to the world. As we've now seen by reading Heidegger, this is the purpose of paragraph 13, knowing is a founded mode of being in the world. Knowing is a founded mode of being in the world. And therefore, the question of the reality of the world gets raised without any previous clarification of the phenomenon of the world. Within the epistemological construal of the world, being, Heidegger says, acquires the meaning of reality, and that which is gets conceived as a relation between two purportedly real substances, thinking things and extended things. Res cogitans, res extensa, or in Kant, subjects and objects. So, to quote Heidegger, this is on page 246, 247, the question of whether there is a world at all and whether its being can be proved makes no sense if it is raised by Dasein as being in the world, and who else could raise it? So, world, for Heidegger, is disclosed along with the being of Dasein, and the question of the reality of the external world gets raised without any previous clarification of the phenomenon of the world. And for Heidegger, that's the shortcoming in the epistemological construal of the world. So, returning to Kant, keeping him in mind, although Kant's position is an advance for Heidegger, this is always the way Heidegger sees Kant as getting very close to the problem, but kind of staring at the abyss and shrinking back, as Heidegger says. Although Kant's position is an advance, it is problematic because it presupposes two things. The first thing that Kant presupposes is a conception of the subject as what Kant calls the I think. Now, the I think has, at the very least, a family resemblance to Descartes' thinking substance. It's res cogitans, even though for Kant, it's a cogito without an ergo sum, if you like. It's an I think without an entailment between thinking and being. This would be a longer kind of discussion, which would be appropriate in a course on Kant's first critique, but I don't want to do it here. But the I think in Kant has a logical rather than an ontological function. This is what Kant calls the transcendental unity of apperception. The transcendental unity of apperception is logically entailed from the fact that experience has a unity and a coherence, but it does not imply any ontological insight into the nature or substantiality of the self or the soul. This is the way Kant replies to Hume. Right? Hume leaves us with distinct bundles of perceptions without any self to tie those perceptions together. The way Kant will answer that is by saying, well, the world, indeed, the manifold of intuition, as he puts it, hangs together. It makes sense. And in order to explain that, we have to presuppose logically an I think that is tying those appearances together. So the first problem with Kant's position for Heidegger is that it presupposes an I think, which, although it's not a completely Cartesian position, it takes over Descartes' position. The second problem with Kant on Heidegger's reading is that Kant presupposes that the subject's relation to the objective world is mediated through representations. Representations. This is what Hegel will call picture thinking. Picture thinking. And the problem with that position in Heidegger's eyes is that if we see the relationship that the self has to the objective world as one that's constituted through representations, then those representations are contained within the ontology of the present at hand. And that's what Heidegger wants to get us to question. So if we place in question those two presuppositions, the I think and representation, then it might lead us to abandon the entire epistemological construal of the relation of thought to things and mind to world. The world does not first and foremost, proximally and for the most part, show itself as an object contemplatively and disinterestedly represented by a subject within an ontology of the present at hand. Rather, as we've seen in these episodes and working through being and time together, the world shows itself as a place in which we are completely immersed and from which we do not radically distinguish ourselves. And this is Heidegger's thesis of Dasein as being in the world. We cannot separate Dasein from world. Dasein is world. It is world, and it is world in a way that is prior to representation and prior to any idea of the I think, any idea of the subject. So Kant's thesis of transcendental idealism, although it's an advance, is inadequate insofar as it still moves within a traditional epistemological framework, namely the ontology of the present at hand. And that ontology of the present at hand is the real target, the persistent target of being and time. However, to say that is not to say that Heidegger refuses the Copernican turn, or that Heidegger returns to some pre-critical conception of the relation of thought to being, or that which is. If Heidegger did that, if he ignored the Copernican turn, then he'd be doing traditional metaphysics, transcendental realism. On the contrary, my hunch or hypothesis is that Heidegger's fundamental ontology is what we might think of as an existential deepening of the thesis of transcendental idealism, an existential deepening. It's a turn away from Kant that moves within the Copernican turn. And hopefully this will become clear. So let's turn to the text a little bit more closely. And I want to signal that there's a wrinkle in Heidegger's argument, and I want to come back to that wrinkle at the end of these remarks on reality. If we turn to the text a little bit more closely on, say, 247, Heidegger refers to Kant's refutation of idealism from B274 of the B edition of the preface to the Critique of Pure Reason. And this little passage in Kant is very interesting for Heidegger because Kant says that it remains a scandal. Kant says it remains a scandal of philosophy and universal human reason that there is still no proof for the existence of things outside us. for the existence of the external world, and that we have to take this on faith. In what Kant calls his only real supplement to the B edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, there's an A and a B edition, the only real supplement to his argument in the B edition, by way of proof, as he calls it, he argues that the mere consciousness of my Dasein, Kant uses that word, the mere consciousness of my Dasein is enough to prove the existence of objects in space outside of me. Now, Heidegger comments on this. He says, by Dasein, Kant means my consciousness of being present at hand in the sense of Descartes, the I think as a thinking thing, as a res cogitans. So, and this is worked out on page 247 and 248. So, although Kant seems to offer an ontological proof of the outside world through a self that is temporal, Heidegger would seem to approve of that. Heidegger goes on to say, this is only a semblance. Kant remains mired in the Cartesian ontology of the present at hand and its metaphysical dualism between thinking things and extended things, between subjects and objects. So, on page 248, Heidegger writes that Kant demands any proof at all for the Dasein of things outside of me shows already that he takes the subject, the in me, as the starting point for his problematic. So that Kant demands proof for things outside of me shows that he takes the subject as the starting point for his problematic. Now, for Heidegger, on the contrary, and this is a classic paragraph in Being and Time, this is on 249. I'm going to quote him a little bit here. 249, Heidegger writes, the scandal of philosophy. The scandal of philosophy, those words are Kant's words from this footnote in the Critique of Pure Reason that Heidegger is thinking of. The scandal of philosophy is not that this proof has yet to be given, but that such proofs are expected and attempted again and again. Such expectations, aims, and demands arise from an ontologically inadequate way of starting with something of such a character that independently of it and outside of it, a world is to be proved as present at hand. Continuing on this quote, 249, it is not that the proofs are inadequate, but that the kind of being of the entity which does the proving and makes requests for proofs has not been made definite enough. This is why a demonstration that two things which are present at hand are necessarily present at hand together can give rise to the illusion that something has been proved, or even can be proved, about Dasein as being in the world. If Dasein is understood correctly, it defies such proofs, because in its being, it already is what subsequent proofs deem necessary to demonstrate for it. It's a long quote, but it's an important one. The scandal of philosophy, the proper scandal of philosophy for Heidegger, is to expect that the existence of things outside me is something susceptible to proof. Such an approach begins from an inadequate ontology of Dasein. Such an approach begins from an inadequate ontology of Dasein. Dasein defies such proofs because in its being, it already is. Dasein exists on a level deeper than the experience of proof. Proof, the whole issue of proof, the whole problematic of proof for Heidegger remains at the level of the ontology of the present at hand. So when Heidegger's talking about the a priori existential structures of Dasein as being in the world. This is something earlier than proof. This is a key point in this paragraph and indeed the next one. But does that mean that this is prior to proof? Does that mean that the existence of the external world has to be taken on faith? Heidegger says, no. So another quote here, this is from 249, 250. I won't quote the whole thing, but to summarize 249, the bottom of page 249, he says that the idea that the subject must have to prove the external world begins philosophy with the construct of an isolated subject. And this, Heidegger says, always comes too late because we are always already in a world. And then he says on 250, to have faith in the reality of the external world, whether rightly or wrongly, to prove this reality, for it, whether adequately or inadequately, to presuppose it, whether explicitly or not, attempts such as these, which have not mastered their own basis with full transparency, presuppose a subject which is proximally worldless or unsure of its world. Proximally worldless. So all questions of rational proof, or indeed faith, and indeed the entire opposition between reason and faith, for Heidegger this comes too late, and all these questions have to be referred to what is earlier, to what is a priori. And what is a priori is our being in the world, whose being, we saw in the last episode, has been defined as care. So all questions of reason versus faith presuppose a worldless subject, a worldless subject. In many ways, the way in which philosophers raise the question of the external world presupposes a self which is worldless. And then we have to think about, well, how do we connect up something like a mind with something like a world? For Heidegger, the self, us, is always already worldly, always already being in the world. So how do we explain the persistence of the epistemological control of the world, the subject-object picture? On 250, he makes an interesting remark. He says, our task is not to prove that an external world is present at hand, or to show how it is present at hand, but to point out why Dasein, as being in the world, has the tendency to bury the external world in nullity epistemologically, before going on to prove it. The reason for this lies in Dasein's falling. The reason for this lies in Dasein's falling, in the way in which the primary understanding of being has been diverted to being as presence at hand, a diversion which is motivated by falling itself. This is an astonishing claim. Heidegger's saying that epistemology and philosophy kind of winds up as epistemology on a certain reading after Kant. Introductions to philosophy are introductions to epistemology, things like that. Epistemology, the epistemological control of the relation of thoughts to things, is a symptom and consequence of Dasein's falling, of its falling. We saw that falling in the constitution of Dasein in chapter 5. So we fall to the world, we fall at the world. We're fascinated with the world. We're absorbed with the world. Heidegger's thought here is that philosophy as epistemology begins with this falling and misinterprets it, transforms it into a conception of the world as present at hand. So philosophy, we might say. The entirety of philosophy is a misdescription, a misunderstanding of our falling being in the world. The entire epistemological control of the world is a consequence of Dasein's tendency towards falling. What we have to do is something much more radical if we're going to think with Heidegger. We have to put that ontology of the present at hand to one side. We have to dig in to the phenomenon of falling and pose the question in a different way. And that's the way in which we've seen in earlier in Being and Time. After that, still in paragraph 43, Heidegger then rather delightfully subverts the theses of realism and idealism, showing that he can agree with both realism and idealism and that they're both wrong. So he says on, say, 250, 251, he says, if Dasein is being in the world, then entities are given along with Dasein. And therefore, this is consistent with realism. Entities are not in the head, as in Bishop Berkeley. They are really there. But on the other hand, this thesis, Dasein is being in the world, is also consistent with idealism, insofar as Heidegger's claim is that the condition of possibility for any understanding of things lies in Dasein's understanding of being. The worldhood of the world, which is Dasein, remember, the worldhood of the world is the condition of possibility for the world as such. There never was a world for her except the one she sang and singing made. Hence, reality is subject-dependent or subject-constituted, in quotation marks, big quotation marks. But if that's true, Heidegger concludes, and this is what we might see as a Heideggerian attempt at a joke, if that's true, then Aristotle is as much of an idealist as Kant. Aristotle was no less an idealist as Kant, if we believe that. So Heidegger's thesis of being in the world, Dasein is being in the world, is consistent with both idealism and realism and shows the inadequacy of both theses. It's a brilliant stretch of argument, which I think provokes all sorts of questions about how we think about philosophy. And that's pretty much it in the first pages of paragraph 43. There's a little bit in 43b on Dilthey and Scheler, Dilthey that just preceded Heidegger, Scheler who was a contemporary of Heidegger, on reality, but we can put that to one side. It's not terribly important. What is more important is the following. This is the part C of paragraph 43, which is called reality and care. And it's very interesting because of a remark that Heidegger makes on page 255. This is the wrinkle in the fabric of Heidegger's argument here. So, the claim that Heidegger's making here, the kind of simple claim, is that reality, the question of reality, has to be understood with reference to the being of Dasein, which has been defined as care. Okay, that's the easy bit. He then goes on to make a peculiar remark, and this is where we see the wrinkle. 255, he says, reality is referred back to the phenomenon of care. But the fact that reality is ontologically grounded in the being of Dasein does not signify that only when Dasein exists, and as long as Dasein exists, can the real be as that which in itself it is. Can the real be as that which in itself it is? So the question is, what does he mean by the real here? But continuing the quotation. Of course, only as long as Dasein is there being. When Dasein does not exist, independence is not either, nor is the in itself. In such a case, this sort of thing can neither be understood nor not understood. That's a helpful sentence, isn't it? In such a case, even entities within the world can neither be discovered nor lie hidden. In such a case, it cannot be said that entities are, nor can it be said that they are not. But now, as long as there is an understanding of being, and therefore an understanding of presence at hand, it can indeed be said that in this case, entities will still continue to be. As we have noted, being, not entities, is dependent upon the understanding of being. That is to say, reality, not the real, is dependent upon care. A number of things here to point out. Firstly, reality has to be referred back to care for Heidegger. I think this means that reality, as in empirical realism, as taking things as real things, real appearances, this is dependent on us. It's Dasein dependent. Therefore, it makes no sense to speak of the independence of reality from Dasein, in the same way as the question of being is dependent on the understanding of being, and hence being is Dasein dependent. Hopefully you begin to feel the issue here, because he then introduces a distinction between reality and the real. The real here is das Reales in the text, das Reales. To say that reality is founded on care does not entail that the real is what it is only as long as Dasein exists. That is, entities as real have a Dasein-independent existence. What is one to infer from this run of argument, this kind of distinction between reality and the real? Is it that Heidegger is committed to the claim that the reality of things in the sense of empirical lived reality as appearances is transcendentally conditioned by Dasein? Right? That would seem to be Heidegger's thought here. So Dasein as being in the world is an existential deepening of the thesis of transcendental idealism. We indeed live in a world that hangs together, makes sense, but the condition of possibility for that world, the worldhood of that world, is us. But there is a notion of the real external to this, some notion of things in themselves beyond their appearances to us, a kind of hardcore to reality, what natural scientists would call nature. Interesting, isn't it? It's not clear what Heidegger's up to, and it's not something he comes back to in the book at all. It kind of poses a question that I think moves through Heidegger's work over the decades, so that there is this dimension of the real, this dimension of a Dasein-independent notion of the real, on the one hand, which is independently of us. So ultimately there's a dimension of the real, regardless of whether we exist or not, right? But all questions of being are dependent upon us. There can only be a question of being insofar as there can be an understanding of being. So the question this raises, this little passage in 255, is what is the dimension of the real in Heidegger, of matter in Heidegger, of the body, of physical nature, of what he will call in the origin of the work of art, earth. Hopefully you see the force of the problem here. So on the one hand, Heidegger solves the problem of realism and idealism by claiming that reality has to be referred back to the phenomenon of care. Care is Dasein's being as being in the world. There is, as it were, a world which shows itself up, and the condition of possibility for that world showing itself up is Dasein, is us. Yet there is a dimension of the real that exceeds that, a hard core to reality which kind of exceeds that, which is not dependent upon us. And this dimension of Heidegger's thought, I think, is one that is not explored by him in Being and Time, and which comes back here and there in his later work and poses, I think, a really interesting question. So that we are beings for whom being is an issue and being is dependent upon us, but there is a real out there, a nature, which is not dependent upon us. And what's the relationship between these two issues? Is there not a dualism ultimately in Heidegger's work? A dualism between the real and reality, between being and reality? And how might one make sense of that, given that Heidegger persistently, as he says in Being and Time, does not want to split the phenomenon? Is this not a little splitting of the phenomenon? That will do for the question of reality. Now we're going to move on to truth.